It is a well, it's an 11 that gives opportunity, I suppose, isn't it, for Surrey? Yeah, Burns captains the side. Rory Burns is here. Don Sibley, then Ryan Patel, Adam Thomas, Nikhil Garantla, Josh Blake will keep wicket, Tommy Elman, Tian Van Vuren, Yusuf Majid, James Taylor and Benji Floros make up the Surrey side. So a real contrast in terms of the 2-11, which I think will be kind of the flavour of the competition this year again, won't it?
Yeah, it always is, isn't it, with the 100. I think Surrey announced yesterday on their social, I think it was 17 players they've got across the 100. So, you know, when you're impacted by that many numbers, you know, it's a full squad that effectively they're missing, and Lancashire are missing 7 as well. So Surrey, I'm sure, would have put, I'm not saying they won't want to win as many games as possible, but it could be more of a sort of a development competition for them, which is sometimes the beauty of the Metro Bank. It brings some really good stories throughout the competition.
Yeah, it was kind of in that the word development was used a season or two ago, wasn't it, to kind of describe the competition, because of the fact that players' availability are limited due to the 100. We're going to start with Taylor to open up the bowling for Surrey. Keaton Jennings is on strike, and that's through to Josh Blake, left alone by Jennings, the first delivery of this year's Metrobank competition. And I suppose that is exactly what it is, isn't it? It's a chance for a mixture of some senior players and some young players. I know Lancashire's head coach Stephen Croft, when he was playing in it a few seasons ago, he called it a dads and lads competition, which I quite liked. I think he was in the dad category.
It, yeah.
He was no longer in the
Lancashire, you know, Charlie Bernard again getting some games. Lancashire, you know, Charlie Bernard again getting some games throughout this competition, so that'll be really good for his development as well.
It's Taylor again to Jennings. That's too far wide, and in fact he's wide enough to be called a wide by the umpire, into the gloves of Blake. So the first runs on the board is a wide to get Lancashire onto 1 without loss. So yeah, we'll see how the competition goes, and we'll see what stories emerge. And what we've seen, I think, in the Metrobank One Day Cup in the last few seasons is kind of the unexpected, maybe, and a little bit of the kind of underdog feel to it. When you look at the recent winners of the competition, for example. Ooh, it just pops a little bit on Jennings. It's dropping away into the offside. And there's no run. Worcestershire are the defending champions. We've seen Leicestershire win it recently. We've seen Kent win it recently. We've seen Glamorgan a couple of times as well. So it does allow counties that perhaps are not quite as massively impacted by the 100 to have a chance to shine.
Yeah, and they're the good stories this competition has brought over the last few years.
And then you could see the some younger players being unearthed as well. As Taylor into Jennings, it doesn't carry through to the keeper that well. Kind of awkwardly taken about shin high. Good start by Blake, low to his left, but it wasn't a great deal of bounce and carry there.
Yeah, the one before just popped, didn't it, off a length as well. So I'm speaking to someone on the Lancashire staff. They said in the past it's often been tricky in the power play. It kind of gets better throughout the day.
2 balls left to the first over of the day. Jennings is waiting for Taylor, again allowing that one to go through. Just a little bit of shake back in, and gathered by Blake. So it's Surrey that won the toss, and they elected to have a bowl first. Surrey captained by Rory Burns in this competition. Lancashire skipper by George Balderson. So it's the first time that he's captaining Lancashire at first team level. So many congratulations to George to get that opportunity through the course of this One Day Cup to skipper the team. It was Burns that selected to have a ball first. The final ball of the opening over, and that's just clipped into the onside by Keaton Jennings and fielded at mid-on, and there's no run. And aside from the wide, pretty solid start by James Taylor. 1 over in. Lancashire 1 without loss, and it's Jennings and Hurst to open up the batting for Lancashire, with well, I guess Jones scheduled to come in at maybe 4 or 5. You think Harris will come in at 3 and Bahan maybe at 4, and then Jones
maybe,
at 5, maybe?
Yeah, unless they do try and split Bahan and Harris up and spread that experience across the order. But like you say, it's It's not a bad top 4 for Lancashire either way, and it's not a bad batting lineup. Plenty of experience. Got Ollie Sutton, who's probably going to be coming in at number 9, who's scored some runs for the second 11. So here's the first we're going to see of Surrey's new overseas signing, Team Van Vuren, left arm pacer. He's onto the pads of Hurst, who gets his first runs. He's going to pick up a couple. He tucks that to deep square. Who does the fielding, cuts it off for 2. Matthias will probably be more of the aggressor in the power play. Jennings will look to try and bat throughout the innings, build around someone like Keaton Jennings, who will motor along nicely. Just the one slip to start for the South African fast bowler. He's into Hurst, who allows that one through. Carries nicely through to the Surrey wicketkeeper. Some nice bounce.
We're just looking at his recent performance, weren't we, for South Africa A against the England Lions at Beckenham. So it's an impressive return, isn't it, from that 4-day game, with 11 wickets in the match.
It's a pretty decent effort, and I'm sure that would have been a reason why Surrey signed him. That one's down the leg side. It's signalled a wide by the umpire.
Yeah, 5 for 53 in the first innings, and then 6 for 52 in the second innings.
It's a pretty strong England Lions team as well.
Yeah, Ben McKinney, Asa Tribe, Dan Mosley, Rian Ahmed, Ben Geddes, Ikesh Singh, Liam Patterson-White. There's some good names in there.
Van Vuren in, one slip. Hurst just trying to tuck that one into the leg side. Bowler does the fielding.
We're in our media tent here, so we'll get lots of questions put forward, including, do you know where the toilets are? Any idea where the burger van might be? You'll hear all sorts of questions being asked in our general direction.
Van Vuren in. That one carries nicely. Again. Over the head of Blake with the gloves. That one's carried really nicely. We got that quite a bit at, was it Southport and Birkdale a couple of years ago?
We did, yeah.
And we changed location this summer. I'm not saying that had anything to do with it.
No. My favourite question is he going to rain? Not quite sure, mate. Could do.
I think we got that last year, didn't we? Was it Northants here? Was it rained off?
It was, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And Vuren in, he's bowled. Matthias, fuller of a length. I don't know if he's chopped on there, but that's the first wicket for the overseas signing in a Surrey shirt. And it's a disappointing start for Lancashire. 4 for 1. Matthias has gone.
Yeah, disappointment for Hurst. Nice early breakthrough here for Van Vuren, picking up from where he left off just a few weeks ago for the South Africa A side. Coming into this game in good form. They've started nicely here with the ball. Early breakthrough for Van Vuren.
I don't know if he was just hanging back a little bit with the previous deliveries in that over, carrying through nicely to Blake. So I don't know if his weight was just back a little bit. I know Matt Hurst certainly looked disappointed. It was certainly an half volley that he probably felt he should have tucked away for at least a couple of runs. But it's going to bring Lancashire's number 3 into the crease, which is Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, I wonder where Lancashire would how they've shuffled their batting lineup here. Barnum bats at 3 for Lancashire in 4-day cricket. In at 3 in the one-day side as well. It means they've got quite an experienced middle order, haven't they? They've still got Marcus Harris and Michael Jones to fit in and around all that.
And even something like Balderson, even though
Yes,
you still class him as a bit of a youngster, don't you? He's going to be, I think he's scheduled to come in around 7 or 8. Plenty of experience himself. Vuren is going to be into Barhannon to end his first over. And he strikes him on the pad. There's a gentle appeal. Nothing more. And that Barhannon just trying to flick that one away into the onside. It's the end of a good first over from the new overseas signing. Picked up his first wicket, and that one of Matty Hurst bowled. And Lancashire find themselves 4 for 1 after the second over.
Just watching back on that replay of the wicket. Oh, I think we can see it now, can't we? Oh, that's the OBW appeal. The wicket I've got in front of me here. There's Jennings waits, sliding on past the outside edge of the bat and into the gloves of the keeper.
Did he bowl him round his legs there?
I think he did.
I think he's done the classic flamingo leg up. And I think it's actually hit the back leg and dragged it onto the stumps.
4 for 1. So got a slip in place in this power play as Taylor comes in and bowls again to Jennings. Just nudges that away into the onside, picked up at mid wicket. There's no addition to the score. 2 balls into the third over. This is become a regular venue now. This Sedbergh School for Lancashire. For our viewers and listeners who are supporting Surrey, this may be, I'm sure, a first sight of the ground here, but it's a lovely spot in amongst the Cumbrian Fells. It's a beautiful location to watch some cricket. Again through to the keeper as Jennings leaves. And there's no run. It's always very, very well supported. They're still lining up and queuing to get into the ground. There'll be a couple of thousand inside the ground comfortably today. It's always a well-attended fixture up in this part of the northwest.
Yeah, it's a brilliant venue, isn't it? It's proper county cricket venue, isn't it? Out ground, beautiful scenes in the background, and hopefully a real good battle out there on the field.
Jennings cuts that away down towards third man. Majid Fields on the third boundary. Jennings through for his first run, actually. Lancashire move on to 5 for 1. Brings behind and on strike. Yeah, but a little bit unlucky. You mentioned the game here between Lancashire and Northamptonshire last year, which was rained off. There wasn't a ball bowled in that fixture, but has been a bit of a cursed fixture in the last 2 or 3 years as this one-day cup game. But Essex have been here a couple of times and we've not seen a great deal of action. So
I think they've had a couple of rain-affected games with Cumbria. Did they used to play as well?
They did. Yeah. This is by far the best weather of the recent games that have been scheduled here. The forecast is good for the day as well. 5 for 1. Barnum's on strike, facing Taylor for the first time. His defender back to James Taylor, fields off his own bowling and there's no run. Delivery to go with the third over. Pretty picture perfect scene at the minute. Solid forecast as well, so going to be 2,000 or so inside the ground today watching. Just nips back in a little bit to Barhannon. Plays off the front foot, looking to defend. That is the end of the over. 3 gone, 5 for 1 for our viewers on Lancs TV. That's the view there you can see just peering over the scoreboard on the far side. That's out towards the village of Sedbergh. Just beyond those trees. And a wander out towards the village this morning when I got here nice and early and went for a cup of coffee. And there's quite a few Surrey supporters who are in the coffee shops, and maybe with it being a new venue.
Did you stay locally last night, Scott?
I didn't. No, came up last
travel.
night. Yeah. Couldn't get in the black ball last night. Full up.
Oh, is that where you was last year?
That's where I was last
year.
year. Yeah, it's belting spot.
Yeah, I can imagine they get full quickly when the cricket's on.
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah.
Like I say, plenty still queuing, ready to come in for the day's play. They've missed the first wicket of Lancashire's innings. Van Vuren starting strongly. The new overseas signing for Surrey throughout this Metro Bank One Day Cup competition. He's going to have his first go at Keaton Jennings, slipping a gully away. He's in. Jennings defending, inside edge, into the onside. He picks up a single. Just looks like there's enough out there for the seamers at the moment.
Yeah, probably early on when the ball's new. You got a new ball from both ends in this format, and he's just nibbling about enough, isn't it? So that last over from Taylor, one that came back in and hit Bahanan's thigh pad. So while the ball's new, I guess your seamers here in this power play are in the game, aren't they? Slip in place as well.
Yeah, just the one slip now to the right-handed Bahanan. Vuren's shape looks like it's going into the right-hander. A mid-wicket is pretty tight, not quite a catching mid-wicket. Vuren in, Bahanan strong in defence. Plays it out to Sibley, who's found himself in extra cover. One of the more experienced players of the Surrey players. Him, Rory Burns, the skipper, and Ryan Patel.
Yeah, I think Surrey's men's side for the One Day Cup, I think they're missing 17 players with a call up for the hundreds. Yeah, I think Lancashire this season are without 7 players, but there's quite a sizable difference between the two squads that have been called up.
Vuren in, Bahanan punches nicely into the offside, but that's cut off by Grantley at backward point.
Because the scorecards we've been given include the name of Jordan Clark, but I think maybe he's had a late call up potentially for the 100. It is quite difficult to keep across it.
Yeah,
if I'm being honest. Or maybe that's just me, but I find it quite difficult.
A lot of injury replacements.
Yes, a lot of players moving around between those teams as well.
And now you've got to remember the names.
Bit easy with Lancashire and Surrey.
And Vuren in down the leg side to Josh Bohannon. That's signalled a wide. Of course, anything down leg is a wide in white ball cricket.
Yeah, our umpires today, Gareth Cross, former Lancashire player, Simon Widdop, on-field umpires, and Will Smith is the match referee for this one today. And they're in their fancy kind of dark purple colours of the umpires in the Metro Bank One Day Cup this year.
Slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid wicket, as Bahanan looks to drive aggressively as well. He finds an inside edge onto his pad. He finds no runs. There's certainly a little bit of movement out there. There's been a few inside edges already. There's been quite a few leaves through to the wicket keeper, just allowing the shape of that. Them 2 new white balls, as you mentioned, they don't swing that long, and that's certainly conversations that Jennings and Bahanan will be having. You might get 4 or 5 overs at either end with a little bit of swing, and then you don't get much from these white kookaburras. That one's defended into the onside for no runs. 7 for 1 Lancashire. 1 ball left of the 4th.
I suppose that's one of the real beauties about this kind of longer one-day format, is that you can absorb that little bit of extra time, can't you? 50 overs is a long time to bat, isn't it? So you can potentially have a quiet start, and then you're able to still have enough time in the match to be able to make up for that later on in the game.
Yeah, he certainly can. Obviously, there will have been conversations about being aggressive in the power play. That one's driven nicely to Rory Burns at mid-off, but it finds the Surrey captain. It's the end of another good over. Just the 2 runs coming from it. One off the bat of Keaton Jennings and one down the leg side, given wide. Yeah, they'll look to still be positive. 2 men out in this first power play, so you do have scoring opportunities. But that first wicket for Lancashire might have just set them back a little bit on how aggressive they might have wanted to go at the start.
Taylor in for his 3rd over. Just a little short and pulled away by Jennings. That's the first boundary up towards the deep mid-wicket boundary below the scoreboard. Jennings moves to 6, and Lancashire 11 for 1.
Yeah, the first real miss-length delivery from Surrey, and straight away it gives Keaton Jennings the opportunity to pounce on that short delivery and get the first boundary for Lancashire.
Taylor to Jennings, that's left, and through to Blake, and there's no run. Both batters coming down for a slightly closer inspection. Have been, in the main, I think, pretty good pitches here to bat on as the game has gone on, whether that's been in one-day cricket, which has been the bulk of the games that Lancashire have played here. They did play a 4-day match here in 2019, which produced 4 full days of cricket. Jennings on the move here, just a slight advance towards Taylor and defends, pushing it defensively away for no run.
You see a lot of teams now in white ball cricket chase, don't you? They're just quite happily chasing, in terms of you can, you know, choose your own tempo of how you're going to go about it. And maybe, you know, a new ground for Surrey as well. Let's just have a look at the wicket before we have a bat. If there's going to be any signs of any movement, maybe it's early in the morning.
Taylor to Jennings again, cautiously onto the front foot, just steered it away through to backward point. And there's no run. So a little bit of the degree of the unknown then perhaps for Rory Burns, that quite sure what potentially could be a decent score. Let's bat second.
Yeah, let's allow Lancashire to sort of set a total, offer them the challenge of finding out what a good total is, 'cause often on these out grounds as well, they're a little bit smaller square as well, so sometimes it can be hard to defend once a team gets going.
Taylor to Jennings, again just easing it away into the offside. Sibley Fields an extra cover for Surrey, and there's no run. Good comeback from Taylor, who was just a little short in that first delivery, but good response from his following 4 balls he sent down.
That follow length certainly seems tricky to score, doesn't it? Not really seeing any Lancashire batter. Of course, it's only 5 overs after this delivery, but no one really lunging on that front foot just yet and trying to drive.
Final ball of the over, and left by Jennings, through into the gloves of the keeper Blake. It's the end of the over, so 5 overs gone. And Lancashire are 11 for 1. Jennings on 5. Barnum's yet to get off the mark. Coverage across Lancs TV of the Metrobank One Day Cup. And this game also available for you via Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds as well. In fact, I think there's quite a few. In fact, there's loads of cricket today. We mentioned the 100 competition. There's so much cricket being played.
Competition starting today.
Lots to enjoy, but the Metrobank One Day Cup in full flow across Groups A and B.
Van Vuren into Bohannon, who finds the outside edge. Scurries away to backward point, it's cut off. 11 for 1.
You think about that decision to allow George Balderson to captain the side, because Josh Bohannon's the club's vice-captain. Anderson is the captain, but Anderson's not going to feature in the One Day Cup. but instead of kind of pushing Josh up to skipper the team, they've gone for George Balderson. Does it just allow Bannon potentially to just kind of clear his mind and concentrate on batting a little bit, you think?
I think it's that way, isn't it, in terms of why they've made that decision. Vuren in and Bannon drives nicely but finds Dominic Sibley at extra cover, because we've seen it last year, didn't we, in the county championship? Was it when Keaton stepped down? And I don't think Bannon took it on, did he? Was it Harris and Anderson did a couple as well? And the last season and a half, Bahannon's not had quite the stats that we're so used to seeing from Josh Bannon. He's had a few struggles this year in terms of his run making, so maybe it's just a case of taking some responsibility off him and just allowing him to focus on his batting. Of course, he had a break because I don't think he played any last games. Vuren in, Bannon defending on the back foot. So, but sometimes, often, leadership roles bring the best out in players as well. So I'm sure it would have been a conversation of saying, and I'm sure Josh Bohannon would have been involved in them conversations as well as part of that leadership group, being the vice captain. You know, I'm sure he might have been sort of spoken to about whether he would like to have taken the captaincy. But I think with George Balderson being given it and so much experience around him, I think it's a brilliant opportunity for Balderson, someone who could potentially go on to captain Lancashire in other formats in the future. That one's short of a length. It's signalled wide. Josh Blake actually does well to stop it.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
I think that if it did go over his head, it would have been bounced once for 4. It carried through that nicely. And Vuren just having a chuckle to himself and Rory Burns as he walks back to his mark.
That did lift, didn't it? Blimey, that sprung.
I don't think Keaton Jennings would have had to duck under that one either.
No.
Mind Josh Bohannon.
Good stop from the keeper, that.
Bohannon, none off 11 deliveries. And Vuren in, and that one's driven loosely. He looks to go over the top of the offside. That's the first real shot of aggression from any Lancashire batter so far.
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting decision, and as you say, it clearly gives George Balderson a fantastic kind of opportunity to lead the team. He's got lots of experienced players around him, and it can be a bit of a double-edged thing. It allows Bannon just to kind of concentrate on his batting a little bit.
I think it's a brilliant decision for George Balderson.
Yeah.
He's such a Lancashire favourite with the supporters. In comes the South African, and he strikes Josh Bohannon in the area you don't want to be striked in. That one's no run again. It's a brilliant over.
It is.
Just the one run conceded through the extra. I think he's bowled maybe 3, even 4 wides out of these 6 runs that he's gone for in 2.5 overs. He's kept it really tight as the South African. 12 for 1 Lancashire. Bohannon, none off 13 deliveries. Just going at 2 and over Lancashire. That one's driven nicely back towards the bowler who does the fielding. And that's the end of the 6 over. 12 for 1 Lancashire. So a slow start and a very cautious start so far for Lancashire.
It's a good over, that, wasn't it, Van Vuren? He really has made life pretty tricky there for Josh Bannon, who's faced 14 balls now, has yet to get off the mark, and looks like he's itching to get himself.
Head over to lancastv.co.uk right now to get full coverage of every live stream, highlights and more.
That's our first bowling change. Benji Flores is replacing James Taylor from the Evans end of the ground, which is the ends here, named after the school buildings here, the Evans and Pole ends of the ground. Here's Flores into Jennings. It's a wide ball and left by Lancashire opening batter, taken by Blake. Yes, it's certainly a great chance for George Balderson. As you say, he's a very, very popular player, isn't he, for amongst Lancashire supporters. Homegrown player, and he's become such an integral part of Lancashire's 4-day campaign for quite a few seasons now, and chance to lead the one-day cup side for the next few weeks as well. Flores for Surrey balls to Jennings, who's having to defend this ball just much straighter, just tails back in towards his front pad, and he pushes calmly up towards mid-on for no run.
It's a perfect year and setup to give it in with the squad, isn't it? Because I think Jennings last year had a 100 contract. I think the year before he got called up as an injury replacement, so Lancashire haven't seen too much of him in previous years in this competition, so he'll lean on Keaton Jennings, he'll lean on Bohannon and Harris as well. So
the back foot from Jennings, trying to cut the ball, just chops it down into the offside for no run.
He's got plenty of experience around him when things do get tough, which he certainly will at some stage, but it's all a learning curve for George Balderson, and I'm sure, like everything else throughout his Lancashire career, he'll just take it on his shoulders and run with it.
In the last couple of seasons, Lancashire's captain in this format has had call-ups kind of halfway through the competition to join the 100 teams. Yeah, that's through to the keeper Blake, and there's no run. It's happened to Keaton Jennings in the last season or two. Happened to Dane Villas when he skippered Lancashire's one-day cup side, that he was drafted up to the 100. So it's not going to happen for Balderson. You know, he'll be able to kind of concentrate on making sure he's here through the course of this campaign. Well, any kind of distractions. 12 for 1. Flores for Surrey balls again, and just a little bit of shape back into Jennings. Defends into the offside, there's no run. I actually think they may have stopped that now. I say that with not any degree of certainty. But that kind of pilfering of one-day sides for injury replacements in the 100, I'm not sure if they can do that now, but I could be wrong.
So if they're just due to play, if they get an injury, they're due to play with the squad that they've been left with?
Were, but maybe I've just dreamt that up in an ideal world. Flores balls again, left alone by Jennings. And through it goes to the keeper. 7 gone, 12 for 1. Jennings 6 behind on noughts. I know I was reading an article this week about it going the other way, so those that are not involved in 100
can get dropped back into
dip back in, yeah.
So that is allowed.
That is allowed, yeah.
Which makes sense, and I think that's good for the Metro Bank competition as well.
It's an awkward one, that, isn't it? Because again, if you kind of
dropping a youngster who's
exactly,
that's where it becomes a little bit tricky.
Remember the season that Lancashire got to the final of this competition was 2022, I think.
Vernon in. Josh Bohannon again loosely driving in no real position to drive through the offside. The back leg comes through with him. There's no solid base. He looks a bit of a frustrated character. Keaton Jennings does a little bit of fake gardening just to head halfway, give him a little bit of a word. None off 15 here. Josh Bohannon, the experienced number 3.
Yeah, the season Lancashire got to the final. The debate leading up to the final was, well, do you bring your players back that were involved in the 100 to play in the final, or do you stick with the lads that got you there?
And Vernon beating the outside edge of Josh Bohannon again. That one a little bit wider. Playing more freedom to play that drive, but again, Josh Bohannon playing and missing. Certainly eager to feel bat on ball, as he always does. Josh Bohannon is a free-throwing player. Likes to keep the scoreboard rotating. But he just needs to dig in and battle in here. Lancashire don't want to lose a second wicket in the power play with only 12 on the board after 7 overs. And Vernon, fuller of a length. Bohannon tries to turn that away into the other side. He finds a leading edge. He's just a little bit building here for the South African fast bowler. Surrey have just perked up a little bit in the field, and they can certainly sense a little bit something's going to give. That year, what you was on about, Scott, Lancashire decided to stick.
I think
Am
they
I
stuck.
right in thinking?
Yeah, they stuck with
to stick with the squad. In. Bohannon defends into the onside. He gets through for a single. It's a direct hit, but Keaton Jennings very quick. I think he was certainly backing up with how Bohannon was playing the previous deliveries. He knew Bohannon wanted to get off the mark. Jennings was well set for a quick single, and he got there comfortably in the end.
Yes, he was grateful there, wasn't he, for Keaton Jennings? he was switched on at the non-striker's end. Any chance of a single to try and get going, he was taking it, wasn't he? And the throw was always coming into the striking end, so good work from Jennings at the non-striker's end to help his mate out there.
Brings Jennings on strike, left-hander to left-hander, so we see another catcher going in, slipping a sort of four-fish slip. And Voren in. Jennings plays that one nicely off his pads. Van Voren keeping that same angle to the right-hander, hadn't quite adjusted, and Jennings gets a freebie on his pads, tucks that away for his second boundary, and Lancashire's second boundary as well. 17 for 1 now, Lancashire.
Well, there's not been many kind of easy pickings for the Lancashire batters so far in this game, but that was for Keaton Jennings. Nicely clipped away for 4 as well.
In wider of off stump this time. Jennings allows that one through to Blake with the gloves. And that's the end of the 8th over. 17 for 1. Lancashire. Jennings on 10. Bohannon on 1. It's been tough going for the Lancashire top order so far.
It has, hasn't it? But I don't think they'll be too concerned by that. So in this format, you can just absorb that bit of pressure, can't you? You kind of want wickets in hand, don't you, towards that back kind of dozen overs, back end of the innings.
Especially with the experience that Lancashire have got, and you would say the lack of experience that Surrey have got throughout their squad. Van Voren will be their leading man.
Flores bowling to Bohannon for the first time. The ball just still nipping away from Bohannon. Taken by James Blake. There's no run. 17 for 1. Start of the 9th over. Still got the slip catcher in place. Josh Blake with the gloves on and a slip to his right. Couple overs left of this first power play. Just pushing Bohannon back. It's a good bounce and nip back in towards the Lancashire right-hander. Again, both batters come for a little wander down the pitch. Tough going for Bohannon. Trying to scrap this out at the minute. Flores for Surrey, turns and sets off again. Right arm over the wicket. Cries of catch, it's clipped away, up in the air, but then bouncing out towards deep backward square leg. Down out towards the outdoor nets behind us here for 4. And Josh Bohannon gets a fist pump and a tap on the helmet. from Keaton Jennings. 4 for Bohannon. 21 for 1.
Yeah, onto the pads of Lancashire's number 3. Takes advantage. Doesn't get all of it, but he beats the fine leg fielder. He picks up his first boundary. That'll just relieve a bit of pressure that was building.
21 for 1. And that's back-to-back boundaries, and the most emphatic one so far. Carved away through the offside, sat up nicely, didn't it, for him? Outside the off stump, and Bohannon made sure that he made the most of it. 4 through point.
Sometimes crazy what one boundary can do to a ball, isn't it? In such a lovely line and length. Just straight onto the pads of Bohannon, and then all of a sudden, a loose half tracker wide of the stumps. Bohannon timed it nicely through the point region, gets his second boundary.
Forest balls again. And a hat-trick of fours for Bohannon. Just a little straight this time, and Bohannon works it off his pads. Up and over mid-wicket for 4. And of the grimace and the grit that he's had to try and show, he's been replaced by a smile. He's trying to embrace the battles that he's had to endure here to try and get himself going. But he's on to 13 now, 29 for 1. With 1 ball remaining of the 9th over. Floros for Surrey. In to complete the over. And signs off with a lovely ball that spins Bohannon round and nips past the edge of the bat. Come back at the final ball of the 9th from Floros. And 9 overs gone of this Lancashire innings. 29 for 1. Bohannon's on 13. And Jennings is on 10.
Beautiful delivery from Floros to end the over. There's 3 boundaries in that over for Josh Bohannon. 3 consecutive boundaries as well. 29 for 1. Lancashire has been a nice over just to relieve a little bit of pressure from Lancashire's number 3. Just looked a little bit twitchy before that. He wanted to feel bat on ball, score a couple of boundaries. Lancashire was just finding themselves in a hole a little bit, but that over just released all the pressure. I think we're going to see a bowling change. I think Taylor's going to swap ends. He's going to come on from the Powell end.
Buren's 4 over spell coming to an end. Probably unlikely to see much spin until the end of this over, till we get out of the power play, and then fielding restrictions are relaxed a little bit for that next section. There are quite a few spinning options that Surrey have got in their side as well, including Yusuf Majib, who bowled beautifully against Lancashire in the T20 Blast fixture a month or 2 back.
Got a little bit of a delay here at Sedbergh School. I think Keaton Jennings just spotted something behind the side screen. I think it was the last over when he did actually spot it. I think they're just trying to figure out what it is and get it moved. I don't know if it's a reflection off maybe a car that's parked up.
Well, behind the end to our left, so the Evans end, which is towards the centre, the village centre, there is actually a public path that runs behind the side screen. And in the championship match here in 2019, Glen Chappell in the end had to go went to go and sit on that path to stop people walking behind the side screen when the game was being played. So people wandering up and down with their dogs, because it's just a public right of way behind the side screen on that path which leads into the village, into the centre of Sedbergh. So yeah, I distinctly remember Glen Chappell stomping over there with a face like thunder to go to go and sit on the little hill to stop.
He's not walking past a big fast bowler.
No, you're definitely not. Chappie says you're not coming. You're not coming. Yeah, clearly quite a lengthy stop here, isn't it? I think you could be right, Callum. I think it could maybe something that's just maybe reflecting off one of the cars. Or there's quite a few vans that are behind that end as well, which are here for the kind of different food venues, vendors and stuff. So some things slowing things down. I don't think there's anything wrong with the pitch, is it? I don't know whether for the ground staff it's something beyond the side screen.
I think they're going to try and get something covered up.
A giant cloth or something required. Someone dig out a bed sheet, drape it over a car window, or whatever it might be.
I think I was listening, I think it might have been TMS the other day. I don't know who was playing, I feel like it might have been Surrey. And they said, it might have been Jade Dernbach, he brought a load of towels out, because I think it was reflecting off the glass changing rooms.
Okay, right.
And I think soon after the batter got out, so I think they didn't have to leave them out there for too long. But
always the case, isn't it?
Yeah.
Get it all covered up and then.
It is sometimes. I'm a bit like that, a superstitious batter. Do you want to ask for it to be changed? Because then next ball you could just look Make sure he's solidly defended.
Yeah.
Nothing loose.
Like a right wally otherwise.
Same with changing the gloves. Make sure the next ball you just get solidly behind it. Don't get out.
I'm not so sure if... Well, obviously Keaton, the two batters and the umpires know what the issue is, but hopefully that's been relayed to some staff member that can go around and cover it up. Problem is the sun's gone in now. It's gone behind the clouds, so maybe the offending reflective window is not...
Can't
not
decide
showing
which
itself
one it
up.
is now.
Exactly, yeah. Cover them all up. Just in case. Ah, right. We've got umpire
Cross is
Gareth
on the
Cross. He
case.
is, isn't he? He's having a wander. See what's going on.
Still scoring a lot of runs, taking wickets locally. Cross it. Plays at Clifton in the GMCL Premier League.
He's a good little cricketer, wasn't he, for Lancashire? He was in that period where there was lots of wicket-keeping options at Lancashire. I think he was kind of in and amongst 3 or 4 that are either just a little bit ahead of him, senior players, or just younger ones pushing through, and he was one of a number in that era. He's got lots of hands on hips here. Lots of cricketers staring up beyond the sight screen. So that behind that end is one of the main school buildings. There's quite a big gap from where the sight screen is. There's a big area of grass behind that, which is one part of the rugby pitches that they use here. And then beyond that, there's a little car park, and then beyond that is the school building, or one of the school buildings. So maybe something reflecting off that one of the windows there, perhaps. Are we happy? Something's happened. I think we're okay. It was like a hydration break, that.
I was
wasn't it?
literally
Yeah.
going to say, if it was America, we could have had a sponsor.
Yeah,
and everything
put
on
the
there.
adverts in it. Yeah, get it sponsored.
The old hydration breaks. Thankfully, we don't have to see them anymore.
No,
All done with.
Finally, yeah. And the old half-time show as well. What's it all about?
Don't get me started on that. I agree with whatever Wayne Rooney said.
Yeah, that was to the
I won't
point, wasn't
repeat
it?
it.
Yeah.
Yep, Taylor's going to start his second spell. This time from the Powell end into Keaton Jennings, who defends into the offside. Just the one catcher. Slip position. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a third man and a fine leg. Started well, Taylor, from the Evans end, bowling a lovely line of length. And he's straight in on that this time, just straight in on the line, onto the pads of Keaton Jennings, who finds a leg bite into square leg. Coffee run for the Surrey management team.
It's a huge queue at the coffee van this morning. Lay-by lattes, it's called.
Oh yeah, I went to the other one. I felt bad when I was then walking past Lay-by Lattes, which is next to our tent. I tried to hide it a little bit.
Into the rival coffee brigade. You rebel.
Went to the first one. For Hannon, just a one slip catcher, and he allows that one through, which again, Taylor finds some nice carry through to Blake. He found that as well at the Evans end. He's quite a tall, fast bowler, and he releases it from quite a height as well. He's got a lovely tempo to his action. He's into Lancashire's number 3. That one's fuller of a length. He drives nicely, but doesn't quite beat the fielder. Tommy Heelan. in at cover.
He's done well to pick him out there, hasn't he? The other two either side. Will be running away for 4 for Josh Barnum.
He probably felt like he missed out there. Probably first real over pitch delivery from Taylor. Surrey fast bowler in. And this time lovely on that length, shaping away from Bahanan, who has a real swish into the offside. He doesn't get anything on it. And it carries through nicely again to the Surrey wicketkeeper.
Looks like potential a little bit more carry and bounce from this end than what we've seen from the other end so far. Van Buren and now Taylor found a nice bit of carry from this end. It's a lovely ball that, wasn't it? Tempting Bannon to play.
Yeah, it's a beautiful delivery, just not quite fortunate enough to find the outside edge for Taylor, who this time finds the outer half of Bahanan's bat, played into the offside. It's no run, 30 for 1 after 10 overs. Lancashire, that 1 wicket being Matty Hurst, who will feel himself unlucky. Tried to play it into the onside. It's hit his back leg and dragged back onto the stumps.
Yeah, that's the 10 over initial power play. 30 for 1. They'd be reasonably happy with the fact that it's just 1 wicket down, and perhaps not too overly concerned with run rate at this stage. 30 for 1 after 10. Lancashire. Floros to continue from the Evans end of the ground here at Semper School. Over number 3 for him in this opening spell. He's got Jennings on 10. Slips disappeared now with the power play. There's a fine leg and there's a third man on the boundary behind the keeper. Jennings clips it away to mid-wicket. And Adam Thomas fields for Surrey, and there's no run.
Good from Rory Burns. Seen Ryan Patel was just going to head out to the deep cover boundary. As standing out the power play, you all just get your boundary fielders out, but he's kept him in with Lancashire. They say only going at 3 runs and over. He knows this is quite a big partnership. Just trying to keep the pressure on Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon.
Come around the wicket to Jennings. Gets him driving away to the offside. Sibley fields at short cover. And there's no run, 30 for 1. There's a guy just walked past our commentary tent carrying 2 enormous black sheets.
Yeah.
He might have the job of
covering up someone's car.
Exactly.
Someone's going to be looking for hairs later.
Through to the keeper from Jennings. Attempted cut shot. For 1 halfway through the 11th. This year's competition again is split between 2 groups, groups A and B, so there's 8 group matches, 4 at home, 4 away from home. Turned into the onside by Jennings, and there's no run. So for Surrey and for Lancashire, they're in a group alongside Kent, Gloucestershire, Leicestershire, Northamptonshire, Nottinghamshire, Somerset and Warwickshire. Two balls left of the over. Jennings again half a step forward and pushes away into the offside. And there's no run. The top 3 teams in each of the 2 groups progressing through to the knockout stages. The top team in the group each qualifies directly for a home semi-final, and then the 2nd and 3rd teams play off in a kind of a quarter-final playoff type match with the right to face the winner of each group in that semi-final. Comes off the pad, I think, of Jennings and loops down and into the keeper to complete the 11th over. Maiden for Floros. Jennings on 10, Bohannon on 13. Lancashire 30 for 1. So the semi-finals on the 16th of August on a Sunday. For those that qualified directly for that, there's that playoff game on the 14th of August, which is a Friday. And then the final will take place on the 20th of September at Trent Bridge.
I think it was a white van, Scott, that was the issue. But then I feel like we might have another issue if Keaton gets on strike, because they've covered another car up with a white sheet, which I don't think is the best idea. Taylor to continue. Jennings drives. Sorry, Bohannon. That's an outside edge all along the floor, and he finds another boundary. Not in full control for Bohannon, but full of a length delivery from Taylor, giving him the opportunity to drive. Takes a score 34 for 1. Bohannon on to 17 now off 29. Burns and Taylor just having a chat about any potential changes into the field. Now the power play, the first power play is over. A mid-wicket is going to go out to deep square. Slip catcher stayed in, so Surrey still being positive. And why not with this carry that Taylor's been getting? He strays onto the hip of Bohannon, who runs really well. And he gets on for a couple of runs. It's not gone too far to the left. I think it's Majid down there. He runs incredibly well, Bohannon, to get back for a couple. Slip catcher now coming out into the mid-wicket area. With a third man, a deep cover, fine leg, and a deep square. That one's defended into the offside for no run. Bohannon just moving a little bit more freely now. Picked up a couple of boundaries, got himself settled, 19 off 31. Taylor, full of a length, onto the pads of Bohannon, who turns it nicely into mid-wicket, but he finds the fielder who's just come out of slip.
Yeah, he turned that very nicely, didn't he, Josh Bohannon? Sweetly hit, but straight to Adam Thomas. With a short, straight mid-wicket. A couple of times he's picked out the fielders from sweetly timed shots, but gone straight to a Surrey man.
And that one's out. Beaten. Josh Bohannon on the outside edge.
It's another example, that, isn't it? Again, we've seen quite a bit from this end. I think perhaps more from the other. But getting into that right length on this pitch, it's tricky for the batters to try and cope with. It was nice nip through to the keeper, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's just that bit of extra bounce as well, isn't there? I think that's why we're so used to seeing Keaton Jennings advance down the track to seamers. We haven't seen it yet this innings. Taylor to end the over. That one's left through to the wicketkeeper from Bohannon. 6 runs coming off the over, 36 for 1. Lancashire just going at 3 and over. The early wicket of Matty Hurst in the second over. Gone for 2. There's been a good display of seam bowling so far from Taylor, Van Vuren and Flores.
Yeah, just the 3 bowlers used so far. Yet to see any spin, but it will be coming for Surrey in the not too distant future. You would suspect Jennings on strike. Here he comes on that advance, as you mentioned before, Callum. He's pushing it away into the offside and manages to get through for one. It wasn't quite cleanly stopped. He can force his way through for a single, Keaton Jennings. He moves on to 11. Lancashire 37 for one.
Yeah, I'm surprised it took so long, but I imagine that because of the reading of the pitch and that extra bounce just off that length, back of a length, so Jennings probably felt like he didn't really need to put the extra pace on, but just trying to play with the Surrey seamer's length there.
Clipped down to fine leg by Bohannon. Taylor Fields. Single for Josh Bohannon. He moves to 20 now. 38 for one. In the 13th over. Ben Stokes is bowling for Durham against Derbyshire in the One Day Cup. Derbyshire 64 for one, batting first. Bit of a headline act for the Metrobank One Day Cup to have Stokes playing this year. Driven firmly away by Jennings, but straight to Rory Burns.
Head over to lankstv.co.uk right now to get full coverage of every live stream, highlights and more.
Surrey are involved with Northamptonshire Steelbacks against Warwickshire. Warwickshire 90 for 2. And the Notts Outlaws against Somerset. Somerset batting first, 57 for 1. Turned into the onside by Jennings out to square leg for a single. 39 for 1 here, so that's 15 overs into that game between Notts and Somerset. The match is taking place at Nettleworth at the John Fretwell Sporting Complex. With Lancashire played there actually a couple of years ago in that in this competition. Lots of the main grounds not in use for this format. Bohannon defends. To the offside for no runs. Surrey will be at Guildford quite a bit as well in this competition. Lancashire here at Sedbergh, and then I've got a couple of games at their new site at Farrington. 2 games next week. Lancashire's new second home. Just outside Preston.
An opening?
Yeah.
Did you go for the opening day?
I did, yeah, and I was there a couple of weeks ago as well. So I went in March time, and then, about 2 weeks ago. Just dropped into the onside by Bohannon, just bounced perhaps a little more than he was expecting. Takes his bottom hand off the bat, sneaks through for a single, keeps the strike as well. End of the over, 13 gone. And Lancashire 40 for 1, Jennings 12, and Bohannon on 21.
Did it look at quality building and
It does, yeah.
structure, yeah.
It'd be a fantastic setup for the community, which is probably what it's going to be used more for, really. I mean, the two, well, obviously next week when we're there, we'll be able to hear all about it in more detail, but you kind of got the professional setup on one side and then the community setup on the other. So I could be able to play all different games there, men's, women's, age group cricket, second team cricket. They can train there when Old Trafford's not available. And then on the other side, you've got the community set up as well, with the pitches for the community to use, and all different kind of games and age groups able to use that. So, and then the pavilion, which is kind of a triangle shape, split in half, one half for the professional setup, one for the community, and it looks like a fantastic project. And
change of bowling. Patel for the first time today from the Powell end. He's onto the pads of Bohannon, keeper up. He took that away into the leg side for a single, so less pace on the ball here now for the Lancashire duo. Keeper stood up. Patel will look to go stump to stump, maybe a few variations. He's got a fine leg, a deep square, a third man, and a deep cover. really over pitch at this pace with mid on and mid off up in the ring. It's the back of a length, Jennings waiting, trying to run it off the face of the bat down to third man. He doesn't get too much of it, goes to backward point. He's round the wicket to left-handed Jennings, who steps across and this time runs it off the face of the bat down to third man, gets a single, takes a score on to 42 for 1.
Quite a decent chunk of List A cricket, comparatively speaking, to his teammates, and with the exception of Burns and Sibley as Patel. 38 List A games in his career.
Full of a length to Bohannon, who drives to Rory Burns.
Picked up 10 wickets from those 38 games. Not the frontline bowlers, of course. He's predominantly, for his batting, he's averaging 45 with the bat in List A cricket.
Patel into Bohannon, who tucks it away wide enough of the mid-on fielder, so he finds himself a single. Yeah, he's often someone who comes in, isn't he, to that county championship team when Surrey sort of have the internationals dropping in and out, and their squad often rotating and changing. He's clearly been very consistent with the bat, averaging 45. So he'll look to have a say later on. Round the wicket to Jennings, who's on the front foot and drives nicely to, I think it's Taylor at mid-on, cuts and he runs off. 43 for 1, off 14. Bohannon on 23, Jennings 13.
Yeah, played a big role, didn't he, in their championship winning side a few years ago for Surrey. I think he's probably won the title 2 or 3 times now for Surrey in that sequence. But there's one season where I think he played every game, and batted in their kind of top 3 or 4, and was a big part of that title winning side. And he said just chipping in every now and again with a few little tidy overs. And Flores into Bohannon, but that's down the leg side. That'll be called away by Simon Widdop. The score moves on to 44 for 1. Bohannon remains on 23 and Jennings on 13. There's games taking place in the other group as well. I mentioned Derbyshire Falcons against Durham. So this is the Ben Stokes match, which I'm sure is catching quite a few headlines. Derbyshire 68 for 1 in the 17th over. Flores bowling to Bohannon. Let's play back towards the Surrey bowler. One bounce and he fields, no run.
Of course, am I right in thinking he took himself out the 100 draft and committed to Test match cricket, didn't he? Which obviously now he's decided to retire, so I'm guessing that's why we are seeing him in the Metro Bank. I think that was the way it went, wasn't it? Took himself out the draft. I think it was after the Ashes campaign and stuck all his eggs in the Test match basket.
Danced away by Bohannon. At least that's what there was the attempt. Stopped by the keeper, low down to his left hand side. He's not had much luck, has he, Stokes, in the 100? He's picked up a couple of injuries in that competition the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah, I think he actually got injured at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah.
He hobbled off, which I think was quite a nasty injury for him.
He's got the Metrobank fever this year anyway.
Yeah, he's got the fever.
44 for 1. Bohannon drives as a fielder out on the extra cover boundary. Just a single for Josh Bohannon. 24 to him now. 45 for 1.
There, another one with a pretty strong squad. Seeing it yesterday, Durham. You've got your Alex Lees, your Robinson, Ben Stokes mixed in with some exciting youngsters. So interesting to see how they go in this competition.
Jennings on the walk towards Flores and trying to work it away down the leg side, but stopped again by the keeper. Yeah, Graham Clark, Alex Lees, Will Rhodes, Ben Stokes, Colin Ackerman, Ollie Robinson, Casey Aldridge. And that Durham team, the Derbyshire side again, there's plenty of players there that are regulars in their championship side. Their captain Harry Kane, Martin Anderson, Wayne Madsen, Brooke Guest, Ross Whiteley, Ben Aitchison, Shuab Bashir's in that side as well. So cut by Jennings out towards the point boundary for a single. 46 for one. It is a competition of the extremes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some teams not that affected, others kind of pulled apart.
Yeah. I imagine Surrey the biggest picked apart. 17 players. That's a hell of a lot of players to have missing. And then I think they've also got your injuries to people like Ben Folks. They had Albert was with England under-19s this week, scored a ton.
Defended by Jennings to Bohannon to complete the over. 46 for one. 15 overs gone. Yeah, there's the list of the Surrey players missing. Gus Atkinson, Jordan Clark, Sam Curran, Tom Curran, Laurie Evans, Matthew Fisher, Will Jacks, Chris Jordan, Tom Laws, Dan Lawrence, Jamie Overton, Ollie Pope, Jason Roy, Jamie Smith, Ollie Sykes, Reece Topley and Dan Worrell. It's like an international level, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of players to have to, change around and reintegrate together. There's some academy prospects in this squad for Surrey, which, again, for the flip side of Surrey fans, is really exciting to see the youngsters coming through. Patel wider. Jennings tries to cut that one through the offside, doesn't get all of it, but finds himself a single.
Yeah, Ben Folks hasn't played any game, has not played a game this season since April because of a rather unfortunate injury.
Yeah, probably shouldn't mention it in case there's any Surrey fans listening. I imagine it still frustrates them. Patel into Bohannon, who dabs that one down to third man. Singles just coming a little bit easier for Lancashire now they're out of that first power play. I just want to try and find the odd boundary in between them singles. Now they're rotating the strike, left hand, right hand combination, so that'll help in Lancashire's favour. Yorker length delivery from Patel. Jennings into the onside. 3 singles from these first 3 deliveries of Patel's second over. Very much a medium pace bowler. Keeper stood up. A few variations. Full of a length, and Bohannon drives nicely through the offside. Gets another single, and that's 50 up for Lancashire in the 16th over. Only at 3.19 and over, so not as quick as Lancashire and the fans probably expected. As this one's beaten Jennings on the outside edge. Jennings lunging forward, just trying to play it into the offside for a single.
Yeah, that's kind of what Patel's trying to do here, isn't it? That last delivery, keeper stood up, just see if we can get a little bit of movement. Doesn't need to be that much, does it? From the right length, with Jennings kind of having been pinned on the crease because the keeper stood up. It just nips away past the edge of the bat. Good stuff from Patel.
This one down the leg side. It's a brilliant take from Blake with a glove, some extra bounce.
Probably a similar role to what Balderson will do for Lancashire a little bit later on in the day. It's kind of just consistency with good, accurate line and length. Keeper stood up. Not a great deal of room for the batter to try to manoeuvre the ball around. Quite tricky to get away.
Patel in. Jennings driving through the offside, doesn't get all of it, just showing a little bit of frustration. 16 of 45 deliveries the Lancashire opener. 51 for 1 after 16. Yeah, Patel's just going to offer that control along with the spinners when we've not seen any spin just yet, but when they are introduced, them kind of seamers do bowl to more or less a spinner's field. Later on in the day, you'll find maybe a third man and a fine leg come up, maybe like a mid on a mid off go back. So it'll be the experience for Surrey in their middle overs, them tough overs, as you say, as a seamer in white ball cricket.
Tian Van Vuren will return. He bowled 4 overs, 1 for 11 from the Powell end. He's back in from the other end, the Evans end. Barnum's on strike. Just steers it out towards backward point. And there's no run. 26, Josh Barnum. Gritty start to his innings, but certainly signs that just starting to play with a little bit more kind of freedom now. Himself into this innings on 26. Van Vuren, left arm over to Barnum, drops it out to the offside, and there's no addition to the Lancashire score.
And that'll be some of the reasoning why Rory Burns brought Van Vuren back into the attack. Bohannon just starting to tick over a little bit more. Jennings just starting to show some signs of frustration. So if they can pick up a wicket here now, and again just set Lancashire back, it'll be brilliant for Surrey.
Blonde-haired Van Vuren is into Bohannon, just a half a step back into his crease and off his hip. Flicks it away towards the square leg boundary, just for a single, just bouncing out beyond the edge of the square, in fact. Bohannon moves on to 27, mopping his brow at the non-striker's end now on this warm day. Even in the Cumbrian Fells, up in the northwest of England, still a nice warm muggy day. Here's Van Vuren to Jennings. Deflected away into the offside for no run. A little bit of cloud cover above, so it just takes off the edge, but a very summer feel to it. Nice festival kind of cricket feel to the ground, and that will be replicated, I reckon, probably around the country for the bulk of this competition, with different venues being used. Fuller ball, which is driven by Jennings to mid-on, and there's no run, at least for those venues obviously hosting the 100 competitions, but I can imagine the venues at kind of Canterbury and at Hove and Taunton, they'll be brilliant for the One Day Cup. Right in the middle of summer, popular with the members.
Location as well.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, some good crowds.
I'm a big fan of outground cricket. I'll say it every summer when I get the opportunity to commentate on outground. I feel like it's just a lot more intimate.
Final ball of the over. Jennings on the walk, and then just clips it away off his pad out towards the backward square leg. Fielded by Tommy Elman, and there's a single for Jennings. And that is the end of the over. So 53 for 1. Jennings on 17. Josh Bohannon is on 27. After that earlier wicket, losing Matthew Hurst for 2. Used to have settled things down. And it's a 49-run partnership between Jennings and Bohannon so far for this second wicket.
Yeah, you just feel like something's got to shift here for Lancashire soon. I know, seeing Jennings and Bohannon then having a lengthy chat and looking over at the scoreboard. Jennings straight away playing an aggressive shot down the ground, but he finds the Surrey captain there's just going to be a little bit of a shift in gears here from Lancashire. 17 overs been, only 53 on the board, but they have got a bit of a platform now. This one's full of a length. Jennings just trying to guide that down to third man. Doesn't beat the backward point.
Is this for you, Callum, kind of the area now where you'd look to try and push on a little bit now, having kind of laid a bit of a platform, 50 partnership between these two, only one wicket down?
Yeah, I think they've got to take some risk and reward at some stage. You know, your mid on and mid-offs still up. Can you force one of them back? As Jennings punches straight over. Rory Jennings at mid-off. A couple of bounces, goes away for 4. And maybe that's, like you say, the discussion that Jennings and Bohannon was having in the middle after that over. Seen signs of him looking over to the scoreboard and having a lengthy chat. And from the intent from the first delivery of this over, maybe that's the plan. Just try and push them fielders back down the ground. Patel in. Back of a length, and Jennings tries to guide that. That's the single option for both these batters, trying to guide it down to the third man region. He doesn't get it quite fine enough. Just 4 off 4 deliveries though, so they've got that boundary. Can they try and add to that? Jennings driving nicely square of the wicket. Elam doing the fielding just for a single. So 5 off 5, which again for Patel and for Surrey, they'll be really happy. That's job done so far for Patel. Can he get out the over now without conceding another boundary and make it again another over for Surrey? Onto the hips of Bohannon, who thinks about 2. Tried to catch the Surrey boundary fielders on the toes, but gets a single. 6 off the over for Lancashire. 59 for 1. Jennings on 22 and Bohannon 28.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot for 4 in that over, wasn't it, from Keaton Jennings? Nice lofted drive up and over the bowler's head. Nice shot down the ground for 4. To the experienced players here, Jennings and Bohannon, who've played a lot of cricket and a lot of one-day cricket between them as well. So how to go about managing this now. 19th over about to start. Van Vuren to Bohannon. Just drops it into the offside. There's no run. Jennings with 92 List A games to his name, averaging 45 with the bat from those 92 games. Keaton Jennings, Josh Bohannon, gone past 50 List A games as well now, averaging 35 through those fixtures. He's going to pull it, he's top edged it, and it's gone down towards the boundary, it's gone for 4. And score advances on to 63 for 1. And Bohannon moves on to 32. Van Vuren for Surrey. Into Bohannon, just drops it into the offside, sends Jennings back. And there's no addition to the Lancashire score. Halfway through the 19th over. Van Vuren to Bohannon, again drops it away into the onside. Again, played that with his bottom hand coming off the bat, and maybe just heard a fraction there behind him. Ball just skidding onto him. Bowled very nicely, hasn't he, Van Vuren here? 2 spells, and come back after a 4-over spell with a new ball. Returning for a second spell. 4 left after this, so Rory Burns might want to hold him back a little later on potentially. There's a single here for Bahan, and he judged, well, the judgment of Jennings is what he was backing there. Just dropped it into the onside. He wasn't sure, Bahan. Jennings kind of made up his mind. And scamper through for a single. The score moves on to 64 for 1.
He's bowled really well, hasn't he, dear? The new overseas signing for Surrey. Exciting debut so far. And 1 for 18 with 1 ball left of his 6 over. Be interesting to see what Rory Burns does actually. Does he save him 4? Does he save him 3?
In comes Van Vuren, defended by Jennings, and is the end of the over. So that's the second over of this spell. Van Vuren brought back in to see if he can try and find a way to break this partnership. 64 for 1 through 19 overs.
The 50 partnership for Lancashire's second wicket came off 94 balls in 67 minutes. 21 to Keaton Jennings, 27 to Josh Bahanan, and 5 extras.
Again, that over going for 5 with a boundary in it, so Lancashire will just be chatting about, can they try and reduce them dot balls? They picked up a couple of boundaries, but still probably too many dot balls for these middle overs. And dot balls just build a little bit of pressure, but also as a batting unit you want to get as many singles as you can to try and bring them boundary balls back of length from Patel. That one's cut through the offside, but he finds the fielder. 5s, even 6s are what you chat about as a batting unit through these middle overs in white ball cricket. And Lancashire didn't have the best power play either, so Patel in. This one's cut down to third man for a single. Them singles will help Lancashire just put the bowlers off the line and lengths as well. With left hand, right hand, it's probably something they've not took advantage of enough in this innings so far. Patel round the wicket to Jennings. Fuller of a length who drives through the covers. Van Vuren cuts off the runs. It goes for a single. .66 for 1. Lancashire Bahanan 34 now, or 57. Patel, in he comes on the hips of Bahanan, who finds a single into the onside. 3 off his 4 deliveries. 2 balls remaining. Patel will be making sure he tries to get out the over without conceding a boundary. Jennings and Bahanan will be looking to put him under pressure here and try and get a boundary, try and take it to a 7 or 8 run over. Driven nicely down the ground, and that'll be the boundary for Keaton Jennings. It's a beautiful shot, potentially shot of the day from Lancashire's opener. And on drive back past the bowler, always a lovely sight.
Yeah, nice shot from Jennings. Just getting going here, isn't he, Keaton Jennings? The previous over he faced from Patel, that lovely lofted drive, and then that one she's punched through straight mid-on.
This one's guided off the face of the bat. Excellent fielding from Surrey's backward point. I think it was Grant there. Diving to his right, cuts off any single. 7 runs off the over for Lancashire with a boundary and 3 singles. So better over for Lancashire, getting them singles in with the boundary as well.
Yeah, it's a good start, wasn't it, as well, to deny further runs for Lancashire. If we had 20 overs, drinks are being brought out, and towel as well for the two batters. I suspect we'll probably have a natural drinks break at 25. It tends to be the case, isn't it? But, maybe a fresh pair of gloves as well for Josh Bohannon. Just pushed it up a little bit here, haven't they, Lancashire? They're going around about 3 and over. It's now just over 3.5 and over.
Yeah, they're just starting to search for them boundaries, aren't they? A little bit more, not loose, nothing reckless. Just been nice shots so far, but they're certainly just looking to put the pressure back on the Surrey bowlers a little bit more. They're finding singles, but can they just reduce them dot balls in between them singles and boundaries? Just allows the scoreboard to keep ticking over.
Yeah, I'm going to see some spin for the first time. Left arm spin, Yusuf Majid. There's played a few games for Surrey in the T20 Blast this season, including against Lancashire. He bowled superbly in the opening group fixture at the Oval against Lancashire back in May. Bohannon off the front foot in defence. Picked up 3 for 42 in that T20 match. Including dismissing Michael Jones, Paul Coghlan and Tom Hartley. He's in bowling to Bohannon, looks to sweep, he just deflects away. There'll be a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end of scamper through for a single though. Leg by actually, no bat on that. So Bohannon remains on 35, the score to 72 for 1. Played 5 of the group games for Surrey in the T20 Blast. Played in the opening section, but then only one T20 game when the Blast returned after those couple of rounds of championship games. Majid to Jennings for the first time. Jennings takes the single. Clips it out towards backward square leg. Moves on to 28, Lancashire. 73 for 1. Bohannon on 35. Majid into Bohannon, shuffling down the pitch and then just drops it into the onside. Burns comes round to field and throws in towards the keeper's end. Again, they've hustled through for 1. 74 for 1. He got his mid off, up, long on, back on the rope. There's a deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, deep backward point as well. Jennings just gently rocks back and turns it around the corner down towards deep backward square leg for 1. Moves on to 29, not out. 75 for 1 now. Brings Bohannon on strike. And he asks mid-on to drop back towards the boundary. It's a long off and long on. There's a deep mid-wicket. Deep point. And then balls to Bohannon. Gets a good stride into that and defends it out into the offside. And there's no run, so it's the end of the over. Through 21, 75 for 1. Jennings 29. Bohannon on 36.
It'd be a good challenge for the spinners. 2 really good players of spin, but 2 totally different players of spin as well. Obviously, left hand, right hand. Keaton Jennings is someone who looks to sweep and reverse sweep. Bohannon often plays deep from the crease. And Jennings has got that stride, so the length will change accordingly to the 2 batters. Much taller in height is Keaton Jennings as well, so that's certainly a little bit of a challenge for the spinners.
Change of bowling at the pole end, coming on number 5, Tommy Elam.
Tommy Elam for the first time today. You'll see some right arm off spin from the youngster. Mid on, mid off are going to stay up, or you think he's just pushing mid off? Back now. You got mid on, mid wicket, cover, extra cover. As Jennings plays deep from the crease, tucks that into the point region where the fielder is on the boundary, so he gets himself a single. To the right hander, he'll have a deep square, a deep mid wicket, a long on, and a cover point. Elam in, back of a length to Jennings, to Bohannon, who tucks that off his hip. He gets a single, just short of a length in these first two deliveries from Elam. Around the wicket to Keaton Jennings. Flatter, quicker. This one's cut nicely in front of that backward point fielder, but he does well to cut it down to just a single.
Yeah, son of Mark Elam and grandson of Alan, who played a lot for Kent. Over 300 first-class matches and 230 List A games for Kent, Alan Elam.
It's a lot of cricket, isn't it? Elam into Bohannon. Again, he finds an easy single off his hip into the leg side. So 4 singles from the first 4 deliveries. Can Lancashire find a boundary? And these last 2 deliveries, Elam will just be trying to get out the over without a boundary conceded. Jennings comes forward, allows the ball to run off the face of his bat. He finds another easy single. The right-hander comes on strike. The fielders disperse on the leg side. Elam flatter and quicker. Bohannon just a bit frustrated he couldn't beat that backward point fielder and find himself a boundary. It's the end of the 22nd over, 5 off it. 80 for 1. Lancashire. Jennings 32 off 62 and Bohannon 38 off 65.
Yeah, so from great cricketing stock, Tommy Elam. Dad had a fantastic career. I remember his dad playing for England. Test matches and one-day internationals. In the end, it's only the 8 test matches for Mark Elam. 64 one-day internationals. A fabulous career. His dad and his granddad. And he's looking to try and carve his own career in the game as well as his young Tommy.
It's a lovely write-up at the start from ESPN. And his stocky frame chugs to the wicket.
Doesn't say who's written that. As Majib is into Jennings. He's found the edge of the Jennings bat and they'll scarper through for a single. 81 for 1. Yes, he kind of reminded me of kind of an Ian Austin type, when real Lancashire fans' favourite, but Mark was that kind of similar build, wasn't he, that would come kind of hustling his way in. Comes Majib to Bohannon off the back foot and drives into the offside for no run. Did he finish on his first-class career? 11,500 first-class runs, Mark Elam. Across his 281 games. Smacked away into the offside by Bohannon. It's hit really quickly and really firmly. some pace taken off it. Would have been an awkward one to try and stop it, kind of short, straight extra cover. Able to scamper through for a couple. Bohannon moves on to 40 now. Elam also playing 417 List A games at 6,500 runs in that format as well. Majib into Bohannon. And Bohannon goes after this. It's in the air. It's running out towards the boundary. It's a fabulous catch from Sibley. That's a really good catch. He's got a lot of ground to make up. And he's done ever so well, Tom Sibley, to catch it with that. The ball dropping over his shoulder. And not only in position to take it, but also actually when he gets to it, to keep hold of it as he hit the ground. That's a very, very good running catch up towards the boundary. And Bohannon's gone. And Lancashire lose their second wicket. 83 for 2 now. Bohannon's gone for 40. And the first wicket for Yusuf Majib in this year's Metrobank One Day Cup. 83 for 2, 23 overs in.
Yeah, excellent catch from Dominic Sibley, and it was an excellent example of how to catch over the shoulder. Sometimes, well, they are the most difficult catch in cricket. Sometimes you can lose sight of the ball, but for any viewers on Lancs TV, you'll see that constantly had his eyes on the ball as he was running the opposite direction. And there's a brilliant catch in the end. You did feel like something had to give from Lancashire. Some kind of shifting gears with both spinners coming into play. Bohannon trying to look to go big straight down the ground. Didn't quite get all of it at one stage. It did look like he might have got away with it. But just as Bohannon was just looking to start motoring, sadly Lancashire lose him, and that's the second wicket. But brings Marcus Harris into the crease now.
I'd be disappointed, obviously, Bohannon to get out for 40, but it was a gutsy knot, that, wasn't it? It took a bit of time to get going, but then in the end, get himself in, unable just to get enough to clear Sibley. Brings Marcus Harris to the middle. His agreement with Lancashire was to obviously include the One Day Cup. He also played in the end a couple of blast games for Lancashire as well, which I don't think was on the cards before the season began. He was drafted in to play some T20 cricket with a few injury problems. And he's off the mark straight away in this game, clipping it out towards square leg for a single. 84 for 2.
Yeah, was that through the injury of Chris Green? Is that got brought about through the Chris Green injury? They've had rotten luck with injuries this year as Lancashire.
Final ball of the over. Majib to Jennings. Oh, and it just get underneath the short fine leg fielder. Jennings comes back for a couple. I think he was expecting that to be cut off, but quite get down to stop it. And 2 to end the over. 86 for 2, 23 overs gone. And on that subject, it's good to see Arif Shetty back in the side. His first appearance back following the injury in Bristol way back in April. Actually, it was up at Durham, wasn't the Shetty injury? And Lancashire picked up 3 injuries in the first 3 games, 2 against Gloucestershire and Sindale and Wells, and then Shetty got his nasty break in his thumb in the match at Durham in the following round.
Yeah, it was this competition that got him his contract, was it, with Lancashire last
yep.
season? Really exciting player, both with bat and ball. Elam into Harris, who cuts off the back foot. These two fielders tight together. Just a short third and a real backward point, trying to not get beat in that gap. With a deep cover point as well. An area that Harris scores well in. As again he looks to open the face, finds that backward point fielder. Surrey have done their own work on the Australian there. Elam in. This one's back cut, and it's beaten that backward point fielder. But it doesn't quite beat the deep cover point. You get a couple of runs. Timed nicely from Harris.
Shetty's bowling last season in particular, I think that caught the eye. He actually ended the one-day cup last season as Lancashire's leading wicket taker. 9 wickets in the 7 games he featured in last season.
Elam in full of a length, much better line and length there from the Surrey youngster.
He's got 170 runs, but probably the way he got them was what also kind of caught the eye of the Lancashire staff.
Elam again, nice line and length. Marcus Harris has found the gap in the offside. Again, he picks up a couple of runs, but just a little bit of extra bounce there for Tommy Elam. He'll be able to settle into 2 left-handers now, so should hope to bring a little bit more consistency with his line and length. He just pushes mid-off back to try and get him out the over. 4 runs conceded. It's a dot ball to end, so it's a good follow-up from Majid's wicket taking over previously. 90 for 2. Now Lancashire, Jennings 35 and Harris 5.
In the end, Shetty going on to make his T20 debut last season as well, on the back of a very good one-day cup campaign, which got him a contract with Lancashire. He then made his T20 debut actually at finals day in the semi-final against Somerset. Lancashire were missing players through international call-ups and the overseas having returned. Jennings takes a single here as Najib starts his 3rd over. 91 for 2. So that's again another example, isn't it, of the one-day cup and the opportunities it can present to players. And see Shetty with the bat potentially a little bit later, and certainly with the ball. He's a good example of it. There'll be plenty of those around the counties as well from the last season or 2, and I'm sure more to emerge this year as well. Harris on the reverse paddle. That's going to run away down towards the boundary, and yeah, just has enough. It tickles over the line, and it's going to be 4. Tommy Elam running after it, but couldn't quite catch up with the ball. Be hard, quick outfield. And that just ran away from Tommy Elam down towards the boundary for 4. 95 for 2. Actually balls to Harris. Nice shot, pushed away through mid-wicket for 1. It's his birthday today, Marcus Harris.
Oh, birthday runs, that's what Lancashire will be hoping for, won't they? Him and Keaton to bat for a little bit of time. You feel like Keaton Jennings probably now needs to bat deep into the innings. 65 deliveries just for 36.
Achieve into Jennings, that's cut into the offside for no run.
He's the one that probably has to bat through and try and look to score 100, and everyone bat round him now.
Majib to Jennings. Turns it out towards backward square leg for a single. Bring the birthday boy back on strike. It's also Jason Roy's birthday today, so I've been informed. And Mark Church's mum.
Ooh. So
happy birthday to Jason Roy, to Mark's mum, and to Marcus Harris.
Birthdays all around.
Cheap. To Harris, that's clipped out to backward square leg for a single. I spoke to Church this morning. End of the over, 25 gone, 98 for 2. And he said he uses the same line every year. He wishes Jason Roy a happy birthday. One player who has won a World Cup and has destroyed many bowling attacks. And to his mum, who's a lovely flower arranger. That's what Churchy said, so yeah, that's what I'd give his mum a mention as well. Drinks break here at Sedbergh School. And that's how it's shaping up, Lancashire's batting card. As you mentioned, Callum Jennings is in here, hasn't he? He'll have a big role to play to try and push this quite deep into the Lancashire innings. He lost a couple of wickets, Hurst and Bohannon, and still quite a bit to come there. Jones, Singh, Shetty, Balderson. All proper batters. Seem heavy at the top for Surrey. Various spells for Taylor and Van Vuren and Flores. And then we're seeing a little bit of pace gradually taken off. Patel, Majid, and now Tommy Elam, who's sent down a couple of overs. So halfway point, 98 for 2 here on Lancs TV, and this game also on the BBC Sport website and app, Sports Extra 3 as well. The opening game of this year's Metrobank One Day Cup. Have a little look at what's happening around the other grounds as we have this drinks break. So in Group A, which is the Lancashire Surrey group, Northamptonshire, who are still the Steelbacks in the One Day Cup, fresh from their T20 success. I've got Warwickshire at Wantage Road today. Warwickshire 1-5-2 for 2 after 27 overs. The Notts Outlaws against Somerset. Somerset are 118 for 2. 29 overs into that game. Tom Lambenby is 48 not out. For Somerset, 118 for 2 after 28 overs. A Warwickshire score of 156 for 2 against Northamptonshire comes after 27 overs. And then there are 3 games in the other group. So Derbyshire Durham 1-3-1 for 2, 29 overs gone. Middlesex against Essex are 122 for 3 after 25 overs. And finally, the game taking place between Yorkshire and Hampshire. Where's this at? Could be at York. Let's have a look. Or is it Scarborough? Yeah, North Marine Road, Scarborough. Yorkshire, Hampshire. Hampshire 27 overs in, batting first, are 120 for 3.
Lancashire here at Sedbergh School, 98 for 2. Tommy Elam to continue after drinks. That one's pitched up, defended into the offside from Harris. Elam in. Harris advances down the ground. Beautiful shot from the Australian. He creates that delivery with them steps down the track, makes it into a half volley, which allows him to hit it down the ground nicely. Mid-on, mid-off up. So mid-off gets pushed back to the boundary. It's a second boundary for Harris. Elam in again, this time quicker and fuller. Just allows him that opportunity to bowl a little bit fuller now as well with mid-off back. Still just got the 3 outside the circle. As Harris is trying to push that down towards long off for a single. So still being aggressive here, Surrey. Elam in again, finding that inside edge of Marcus Harris. It goes to Rory Burns at mid-wicket. 1 ball left in the over, so got the option to put another man out, Surrey, so mid-on goes back to long on. Just 4 off the over after that boundary. Yeah, it's a good return from Tommy Elam. Marcus Harris advancing in that second delivery, finding the boundary, but 4 dot balls followed after Just a 4 off that over after drinks.
It's kind of what you expect from these kind of middle overs now, isn't it? Which I guess puts a little bit of the pressure on the batting side. You can see quite a large chunk of spin from both ends, return back to pace every now and again, and then I guess up to the batters to try and force a way through. Actually, it will be a change. We are going to back to James Taylor, so it's 3 overs from Majid, 3 overs, 1 for 17. But, he is having a breather at least for now. Taylor's bowled 5 overs in the power play with the new ball and comes back into start over number 27. Just wraps up the pads of Jennings as he tries to work it into the onside. Just drops into the offside. There's no run. 102 for 2. 27th over. A fine leg, third man. There's a deep backward square leg. Taylor from around the wicket to Jennings. It's guided down towards the third man boundary by Keaton Jennings. It's off the open face of the bat. Steers it down towards the rope for a single. Takes him to 38.
Yeah, field indicates he's going to try and hit that heavy length, isn't he? That sort of stump high, waist length, mid on, mid off, up in the ring. That'll be an option that Lancashire will try and score from if Taylor does find himself over pitching.
Harris on 15. Plays calmly away off the front foot. Cushion to cover, where it's fielded by Dom Sibley, who took a terrific catch to dismiss Josh Bohannon. Nice and chirpy, the Surrey boys. And in the field. I guess there's one aspect to this competition as well. I remember speaking to, I think it was to Stephen Croft about it the other year, about Taylor's in to Bohannon, that's defended. Sorry, to Harris, there's no run. Is that you do get a sense that of it being quite a tight-knit group as well, because it's a reasonably quick competition, and you've got quite a lot of games back to back, of which there's always at least one kind of road trip where you've got kind of 3 away games in 7 or 8 days. So you kind of stick together as a squad. You're all together. It's some new faces around the first team, that type of thing.
Yeah, if you're not with each other on the field, you'll be with each other on the coach and the hotel, won't you, and your training days. So
Taylor to Harris. Wants a single here, nicely just pushed. Didn't really do too much with it, Harris. Just leant into it and pushes it back past the bowler. Sneaks through for 1.
I think that's why it's key to start well in a competition like this as well. It's similar to the blast, isn't it? Once you start well and you can get on a run, because you're going from ground to ground more or less, with maybe a rest day or a training day in between. So you don't get much time to change anything technically or tactically. So if you can get them spirits high, the momentum often just runs with you.
Jennings advances a little towards the ball and pulls it. Not with the timing he was hoping for, but pulls it out to square leg for 1. And he keeps the strike as well. 27 overs gone. Lancashire 105 for 2. Jennings 39. Harris on 16. Both these sides had their struggles last season in this format. Surrey fared marginally better than Lancashire in their group. 8 games, 3 wins and 5 defeats for Surrey, finishing 6. Lancashire had a pretty tough year. 6 defeats from 8, just the 6 points, and finishing second from bottom in the group last year.
Yeah, momentum's such a big factor in white ball cricket. Who's going to get the first momentum today? Is Jennings pushes nicely in front of the cover point boundary. He picks up 2. It's good fielding out there to cut off the boundary. Well lent on from Jennings. Just timed it nicely through our straight cover. cover point fielder just getting dragged a little bit straighter. Elam in, and this time just short of a length. Jennings tucks it away into the offside for a single. Into the 40s now is Keaton Jennings, 42 off 72. Lancashire just pushing that run rate up to 4 and over. This one's cut for a single from Marcus Harris. 17 off 20 for the Australian, who, like Scott said earlier, has played a bit of white ball cricket before this. He played the back end of the blast for Lancashire with the injury to Chris Green. Full of a length from Elam onto the pads of Jennings, who tucks it away into Dom Sibley at deep square. Five off the first 4 deliveries in this 4th over from Tommy Elam. This one's slower, a bit more flight. Harris pushes it down to long on. 6 off this over so far for Lancashire without any boundaries, so 1 ball remaining. Can Lancashire make it a really good over? Tommy Elam ends well. A little bit slower again in the air, a little bit of drift. Jennings just explains to Harris. Good from the Surrey youngster. Just got into his groove a little bit against the 2 left-handers. Just changing his pace, mixing his variations up. No signs of any spin. Might see a little bit later on in the game as the ball gets a little bit softer and the weather that we've had, maybe wickets on the drier side.
That's run away for 4 as we start the 29th over. Nice shot from Harris. Takes him on to 22. Just lent back. Guides the ball down towards deep backward point. Nicely played by Harris. Using the pace of Taylor. He's set off beautifully here, Harris. He really has, I think, just helped inject a little bit of extra pace into the innings. 22 off 22 for the Australian. Takes a single down to fine leg this time. Moves on to 23, so run a ball for Marcus Harris. Lancashire 116 for 2. Into the 29th over. And just manoeuvring themselves into a very solid base in which they can try and push even further with. Jennings on 43, not out. Taylor for Surrey turns and he's in again. Oh, his bottom edge that past the stumps and down towards the boundary for a single. Just a bit of good fortune perhaps going the way of Keaton Jennings. He's on 44 now, on 17 for 2. Brings Marcus Harris back on strike. Taylor on top of his mark, with the Fells behind him in the distance. He's in and bowling to Harris once more up on his toes and works it into the onside. Harris to 24 not out, 118 for 2.
Pretty well without any reward, hasn't he, Taylor? On for 22 off 6.4 so far. Eamon Van Veeren was excellent in the power play with the new balls. Both just finding a length that was just lifting a little bit early on.
Taylor around the wicket to Jennings. It's guided down to the 3rd boundary and fizzed in by Floros on the bounce to the keeper Blake. positive over this for Lancashire. 4 off the first ball helps, doesn't it? And they've just taken a single off the following 4.
Yeah, it's massive. So often in changing rooms you speak about trying to get a boundary off that first or last delivery. Makes the over, you know, if you start off with a boundary, the last 4 deliveries Lancashire have just played with ease and got 4 singles, and all of a sudden they're on to 8 off this over with still a ball to play.
In comes Taylor to Harris, and that's again just clipped off his pads out to the square leg for a single. And it's a pretty bright over that. 4 off the first ball, and then 5 singles to follow. Good over for Lancashire. Harris 25, Jennings 45 through 29 overs. With Lancashire 120 for 2 here at Sebba School.
Yeah, 9 off, and like you say, you didn't feel like Lancashire really played a shot in aggression. That first ball going for 4 is massive in one-day cricket. You can just take the pressure off yourself a little bit and then just look for your singles. So that's something that Lancashire will hopefully keep looking to do, as this one's turned in to the leg side from Harris. He beats the Surrey captain, who chases back, does the fielding. Harris gets a single. 26 deliveries for Harris. He's motoring along pretty nicely, and Jennings is just starting to shift through the gears as well. This one's driven nicely from Jennings. Doesn't quite get it wide enough of the long off fielder. Finds a single. So them singles coming a lot easier from Lancashire now. Elam none for 21 off 4.2, none for 22 now after Harris finds that single into the offside. Elam in slower in the air this time, well bowled from the youngster. Jennings not quite getting forward or back to that one, plays it into the offside for no run. This one's full of length onto the pads of the opener, who gets a single, takes himself into 47. So last ball of the 30th over. Lancashire 124 for 2. Elam 4 off this over. Can he get out the over? He does. A single off the last delivery. 5 off for Lancashire. 125 for 2. 20 overs left. What do you think's a good total, Scott?
I see that on the screen they've got the Wasp total at 266. I suspect they're wanting a wee bit more than that, especially because the base that they've got, hasn't it? With 8 wickets remaining, and you look at still who is to come for Lancashire.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I think we've got Jones and Singh, haven't we, coming on the scorecard to come in the next 2, but it'd be interesting just to see if they show Shetty up there, just to try and up the ante a little bit. 20 overs left, 8 wickets in hand. Can you imagine Lancashire will be looking to target 160 off these last 20, maybe 8 and over.
A change of bowling as Flores returns from the Evans end. That's left alone by Harris. They've got 2 perfect players here to judge this, haven't they? Harris and Jennings. Be hard pressed to find 2 more experienced players in the One-Day Cup anyway this season in the competition. The way that Harris has come out might just give us a clue. 28 of 29 and has got the run rate above 4. That feels it's time just to try and push on a little bit. Playing a miss from Harris through to the keeper Blake, and there's no run. Cricket writer Paul Edwards has just wandered back into the media tent. He's treated everybody to an ice cream. Oh no, hang on. 125 for 2.
Looked a good ice cream.
He did look a good ice cream.
A very good ice cream.
Yeah. Always thinking of everybody else's Paul. Again, just guided off the open face of the bat down to third man for a single. Harris to 29, 126 for 2. Usual kind of facilities on offer here. Your coffee vans and your burger vans and your ice cream vendors as well. Howgill Ice Creams is the ice cream van away to our right, which sounds posh because it is posh.
Yeah, I was going to say proper farm ice cream.
Yeah, it's lovely. It is nice. 126 for 2. Jennings a step or two down the pitch and then flicked away down to fine leg for a single.
What would be your flavour of choice, Scott?
I'm a bit boring.
Can you see it being rum and raisin? Or?
Can you?
No.
Oh no.
No?
No. I'm a bit dull when it comes to that. I'm just kind of like a vanilla.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing too
solid, no risk.
Exactly. You know what you're going to get with
Yeah.
it. All these fancy flavours. You're never quite sure what you're going to get.
No, exactly.
I'm not licking anything that I can't trust. 127 for 2. Not quite sure what you're going to get with the other ones. 2 balls left to the over. Here comes Flores in balls again. Dropped away by Harris out towards backward point, and there's no run. You were kind of.
I'm a Kinder. But you feel
Kinder?
like, Kinder Bueno kind of.
They do that as an ice cream flavour?
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant.
Do Howgill's ice cream do something?
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to go. That means I'll have to go and have a look, doesn't it?
That could be a bit
Which
left
means,
field.
yeah, I'll have to go and spend some money as well.
Yeah, not sure they're the cheapest thing. 127 for 2. Final ball of the over. In and balls to Harris. And works it out towards the leg side. And jogs through for 1. End of the over. 31 overs gone. Harris is on 30. Lancashire 128 for 2. Jennings on 48. There's a wonderful little sweet shop in the village at Zebra as well, like an old-fashioned sweet shop. Yeah, great, well worth a little trip.
Scales and weight.
It is, yeah. I mean, the scales that they use have a kind of counterbalance weights on them. Oh, it's brilliant.
You don't
It's
get
like
many old-fashioned sweet shops.
you don't,
like that
no.
anymore, do you?
It's like stepping into another world when you go into that sweet shop, and there's bookshops galore as well. There's loads of bookshops in the village of Zebra.
Elam to continue, quicker, flatter. Sort of Yorker length delivery, which Harris digs out. And that mid-on, he's actually in the ring now, but he didn't quite cut off a single. Surrey still being aggressive, just a 3-man out. This one's slower in the air to Jennings, who defends into the offside for no run. Yeah, so just a long off, the deep cover point and the deep square to Jennings. Looks like he's Elam just going a little bit slower in the air to the Lancashire opener. As this time he tucks that away into the leg side area where he picks up a single. Oh, will Harris look to target that? Not long gone, mid-ons on the ring. This time full of length delivery, he opens up that offside and he opens it up perfectly. Does the Australian. Tommy Elam not doing much wrong at all there. Bit slower in the air. Marcus Harris just gets inside of it, opens his hands up. It's kind of leg stump line. It's a brilliant shot from Marcus Harris. He finds a boundary. 6 from these 4 deliveries so far. Good from the right arm off spinner. Again, slower in the air. Just getting Harris to drive. He finds an inside edge but doesn't find a single. This one onto the legs of Harris, who times it really nicely, and he actually finds. He surprises, I think.
Head over to lankstv.co.uk right now to get full coverage of every live stream, highlights and more.
Just a quick snap of the wrist just before connection from Marcus Harris, and he times that nicely. Finds a second boundary in the over. Now all of a sudden Lancashire take 10 off that over, and again it's a very good over from Lancashire.
It's lovely batting, isn't it, from Marcus Harris? Since he's come out to the middle, he's manoeuvred the ball around, hasn't he? He's worked the ball around. Nothing that's been risky. He's just found the gaps, hasn't he, and worked the ball into space.
Just created angles, hasn't he, with his body position and his hands. Like you say, that first boundary through the cover, it was kind of that leg stump line. Now he's got it to deep extra coverage just through his hands and his position. And he's done that throughout the innings, and like you say, he finds himself on 39 or 37, and he looks like he's batting on a different wicket at the moment.
Left arm spin of Majid to return. Single for Jennings, and he'll go through and get to 50 as well. So his one-day cup campaign starts with a very nice 50. He'll be hoping to push on, I'm sure, as well. 50 off 83 deliveries for Keaton Jennings. 139 for 2.
Yeah, Lancashire will hope he can bat through now and make it, well, double it up and make it 100. And your batters bat around him. You've got some explosive players like Michael Jones and Arav Shetty to come. So that'll certainly be the plan, I think. And the way Marcus Harris is batting, these two are batting nicely together at the moment.
Yeah, Harris on 39, Majid into Harris off the back foot, takes a single, that's pushed through mid-on for 1. Moves him to 40. Jennings mentioned the 83 balls for his 50, 4 fours in there as well. Harris is 40 off 38 deliveries, 140 for 2. Majid for Surrey. This is one into Jennings, flat and quick, and Jennings will force it away into the onside, just underneath the body of Adam Thomas. Gets through for another single.
Sorry, just trying to create a little bit of noise in that ring now. Just don't want to drift off. Here as Lancashire put on a 3rd wicket partnership.
It's another single. The gap he's found to the right of that short straight mid-wicket, which is Thomas, and with mid-on back he can add one more to his total. 142 for 2. Yeah, partnership's past 50, and so a run of ball between these two. Brings Jennings back waiting for Majid. He's in and bowling. It's nicely played by Jennings on the reverse. A little paddle down towards the boundary for 4, beautifully timed. Strong player of spin, isn't he, Keaton Jennings, and that's a favoured shot for him. He moves to 55, not out.
Yeah, for such a tall batter, he sweeps so well, doesn't he, Keaton Jennings? Really gets his hands out in front of him. Just allows the ball to deflect off the face of the bat.
Majid to Jennings. Takes a step again down the pitch. Ease through mid-on for a single. And Jennings on to 56. And he keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the over. 33 gone. 147 for 2. And well, a few problems here for Surrey as they try and find a way to break another partnership. And what I'm sure will please Lancashire is that, having lost Hurst early on, they've responded with partnerships of 79, and now this one, which is unbeaten, on 64.
Yeah, it's been an excellent partnership so far, and again, there's been no real explosiveness, has there? That you can really remember. Maybe Harris dancing down the track, but at the minute they're just starting to find them boundaries with a little bit more ease. And then 9 off the last over with a boundary and 5 singles. That'll be the plan of attack for Lancashire. The boundary and over, and keep trying to reduce them dot balls. They'll find themselves scoring at 7s, 8s and 9s a little bit more regular. As Patel into Jennings, who's back of a length, and at that pace he's not going to get much for that. Instead, Keaton Jennings finds himself another boundary, takes himself into the 60s. And that's a very dismissive shot from Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, easy pickings again, wasn't it, that really, for Jennings? If the pace that Patel's bowled at, doesn't need to do a lot with that. Disappears out towards the square leg boundary for 4.
Patel around the wicket, Jennings over pitched, punches that down the ground for a single. Surrey and Burns will just be hoping that Patel can just bowl a few quiet overs here. Can Lancashire just look to put the pressure on and keep it at a 1 over spell, maybe force themselves into another bowling change? Around the wicket as Harris punches into the offside for a single.
Yeah, they've done that well, the two partnerships, this one and the previous one, haven't they, Lancashire? Having got through that kind of, I mean, the 30 for 1 after 10. After the power play, first power play, and then they've just not really allowed any ball to settle that much, really. Spinners are going at over 6 and over.
Jennings punching down the ground. Patel nearly cuts off the single. He gets a good hand on it, but not quite enough for Jennings and Harris to not get a single. So that takes them 154 for 2.
They've just kept, well, it helped with the way that Harris has come out and battered, but pretty consistently been keeping the pressure on the Surrey bowlers.
Patel back of a length, much tighter line where Harris gets in behind, defends into the offside. 4 off 7. No, sorry, 4 off 7. 4 and 3 singles takes it to 7 off 5 in this over. So another single for Lancashire. It'll be another good over. Without really playing any expansive shots, just picking off the bad ball and getting the singles. A nice shot from Harris, who finds the fielder. So 7 off that Patel over.
Yeah, a loss predictor on screen there, as it has now pushed up to the 284. What do you reckon here, Callum? There's 34 gone, so there's 16 left.
I think minimum 280.
Yeah.
Minimum 280,
So.
but Lancashire still need these two, and you know, a couple of contributions from others when they get in, or if they get in. So, you know, it still needs to fall into Lancashire's favour. They're having a good period at the moment, but Surrey is still in control of the run rate, you would say, at the moment. But the issue for Surrey would be the 2 wickets. They know that Lancashire can afford to just explode, and explode probably whenever now. You know, will one of these two look to just start looking to go into 4th, 5th gear and look to free up a little bit?
Rajiv to Jennings. Just dropped out to square leg for a single. 155 for 2. Brings Harris back on strike. Blue skies again. Sun just managing to creep through. Few clouds just hovering over the fells behind the bowler at the Evans end of the ground. Cut down to deep backward point where Elam fields. Harris on to 43. 156 for 2. Jennings waits, Majib in bowls, just loops off a leading edge. Bouncing in front of, well, clear of Burns, who's at short cover. Ball's not done much in the last few overs, but slight false shot there. But Jennings coming down the pitch and taking a single through mid-on. He moves on to 64, 157 for 2. Marcus Harris back on strike.
Oh, we see a little reverse sweep here from Harris just at a glance.
Just peered over his shoulder, didn't he, for a second or two. Goes off the back foot and tries to whip it into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket by Thomas, who's been excellent there for Surrey. Saved plenty of runs. Position at short mid-wicket. Final ball of the over. Achieved to Harris. And there goes that little paddle that he was eyeing up in the previous delivery, and gets it away. Down towards the boundary for 4. And up until that point, there's a pretty tidy over that from Majib. The 4 just takes the edge off it. Kind of sweep paddle down to the boundary at fine leg. And Lancashire now 161 for 2.
Yeah, the regular sweep from Harris this time. Majid just going around the wicket to both the left-handers, just trying to target them stumps and not offer him any width. Harris this time gets inside of it, runs it off the face of the bat and beats that short fine fielder. Good option for Harris. Always good to put in the head of the spinners as well. Them little sweep shots just get them thinking. So Patel's going to continue. 161 for 2 off 35 here, Lancashire. Oh, it's a leading edge of Jennings. One just sticking in the pitch. Jennings trying to turn it away into the leg side. Patel does the fielding. He won't take many more simple catches than that one. And it's a big wicket for Surrey. 161 for 3. Keaton Jennings gone. 64 off 93. Caught and bowled by Ryan Patel.
Yeah, it's a good innings from Jennings. A bit disappointed he's not gone on. We saw something similar in the previous over, but off the spinner, which looped up and landed safely, but that one loops up and is a pretty comfortable return catch for Patel.
Looked like he just ran the fingers over that delivery, so maybe it's just a little bit of a cutter into the pitch, which is very good bowling from the Surrey all-rounder.
Welcome break through that for Surrey. That was becoming a little bit frustrating, wasn't it, for Rory Burns and his side. Jennings a key wicket to get at any stage. Certainly when he's nicely set as he was for his 64. And they've broken the partnership, which in the end was worth 78 between Keaton Jennings and Marcus Harris. And that brings Michael Jones out to join Harris.
Yeah, it's an excellent wicket and an excellent time for Surrey. It just brings a new batter in, try and keep Marcus Harris off strike now, try and get some dot balls in, even maybe another wicket. Still, a lot needs to go in Lancashire's favour here to get up to that 300 mark. Just a 14, just short of 15 overs left in the innings. 161 on the board. I'd say I'd like to think 280 is minimum here for Lancashire. Third man, fine leg, deep square, and a cover point of the 4 men to start for Jones as he gets off the mark straight away. He runs that one off the face, down to a deep third.
I think Jones is an excellent player, able to work the ball around into gaps and keep the scoreboard ticking over. I think he's played a really good role at times in the middle in T20 cricket for Lancashire rather than as an opening batter. He is too dissimilar to the way that Harris will go about it, kind of finding those angles and those gaps and working the ball into space. Jones is good at doing that.
Patel in full of a length to Harris, who this time doesn't beat the extra cover fielder. Yeah, he seems to have found his spot in the middle now, doesn't he? He signed for Lancashire's as an opener in the County Championship, and he opened in the T20s and the white ball formats, but seems to have just found his spot in the middle. Patel in, Harris driving nicely this time, finding the gap. Will pick up a single, takes himself onto 48. He's got that explosive power to his game. He's plenty of experience from opening the batting for Scotland in a lot of associate cricket and a lot of T20 World Cups, so he can certainly shift through the gears as well, can Jones. He drives nicely through the covers. Excellent fielding from Tommy Elam. He cuts it down to a single. It's a lovely batter to watch in full flow. Jones times it really nicely. High elbow punches down the ground. That's certainly an area that he'll look to try and score in down the ground. As Harris tries to do the same, he finds the Surrey captain on the ring. It's a good over from the Surrey all-rounder. Patel picking up the big wicket of Keaton Jennings, and a breakthrough which Surrey needed.
Absolutely was. Yeah, he's done a good job there, hasn't he, Patel? And just what his captain was hoping for. Not really going for that many. Kind of awkward to get away, and then see if you can try and sneak a wicket or two out in the process. One for Patel, one for Van Vuren, one for Majid, the 3 wicket takers for Surrey. 14 overs left. Lancashire Lightning. Lancashire rather. 164 for 3. Harris on 48, Jones on 2. Back to Benji Flores from the Evans end of the ground. Another spell for him. He's had a few in this game so far, over number 7 in total. And that's run down to 3rd man by Jones. He moves on to 3, 165 for 3. Taylor has got 3 overs left for Surrey. Van Vuren's got 4. Flores into his 7th over, so he'll have 3 after this. Patel's got 4 left. Majib's got 5. Tommy Elam's got 4 overs remaining as well. Bowling options for Rory Burns. Play and a miss from Harris, taken by Josh Blake, the keeper.
Yeah, he shuffled his bowl as well, hasn't he, to give him a lot of options at the depth. Like you say, that 6 bowler who on the card is Tommy Elam. He's got through 6 overs, and then Patel as well through 6. So gives him options here now in the, going to the vital part of the innings.
Flores balls a short ball, which has been called a wide. So 166 for 3. And wandering back to his bowling mark. Not for 24. It's a very tidy stuff in terms of economy rate. A defensive push here from Harris. And there's no run. All 3 seamers have gone under 3.5 and over through the course of their work today. Taylor, Van Vuren and Flores.
Yeah, I think there has been a few signs of it being a little bit too pace with the seamers on, especially at the start. There was some bit tennis ball bounce carrying through nicely to the keeper.
Bottom edge from Harris, just wondering whether it would just sneak away past the keeper, Josh Blake. It doesn't. Remains on 48. Certainly Van Vuren and Flores have been the toughest bowlers to try and get away from Lancashire point of view. Taylor 7 overs, 1 maiden for 24 runs as well. Single for Harris. Down to 3rd man. Takes him to 49 not out. 167 for 3. 1 ball left to the 37th over. Yeah, just 2 off the bat in the over. Is Excellent work so far. Can he get through the over? Jones on strike. Yeah, just dab down to third man for a single. Good stuff by Benji Floros. End of the over. With Lancashire 168 for 3.
Will Patel continue? No. So we're going to see a change from the Powell end. He's going to be the pick of the bowlers from today so far. The debutant, the overseas South African, Van Vuren. Excellent with a new ball in the first power play, getting the early wicket of Matty Hurst, who will certainly feel pretty unlucky getting bowled off his back pad. And Vuren into Jones. He's not. He runs straight through, not quite. Got his run up right, didn't quite feel right. I don't know if he's limping a little bit.
I have to say that looked like he's
he's
like
pulled
got
out
a bit of a limp going here. His captain's come up to have a word with him, Rory Burns.
I think he's pulled his captain actually as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he's gonna. He's just felt something go a little bit there as a debutant, which is such a shame for Surrey fans. 1 for 18 off his 6. He's gonna go straight off the field. It didn't look great. He looked straight at Rory Burns, grimaced, just had a bit of a limp, and he's now going to go off the field, which is such a shame.
Yeah, he's been excellent, hasn't he? He's been excellent with the ball for Surrey. It's below that for Rory Burns. Have to shuffle his pack a little bit here. I'm pretty certain would have backed Van Vuren to have bowled 4 of these remaining 13 overs. But he's going to have to shuffle things around a little bit. Maybe a few more. Well, it's got to be a few more overs, isn't it, from Elam? Maybe a couple more from Majid that weren't necessarily slated in for.
Yeah, so Patel is going to effectively continue his spell. He got taken off originally for Van Vuren. He's just gone off injured, so Patel is now back on. He didn't bowl the ball, did Van Vuren, so this is the start of the 38th over. Jones punches that into the offside for a single.
Yeah, just straight away, wasn't he? He felt something on his approach. Didn't actually deliver the ball. He never released it and just pulled up. And then he knew pretty much straight away, didn't he? Went to go and speak to his captain.
Patel into Harris, who just sits back, punches that to Burns at mid-off, who is still in the ring. You got a deep cover point, square leg, deep square leg, a third man and a long on. Just wondering if Burns might just drop back at some stage and that third man come into the ring. Patel slower. This one's pushed through the offside, and it brings Marcus Harris a 50. His first 50 in the Metro Bank this season. A good start for the Australian. And he's just injected a little bit of life into this innings for Lancashire. 50 off 54 deliveries.
He's been excellent, hasn't he? Real good tempo, and came out and just kind of pushed things along, didn't he, for Lancashire?
Patel into Jones on a length, which is a little bit of extra bounce. Jones defending for no run. 2 off 4 deliveries here for Lancashire. Look like a boundary. Can they get 7 or 8 off this over still? 2 balls left. 7 wickets in hand going into the last 12 overs. As Jones punches, it's going to be an opportunity. Oh, it's a brilliant effort. Again, it was very similar opportunity to Dominic Sibley. It's Rory Burns this time, running back, trying to keep your eye on them while running and trying to see where the boundary rope is. Rory Burns takes a dive in the end. He actually bounces back up, hits Burns, in the face as well, and then goes over for the boundary.
Oh dear.
It's a brilliant effort though from Rory Burns, but it's a boundary from Jones, and then he gets a single off the last. Takes it 7 off that over. So 175 for 3. Quite a lot going on.
Yeah, there was
that one.
Dearie me. As you say, it was a fabulous effort, and then horribly for Rory Burns as the ball.
I think he's just nipping off as well.
Oh dear, ball hits the ground. I think it just went through his fingertips, didn't it? Then it hits the ground and it bounces back up, and it catches him somewhere on his face. Oh dearie me. Leaves him flat out, facing the turf, on his belly, wondering what he's doing here. Oh dear, let's hope he's all right. He's gone for a little check. 175 for 3. 12 overs remaining. Jones on 10. Floros over number 8. Easy looking figures. And this is punched into the offside by Michael Jones. Jones moves to 11, 176 for 3.
I hope he's a scoring area that he looks to target Jones down the ground. He punches so nicely through the V, so while mid on and mid off are up in the ring, it'll be something that he tries to force, one of his boundary options.
Harris waits, drives along the ground, picked up by Sibley, who I assume will be kind of running things at the minute for Surrey in the absence of Burns.
It's an awful situation that though at times. You're not captaining, so Burns has remembered his overs and all that sort of stuff, and he'll know his plan, and all of a sudden you get thrown captaincy at the death and you're like, oh, who's got what left? And
kind of barely paying attention.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
goodness, who's ball what? Floros to Harris. Harris drives. It's a good stop inside the fielding circle. It was hit pretty firmly. Had to extra cover, but there's no run. Caught that nicely, Marcus Harris.
yeah, he stopped what would have been a 4, wasn't it? So really good from the Surrey subfielder.
Dot ball halfway through the over. Floros comes striding back in. It's around the wicket to Marcus Harris. Harris punching away. And 4 runs, the ball in towards the marquee here. Up to backward point, just leaning back, playing a nice shot, driving square. Harris to 54.
That's a brilliant shot, isn't it, from the Australian. You look at that delivery for any viewers on Lancs TV, the line's pretty good, the length's pretty good, but it's how he just holds back leg side and allows the ball to come to him, and he just opens his hands up really late to beat them fielders. Excellent shot from Harris.
Harris goes back over the bowler's head. That's a lovely shot. Again, that's 6 this time. Over the boundary and towards the seating amongst the supporters. And 6 for Harris. 4 leaning back, square drive to backward point. And the next delivery, a lofted drive back over the bowler's head. And Harris to 60 now, 186 for 3.
And that's just all been created from the shot before. Floros knew he couldn't really go back of a length with Harris's hands. He's tried to go fuller, and then Harris has took advantage of that.
Floros balls once more. Well, is that an edge? It is. And through to the keeper. And Floros actually has the final say in that little mini duel between Harris and Floros. And it's in the end a wicket for the Surrey man. Well deserved. He's bowled very well today. Harris has gone for 60. Josh Blake, the keeper, takes the catch. And Lancashire lose their 4th wicket, 186 for 4.
Yeah, well deserved for the Australian. Again, the debutant for Surrey. I don't know if Harris, yeah, he's just looking to open that offside up again. He just got inside of it a little bit too much, tried to be a little bit too clever, and he just found the outside edge when Harris was just starting to, again, kick through the gears. 60 or 59, excellent knock from the Australian, but 2 new batters at the crease now for Surrey, which is a perfect situation for the fielding side going into the last 10 overs when the batting side are looking to score quickly. You're always looking to try and have new batters at the crease, so really good from Surrey. 2 relatively quick wickets, and now they'll look to try and squeeze through dots and ones throughout the next 11 overs.
In the end, Harris 60 off 59 deliveries, batted for just over an hour. 7 fours and the 6, which was his final or penultimate shot before losing his wicket. Harry Singh is the new batter. So it might just change a little the role of Michael Jones. He's not been out there for that long, but Jones knows that with Shetty, Balderson, Stanley, Barnard, Sutton potentially still to come, becomes a key man.
Patel continuing into Jones, who tucks that away into the leg side for a single off his hip, so does bring Harry Singh to the crease. There must have been some temptation for Lancashire to throw Shetty in there maybe at this stage.
Yeah, I tend to go after this one.
Patel into Singh, who drives nicely and he beats the extra cover fielder. Deep covers Tommy Elam, who runs around and stops the 2. Harry Singh off the mark straight away.
Yeah, it's good from Singh. Take a single. Hasn't really got much time here to try and kind of get going, has he? With just 10.4 overs remaining, so take a single, get Johns back on strike, keep things ticking over.
Patel in full of a length to Jones, who drives nicely.
Stop.
But excellent fielding from Sibley. Stops a boundary. Beautiful drive though from Jones through wideish mid-off. 3 singles from the first 3 deliveries.
Nice bit of cricket, wasn't it? So it's a lovely looking shot from Jones and very good piece of fielding from Sibley. Scumpering around on the hard dry outfield to stop it.
Patel into Singh, who drives wideish of mid-on. Gets through for a relatively easy single.
Again, it's good though, isn't it, from Singh? It's positive from Singh.
Yeah.
He's backed himself to get through. The throw came in towards the bowler's end. I think even with a direct hit, he's probably safe, but it's really positive. Kind of take the single, look to try and keep things pushing forward.
And again, he's someone who plays with a very straight bat. Harry Singh, he'll look to try and punch down the ground. He'll look to score in similar areas to Michael Jones. Both play on top of the bounce. Very straight bat, punchy players, so for the Surrey bowlers, I'm sure the plan will relatively be the same. The odd cutter just to try and catch them, similar to that delivery. Just a leg cutter there from Patel, just to try and catch him out a little bit on that punch down the ground.
Yeah, it almost did, didn't it? It was really held it back, and Jones having to wait for the ball to get to him. He has taken the pace off the ball really nicely, Patel.
He's bowled really well in these 2 spells. Again, slower ball, but again, it's in the block hole. Doesn't allow Jones to get any sort of bat on it. And it's a brilliant over again from Patel.
40
Just a few
overs
runs coming off it.
Lancashire 190 for 4. Just a reminder to all spectators
So
to please
10
keep
overs
an eye on the ball at all times.
to come. I'm going to see a bit of spin again.
Yeah, he's got to find a few overs here, isn't he? With the injury to Van Vuren.
Changing bowling at the Evans end, replacing Benji Floros, 68 Yusuf Majid.
Yusuf Majid, who comes back in. I'm sure Majid and potentially Tommy Elam would have bowled again at some stage maybe, but he would have been banking on 4 overs from Van Vuren, which he looks like he's not going to get. Just having to bring spin back at this stage. He's got 2 more overs of Floros, who will definitely bowl. He's bowled nicely, 8 overs, 1 for 37. He's got 3 potentially of Taylor, which I'm sure he'll use as well. That's 5 of the 10 between those two. As Majid bowls to Singh off the back foot into the onside for no run. So 5 of the 10 coming off those 2 bowlers. Patel's got 2 left. So that's 7 of the 10. So it means 3 from his spinners, Majid and Elam. Singh able to push this through mid-off for a single. He moves on to 3. 191 for 4. Brings Jones back on strike. Conversation between standing captain now, Dom Sibley, because Robbie Burns is still not back out there. He's up in the pavilion. Sibley having a chat with his young spinner. Left arm spin around the wicket to Michael Jones. And here he comes in balls. That's a little edgy. Squirts down towards short third. And there's no run. 191 for 4. Steps away to the leg side, Jones, and settles back into his crease. And then pulls away. A bit of a wasp or a fly buzzing around in front of him. Is that, or he's seen someone he knows in the crowd? Flapping around with his hand there, wafting something away. Jabbed into the offside by Jones. Takes a single. Yeah, Tommy Elam's just warming up in front of us on the boundary. So Majid and Elam are going to have to, between them, tidy up a few extra overs. 192 for 4. Singh's on strike. He's just having a look around the field. Sees a deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off. And deep point as well. Drives through mid off for a single. Singh moves on to 4. Lancashire 193 for 4.
With the wicket looking a little bit too pace as well, it might not be a bad thing for Surrey, that with the lack of pace on the ball, with Patel and the 2 spinners. Might end up playing in their favour.
Another single. Just dropped through that vacant mid-off position. Jones moves to 15. And Lancashire 194 for 4. 41 overs gone, so 9 to go. Jones and Singh, 2 batters in the middle, and we will see the return of Tommy Elam. So these kind of missing 3 overs that need to be mopped up by the couple of spinners are probably going to happen now, and then back to the seamers, Taylor, Floros and Patel to complete it. Still no Rory Burns out there, so let's hope he's okay. Ball bounced as he's trying to catch the ball. It hit the turf, bounced up and hit him somewhere in the face. And at first it looked like he was okay, but then eventually he did wander off just to get checked out.
What are you doing, Scott? You're attacking this over?
Definitely.
Tommy Elam, yeah.
Definitely.
I think Lancashire have got to look to go big into Jones, and Elam bowls it very well, darts it straight into the block hole. He's coming round the wicket to Jones. Just going to try and cramp him for room, allow that bat swing not to come through so freely. No width. Everyone out on the leg side. Again, in the block hole, punching out to extra cover.
That's terrific. 2 superb balls he sent down there to start the over.
Yeah, under pressure as a spinner in the last 10. Great execution from the youngster. He's into Jones again. Absolutely nails his Yorker. He's not allowing Lancashire any width or any freedom with the length to get under the ball. Excellent from the right arm off spinner. Can Harry Singh just maybe open up the offside? He looks to do. It doesn't quite mean to get it that fine. As it's the outside edge. He beats the deep backward point. He gets it past the short third fielder and he finds a boundary.
Yeah, a little bit of perhaps good fortune going the way of the batter there, but Lancashire will take it. He's bowled really well in the first 4 deliveries here as Tom Elam, and he knows that the 2 batters are probably going to try and get at him as much as they can, and he's sent down, well, the first 3 deliveries were superb, 3 really good kind of Yorker length balls.
Yeah, both batters looking to score big as Harry Singh breaks his wrist through that one down the ground. He gets a single. Both batters definitely looking to target the leg side as well with, that's a 200 up for Lancashire in the 42nd over. Yeah, both will be looking to target that leg side, hitting with the spin. Tommy Elam will know that. That's why he's going a little bit wider, a little bit fuller, trying to get him to drag it. Can he get out this over well? 6 off it so far. As Jones tucks that away off his pads, he thinks about 2. It does create a misfield, but there wasn't any chance of getting a second one. Excellent over from the youngster, the right arm off spinner, to bowling over in the last 10. And only go for 7, you'll take that.
Yeah, good work. The young Surrey spinner, probably an over he wasn't expecting to bowl up until the Van Vuren injury. To come back in. He's done very well, Majib. Well, can he back it up from this end as well? 201 for 4. Flashed away towards the onside by Michael Jones. Just for 1, Adam Thomas has been inside the circle at kind of short cover, short mid-wicket for most of the match. Now out on the long on boundary, restricting Jones to a single. 202 for 4. Over number 43 this. Majib to Singh, get down the pitch, having just to readjust a little bit. Just a single. Singh moves to 10, 203 for 4. Brings Jones back on strike. 18 not out from 21 balls faced. Majib for Surrey. Left arm spin around the wicket. Fizzed in, but it's wide, but it's perfectly good. Excellent from Majib. Flat, quick, full. And dot ball. Doing a good job, the 2 young spinners here in the back end of the innings. Down on 1 knee, slog sweeping out towards the onside, but quite the connection that maybe Jones was hoping for. Moves to 19 with the single.
That's what he's setting up for. Any viewers on Lancs TV will see Jones his front leg way outside the line of leg stump, just allowing that pick up into the leg side, but also allows his hands to come through over extra cover with.
Singh this time works it out towards wide long on as he managed to just pick out the gap. There's a couple of fielders, Thomas being one of them. Does get round to cut it off, so just the 206 for 4 now.
He timed that really well, Harry Singh. At one stage looked like he might pick up a boundary, pierce the gap beautifully. Can Lancashire find a boundary of this final delivery?
5 off the over so far. full again from Najib, and in the end just a single squirted down the ground for one. At this stage of the game, that's, well, at any stage, but especially at this stage, that's an excellent over from Najib. I mean, seen a terrific over from Tommy Elam, who's going to have to bowl another one. 207 for 4. Elam is about to bowl his 8th of the afternoon. And Lancashire just struggling a little here to try and get a bit of momentum and tempo back into this tail end of their innings. 207 for 4.
Yeah, they've just lost a little bit, haven't they? 280 now would be a decent effort. Going at over 10s. Tommy Elam again nailing that quick Yorker. More like a medium pace.
Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah.
Delivery, that fizzing it right into the block hole. Excellent from the off spinner. That one a little bit more pace off. Allows Harry Singh to get his hands through the ball. Drives it for a single. Can Jones just open up the offside here? Try and look to target sort of our area here. Deep extra cover. With the width that he might offer up. As he looks to reverse. There's bat or glove on it, so he gets a single. That's not a bad option for the Lancashire batters, especially if Elam puts pace on the ball. Any kind of bat on that there in the gap, it's a boundary. Singh punches that through the offside. He's going to think about a second, but it's cut off just for a single. So 3 from 4 deliveries. Simply just having a chat with the young Surrey spinner. He knows these last 2 deliveries are massive. All the hard work in these first 4. Can he now execute? Jones and Singh looking for 2 boundaries of these last 2. He's in. And that one's driven nicely through the offside. Brilliant fielding. We're going to take 2. Oh, and it hits Harry Singh on the return. One of them throws a bit down the middle of the wicket. Harry Singh preparing for the dive into the crease, expecting a bit of a better throw. But instead he takes one on the back. He's absolutely fine. He now wants to change gloves. Still good from Elam. 5 off 5. Elam in. Oh, it's a brilliant shot from Jones. Elam hasn't really mis-executed at all there. It's brilliant from Jones just to open up the face of the bat. Full of a length delivery, kind of Yorker block hole again, but he opens his hands up really well, slices it through the point region, and he picks up a boundary off the last ball. Much needed for Lancashire, 216 for 4.
I think it's been a really fascinating little passage of play this between the spinners, and we're probably going to see the end of it. I think we're going to be back to pace now for the final 6. But what a really fascinating little period that was. Spin from both ends, Majid and Elam in combination, probably bowling an over or 2 that they're not expected to bowl against 2 batters who were trying their best to try and inject that bit of energy back into it. It's a really good little passage of cricket, that.
Again, it goes back to this competition, doesn't it, and the experiences and different scenarios that it can give you as a young cricketer. You know, you're getting more opportunities under pressure. So for someone like Tommy Elam bowling some of them overs in the last 10, it's a brilliant opportunity for himself to learn about his game and his plans and how he can execute under pressure.
Yep, he'll be pretty pleased with how it's gone for him as well. Top stuff. All right, 6 overs left. It will be James Taylor, who got everything started bowling the first over of the match from the Evans end of the ground. viewers on Lancs TV, to the left of the screen, which is up towards the Sedbergh Centre, and then behind him towards the big fells, the fells of Winder, the biggest of the lot, towards our left-hand side. It's a pretty stunning location to play and watch cricket. There is Taylor to sing. Drives to mid-off and through for one. They might think of two. The throw comes in, and in the end it's Elam that comes up to back up and deny the possibility of sneaking through for a second. 217 for 4. Singh moves on to 16, brings Jones on strike. 26 not out from 26, so he's up and running. Taylor to Jones, cuts it out towards the offside, up towards the point boundary for a single. Jones to 27 now, 218 for 4.
I think he just needs one of these to go more or less every ball now, especially with someone like Shetty. He's a real 360 player, isn't he? In the shed waiting to come in, and Ollie Sutton as well, who might get pushed above Balderson potentially.
218 for 4. Singh on 16 is Taylor. He's bowling to Singh. That's carved away. Good stop at backward point. Went pretty quickly. Surrey's substitute fielder. It's no run.
The field just indicates everything's just going to be length back of a length, nothing full. Could he maybe advance Harry Singh and create something?
Taylor to Singh. That's plainly missed. Just trying to, I think, guide it down towards third man off that slightly open face, but couldn't run it down to third. It's through to the keeper. Just 2 off the over so far. Taylor has bowled very nicely. 218 for 4. Third man, fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Albeit maybe a change here. He's wanting his fine leg fielder to come up inside the circle and drops mid on back to the boundary. There's also a deep point as well. Singh off the back foot and just tucks it into the onside for one. He moves on to 17, 219 for 4. Jones back on strike. 1 ball left at this over, then 5 remaining. Predict at this stage has Lancashire finishing on about 273. He's just got that past the substitute fielder Simpson, and he's actually got 4 for it. Again, nicely played by Jones. He's played a couple of those shots which he's worked square or behind square, and he's run that away for a full length ball down towards deep backward point. In comes the dive. Fielder can't cut it off. 4 more to Jones and to Lancashire, and they move on to 223 for 4. Jones to 31 with 5 overs remaining.
Identical from Jones in the previous over. He got that far away from Elam through that same area, opening up the hands and just allowing the ball to run off the face. I think Elam's going to continue.
He is, isn't he?
He's bowled that well.
Yeah.
They're going to stick with the spinner. It just shows that you don't really need to overcomplicate it at the death. Just very simple plans. No way you want to be hit. and keep getting hit in them areas. Got a deep cover, long off, long on, cow corner, mid wicket, and a deep square. And that one's back of a length, and Harry Singh finds the fielder. Yeah, it's a drag down from Elam in the end. I don't think it's the original plan that he was looking for. Harry Singh probably actually didn't expect it. He was probably looking to load up and go big straight with the plan. He doesn't get it all, and he finds a deep square fielder. And it's a wicket for Elam, and very well deserved in these last few overs. He's bowled excellent the last 15 minutes. 223 for 5 Lancashire, and Lancashire's innings just coming to an end pretty slowly. They're not quite kicked on from that partnership between Jennings and Harris. They just need a strong 4.5 overs here now.
Yeah, as you say, it's well-deserved wicket from Tommy Elam. Maybe not quite the way he envisaged his first wicket coming, but take it nonetheless. And the way he's bowled here, and that little spell with Majib, has earned him the chance to bowl this 46th over and potentially bowl at the stage of a game that he may not have been expecting. It's been interesting here from Shetty and how he bowled to Shetty, because he will try and come and strike the ball here. I have Shetty, and great to see him back in the Lancashire first team. To that horrible finger injury or thumb injury which he got in the championship match at Durham way back in kind of end of April. A long time on the recovery. Quite a big operation too, to put a few pins in there to secure it all up. And good to see him back.
Yeah, look to be busy. Well, Shetty will move around the crease, use his hand and his wrist. Straight away he's trying to flick that through the onside. It's a dot ball, so a wicket and a dot here from Elam. Excellent start into his 9th over, 1 for 50. This one's onto the pads of Shetty, who turns that into the onside. He gets a single. .224 for 5. Jones on 31. Shetty new to the crease on 1. Wasp, so the score predictors predicting 267 here for Lancashire. Jones times that nicely through the offside, drives it through the covers. He beats the cover point fielder, and he picks up another 4. Just starting to get into his work here, Michael Jones. 3 boundaries in quick succession.
Yeah, and he's found quite a few of them square, hasn't he? The square drives been profitable for Michael Jones.
Yeah, he might just have to change up the plan here from Tommy Elam, which is a good battle and a good challenge for himself. I think Jones has counteracted the plan. He knows what's coming, so he's brought a deep backward point up and pushed a deep square up, so maybe he'll go straighter with his line now. Jones was just opening up that offside and just backing himself to time it well enough. What will he do now? Elam in. He drives to Sibley at cover, who is sitting in the ring, so he gets a single without any harm. Well executed from Elam again, full enough for Jones to not get under it. Last ball of the 9th over for the Surrey spinner. And Shetty carves that one through the offside. He gets a single and will keep the strike. 7 off that Elam over, and a wicket of Harry Singh. 230 for 5 Lancashire. Jones on 36 and Shetty on 2.
Elsewhere in Group A, Warwickshire 45 overs in, 273 for 7. They're taking on Northamptonshire and Somerset are into their final over, into their 50th over, and they're 251 for 9 against the Notts Outlaws. Tom Lammonby making 92. Somerset 251 for 9. They've got 4 balls remaining of their 50 overs. The games in the Group A, and there's 3 more games in Group B, which we'll take a look at. I've got 4 overs left here. It'll be Taylor to Shetty, 230 for 5. Playing a miss from Shetty and through to the keeper. Derbyshire 250 for 8 after 49 overs against Durham. Middlesex at 251 for 5 against Essex. 46 overs gone in that game. And Hampshire, Scarborough are 279 for 5. Tom Prest is 96 not out. 279 for 5 after 47. It's cut up towards point. Oh, it's fumbled out towards the boundary. And it's going to be 4 runs. A bonus boundary that for Lancashire and for Arav Shetty. Right through the fingers.
Yeah, there's never any real signs of a 2, was there? But Shetty's just sprinted that first one, so just put the pressure on the fielder a little bit, which she's good from the Lancashire youngster. Created a boundary.
Shetty to 6, 234 for 5. Hits it back over the bowler's head. That'll be 4. Right in between mid-off and mid-on, who are inside the circle. Shetty stands there and thumps it back down the ground, moves to double figures onto 10. And Lancashire now 238 for 5.
Yeah, he's tried to bluff him there, hasn't he? Mid-on, mid-off, up in the ring. He's tried to go Yorker, I think, into the pitch, and cutters is probably his best option against Arav Shetty.
238 for 5. And another change to the field. They did this in the last over as well. Taylor just dropping mid-on back to long on, and fine leg coming up inside the circle. So long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Deep point, third man. Clubbed away by Shetty through the offside, bouncing out towards deep extra cover. I might even think of 3 here. No, in the end, just 2. Ball stopped out on the boundary edge. Shetty moves to 12, 240 for 5. 2 balls left to the over. And then 3 to go. 4, 4 and 2. 10 off the first 4 deliveries. And that's hit again down the ground by Shetty. Long on will get round to complete the fielding, but they've managed to hustle back for 2. That's good running. Forcing 2 out there by the time that Benji Floros got round to his left on the long on boundary. 12 coming off the over so far with 1 ball remaining. 242 for 5.
Excellent from Shetty, just this injection of aggression. That's what Lancashire have needed, just backing himself to clear that front leg, get enough bat on it.
Carved up and over backward point down towards the third man boundary, and they cross for 2 more. Well, that's excellent from Arav Shetty. Back-to-back boundaries, and then they ran 2 in each of the following 3 deliveries. So good stuff from Shetty. He's on to 16. And Lancashire 244 for 5. Got 3 overs left.
Yeah, 280 still potentially on for Lancashire with a strong finish. Jones on 36. Shetty on 16, so really good 47th over, sorry. Can Lancashire now have 3 strong overs? They've got freedom to be aggressive.
Up against probably the, well, next to Van Vuren, probably the pick of the bunch in Floros. He's only gone for 37 from 8 overs and has picked up 1 wicket as well. He's bowled really nicely here for Surrey. Been very difficult for Lancashire to get away. He's bowled a really kind of awkward length through the course of the match, and they've found it tough going against Floros.
Yeah, mid on, mid off, up in the ring, extra cover and backward point, so into the pitch and cutters would be the sign. So that's what he does. Flores straight on his line and length.
Yeah.
Michael Jones trying to carve it through the offside.
Just gets it to jag back in, didn't he, to Jones? Really good start.
He shaped it quite nicely with a new ball as well, didn't he? He has been a pretty decent operator today on his debut for Surrey. 1 for 37 off his 8.1 so far. And he comes to Jones. He looks to go big down the ground. He's looked to try and hit it over mid on, mid off. It's probably not the length to target down the ground. He a little bit maybe a premeditating with that mid on, mid off up. Naturally, probably would have looked to hit that length into the leg side, but Jones just looking to try and force it. Two pace on deliveries from Flores will be a bit of cutter. No, it's pace on again. Punched into the offside. Patel does the fielding. Jones gets a single. Be a similar field, I think, to Shetty. He's someone that would look to scoop if a fine leg fielder was up. Still might look. He feels like he can get it fine enough. Flores into Shetty, who gives himself some room and cuts it. Doesn't get all of it. It's a top edge down to third man for a single.
It's just been really awkward to get away, hasn't it, Floros?
He's just banged a consistent line and length, hasn't he? Real good white ball line and length. Two balls remaining in the 48th. Into Jones, who waits. And does he get all of it? I think he does. He does. This time Jones hitting with the length into the leg side. He picks up nicely. He gets under it a little bit too much at 34. I think he thought the fielder had a chance. But he clears the rope. And it's a much needed boundary for Lancashire.
Yeah, there's 2 on that leg side boundary on. There's a deep back with square leg and deep mid wicket, and it looked like he'd kind of skied it out to one of those 2 fielders in the end, maybe a couple of feet back beyond the rope for 6.
This time punched through the offside for a single to end the over. It's a good finish from Jones, takes him on to 44. 2 overs remaining. Lancashire 253 for 5.
When he came out to bat, we were chatting, weren't we, Callum, about what Jones will do and his role in this kind of team now and how we go about it. And he's kind of battered as we thought he would do. And he's put himself into a position where he can play these kind of few more kind of risky shots and having to push on here, obviously, at the back end of the innings. But it's been a really good knock from Jones. Yeah,
it's been excellent, especially if he gets a lot of this last 2 overs of the strike. He could end up, you know, 60 off of maybe like 42, 43 deliveries if these last 2 overs goes as well as he hopes, and that'd be a real good innings to end a 50 over game and to get Lancashire up to a competitive total.
Yeah, 2 to go. And it is Jones on strike for this 49th over. Let's cut away through the offside. That's going to be 4 again. It is out towards the rope. Takes Jones on to 48. So really tidy runs this for Lancashire. Just able to find the gap, but it was a short and wide delivery, which Jones made the most of. Not been too many of those in truth from the Surrey seamers.
No, excellent start from Jones. Pressure straight on Taylor now. Always good to start the over with a boundary.
2.57 for 5. Taylor to Jones. That's a nice shot. Punch down the ground for 4. It's a really fine way to bring up 50 as well. It's a fabulous shot, and it's a really good innings this from Michael Jones.
50 for Michael Jones.
Superbly put together.
7 balls.
A lovely way to get there as well. Driven firmly along the ground. Over the rope for 4. Good work from Jones. And here's 50. Coming off 37 deliveries. 6 4s and a 6 as well.
At the time of Keaton Jennings' on drive, I called that shot of the day, but I think that might have just overtaken it.
2.61 for 5. Oh, he's going to get runs off a bottom edge past the keeper down towards the boundary. Patel will just about catch up with it. Jones comes back for 2.
Here's an excellent knock from Jones at really good tempo as well. 54 off 38 now. Like I say, he could end up into the 60s here off mid-40s, which would be an excellent finish for Lancashire's number 5.
2.63 for 5. 9 balls left for Lancashire here. 9 balls that Jones will try and face the bulk off if he can. Just a single this time. Sibley on the long off boundary field, so Jones moves to 55 not out. 2.64 for 5. Brings Shetty back on strike.
Well, Shetty looks to scoop here. Third man, fine leg, both in the ring. Will he look to try and clear that front leg?
There's Taylor into Shetty. Gets it just about via a little tip over the bar, so to speak, from backward point. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. They're trying to come back for 2, but there isn't one. Single instead for Shetty. 2.65 for 5.
He's unlucky there, isn't he? A yard either side. It's a boundary. He's got plenty on it. It's a good effort from Surrey's backward point. Probably feels like he probably should have caught it both hands to the ball, but it was flying off the bat of Shetty.
It's a subfielder Simpson. Kind of palmed it up. And yeah. Final ball of the over. Jones waits. And takes a step towards the bowler. Able to work it into the offside for 1, and he'll be on strike for the final over of the innings. 266 for 5 at Lancashire. Jones 56. Shetty on 18 with 1 over remaining. Taylor finishes on 10 overs, 1 maiden for 58. And it will be Benji Floros who will tidy things up with this final over of the innings.
Yeah, Floros to see Surrey out. Can he keep Lancashire under 280? Third man, backward point, cover and mid-off in the ring. Expect him to give Michael Jones no room here. Look to try and target middle and leg stump. Goes full, and that's a beautiful shot from Jones. We've seen him numerous times today. When it's full over length, he just opens up his wrist. He gets the full bat on it, and he hits it over point. Couple of bounces for 4. And it's brilliant from Jones, because just using the pace. Shows he's in a real good headspace this late on in the innings to not try and overhit, just to try and manoeuvre it. Brilliant from Lancashire's number 5.
Again, we see a 4, don't we, off the first ball of the of an over. Seen that a few times by Lancashire in the last couple of hours.
What's Floros thinking now? Oh, he goes full. I think it could be a no ball. It is called a no ball over waist height. So Arav Shetty's going to have a free hit as Jones gets a single. Jones will probably be disappointed he couldn't get even more or less of the bat on that, so he tried to find the gap. He got it well enough straight to deep square. Every hit's basically a free hit now anyway, but them extra runs Lancashire will certainly take. Floros in. It's a cutter and it's going to be a leading edge. Jones actually doesn't run in the end as the catch is taken, but because the Surrey fielder doesn't throw, Jones dives, gets in. That would have been a comical dismissal.
That would have been, yeah.
Forgetting it's a free hit and thinking Shetty was out, Jones run out. It would have been on the socials somewhere. Not sure it would have been on Lancashire's.
No. Seemed like a lot happened there for basically one run. Non-strikers thinking he's maybe going to get caught, then he thinks he might get run out, and then he's a dive coming in. All this was off a free hit, and in the end it's just a single.
4 balls left here now for Lancashire. Jones 61 or 42 is brilliant hand for Lancashire here. Deep in his crease. He goes over, extra cover, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4. Extra cover and mid-off in the ring. Just not quite going into the pitch enough there. The Australian, he's bringing for fine leg into the ring now. I'm guessing he'll push mid-off back. Yeah, so Sibley goes back to long off. Brilliant shot from Jones for 4.
It is. It's been a really well put together innings, hasn't it? You know, beautifully paced and timed, and the way he's accelerated here at the back end after going along at kind of run a ball to begin with. It's been really impressive. Good stuff.
Floros in, leg cutter full of a length, just short of the block hole. Jones punches it down the ground for a single. 2 balls remaining. 278 for 5 Lancashire. So should get up to that 280 mark,
which is probably about what we thought they might get, or kind of would have at least kind of aimed for as a baseline.
Yeah, being 30 for 1 after 10. They've done well. Lancashire. Shetty punches down the ground. Sibley back in the ring. He takes that on the bounce.
Yep.
So it's going to be the last ball. 279 for 5. Jones on 66. Shetty, all being well, his work is done with the bat. 20 or 13. Where's Floros going to go here? Last ball. I think he'll go cutter. It's worked well against Jones the last 2 deliveries that he's bowled. Floros in. Quick, full of a length. Misses the block hole, but it's played into the onside. He gets it a single, and that's the end of Lancashire's innings. The end exactly 280 for 5. Quite a big thanks to Michael Jones. 67 out of 45 deliveries. It was a beautifully timed innings. A lot of the time he was going at 1 a ball in the last 20 or so minutes. He's really up the gears, up the aggression, and he's got Lancashire up to probably a par total, but it's certainly something for Lancashire to bowl at.
Definitely is, yeah. Good work by Lancashire. They're pretty pleased with that effort. Likewise, I'm sure Surrey will take quite a bit from that. Set up nicely by the seamers with the new ball and the power play, and then Some good work by the spinners in the middle and at the end as well. Oh, centuries for Harris, Jennings and Jones. Wicket apiece, Van Vuren, Patel, Majib and Elam. So 280 for 5 from 50 overs is what Lancashire finish on. 281 will win it for Surrey. And we'll bring you that run chase here on Lancs TV and via Sports Extra 3 on the BBC in the next kind of half an hour or so.
Lancashire.
Well, welcome back to our coverage of the Metrobank One Day Cup fixture between Lancashire and Surrey on Lancs TV, and also with us listeners via the BBC Sport website and app and Sports Extra 3 as well. 280 for 5 is what Lancashire finished on. So 281 will win it for Surrey. Scott Reed and Callum Flynn in the broadcasting tent.
Par total will be where the last wicket
here at Sebba School,
scoreboard,
and it will be Sibley and Patel to open the batting, which may well be a concern for Surrey with regards to Rory Burns, who left the field with a facial injury. The ball bounced off the grass and hit him on the face, and he wasn't seen again, and he's not opening the batting, so let's see how that progresses. It'll be Mitchell Stanley to
and also to keep 3 metres back and keep an eye on the ball at all times.
Get us underway from the Evans end of the ground. It'll be Sibley who's on strike, and Lancashire got a couple of slip catches in place as well, but there's a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. Two supporters having a little cheeky dart across the side screen. But here we go, we're good to go now. Stanley to Sibley. And through to Matthew Hurst, left alone by Dominic Sibley. So, yeah, not encouraging to see that Burns isn't in the batting. To see how that unfolds. And as we know, Van Vuren also went off with an injury as well for Surrey. And didn't come back out to bowl. So he might have one or two little concerns in that Surrey dressing room. Sibley waits for Mitchell Stanley, who comes in and bowls again. It's started wide and went wider, and it's been called as such by the umpire. So just like Lancashire, they got their innings underway with a wide. Surrey have done the same thing, one without loss.
Yeah, it didn't look too serious at first, did it, with Rory Burns?
No.
It felt like it might have just been like a bust lip or something, but hopefully everything is alright there, because, well, we had him down to certainly open. I'm sure it's not an experienced thing of going in the middle.
Stanley to Sibley, that's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Sibley and Patel to get Surrey underway. It is a Surrey team that is a little top heavy in terms of what they are relying on, with these two here, and then Burns whenever he appears. And his runs for Sibley here, he's timed that very nicely. Bahanan will catch up with it. There's 3 Lancashire players going after it. Bahanan's the first to it. Just eased away through the offside for a single. Sorry, for 2. Sibley comes back for 2. So Lancashire, sorry, 3 without loss in this first over. Yeah, it did look. I mean, maybe he's okay, and maybe we'll see him bat in the not too distant future. But look, he kind of stood up and kind of cracked on with it, and then there's a bit of a delay, and then he went off. Rory Burns. That's nice carry through to the keeper, left by Sibley. So it wasn't one where it struck him in the face, and then instantly he's
arms up and flagging someone down. Yeah, it looked like he went to his position at first, didn't he? And then it's like he noticed something, and then just slowly walks off.
Hope he's going to be okay. Lancashire on the attack in this power play with a couple of slip catches in place. Mitchell Stanley. He's in and bowls to Sibley, that's left. And through to Hurst. And there's no run. So Lancashire finished on 280 for listeners and viewers who may just be with us. Half centuries for Keaton Jennings, for Marcus Harris, for Michael Jones. 40 for Josh Barnum. Getting Lancashire to that 280 mark. Wickets each for Van Vuren, Floros, Patel, Majid and Elam. Again, that's nicely played by Sibley. Through the offside for 2 more. That's a 5 coming off the first over with the wide. Surrey 5 without loss. Sibley on 4. Patel's yet to face a ball. Lancashire grateful certainly for the way that Michael Jones batted at the back end of that innings. 67 off 45.
Number 10, George Balderson.
And the heartbeat of the innings really, the Jennings, Bohannon and Harris, Knox as well.
Yeah, he checked it some live late on. Did Jones? Lancashire was looking to, well, they set it up pretty well in the end. They started slowly. Early wicket of Hurst and Bohannon and Jennings just getting through that first 15-20 overs. As Balderson's going to take the new ball with Mitchell Stanley. That one's allowed through to Matthias with the gloves. Yeah, and then Harris and Jennings looks to be setting up really well, and then just a couple of wickets, but Jones batted excellent for Lancashire to get them up to the 280 score. Let's see if Lancashire can defend it now. As Balderson in, and Patel tucks it away into the leg side, gets a easy single. First time as captain for Lancashire for George Balderson. Named Lancashire's captain throughout this competition. Really good experience for Lancashire's all-rounder.
Yeah, he's got a bit of experience, hasn't he, at mid-off and mid-on. Keaton Jennings and Marcus Harris.
Balderson into Sibley, who plays in front of himself, defends back towards the bowler. Yeah, you don't often see Keaton Jennings at mid-on, you know. Harry Singh's in the team, so him and Harry Singh are often, you know, the first slip or second slip catchers. Balderson in, and he beats Sibley on the outside edge. A lovely delivery. It just goes away from the Surrey opening batter.
Yeah, just nibbled past him, didn't it?
Balderson full of a length this time, and that's driven nicely from Sibley. And he gets 4. Beautiful shot from Surrey's opener. Lovely on drive for 4.
There's quite a bit on the opening pair, and especially on Dom Sibley, with a little uncertain with regards to Burns and when and if and where he'll bat. Sibley key man here for Surrey.
And that one's defended into the onside for no run. The end of the second over. Surrey 10 for none. Yeah, the first wicket was always good. It's not often you say it, but it's the biggest wicket probably, isn't it, for Surrey? Even this partnership, it's the biggest partnership to break. Depending on when we see Rory Burns.
Looking at last season's returns in this competition for Surrey. Not Sykes was the leading run scorer, but he's away with the 100. Stanley balls to Patel, and that just comes back in towards Patel, and well, that almost got him into a bit of bother. But then Josh Blake, in this competition last season, played all 8 games in the group stage. 260 runs at an average of 36, 150. And then Adam Thomas, again 8 matches played last season in this competition for Surrey, just under 240 runs. It's through to the keeper. There's no run, averaging just under 30, but did have one big score, made 162 in a match. Then it was Burns next on the list.
Sibley injured for the campaign.
He didn't play at all
in
the competition last season for Surrey. Patel's on strike. Here's Mitchell Stanley for Lancashire. He just plays that gently down through backward point. Third man comes up to field, Ollie Sutton. Patel takes a single, moves to 2. Surrey 11 without loss, halfway through the third over.
Two slips to the right-hander, Sibley. Mitchell Stanley's shape will be away to the right-hander, so getting them catches in early.
And he's in to Sibley. And these runs squirted away through backward point. Past a tumbling Bohannon, tried to stop the ball. Single for Sibley takes him to 9. Surrey 12 without loss. For our viewers on Lancs TV, Sibley there looking right at the toe end of his bat. That is squirted away down to backward point for a single. 2 steps becomes 1 with Patel on strike. So Harry Singh in that catching slip position, and there's a fine leg and a third man down by the boundary edge. Playing and missing is Patel. Good pace and carry from Mitchell Stanley to the gloves of Matthew Hurst.
Looks a little bit unsettled to the extra pace here. Does Patel at first ball, swinging right back into his pads. He only just got some back down on it, which I think looked like a very close LBW call if he didn't.
Final ball of the over. Stanley to Patel again. That comes back in towards him, and he able to work it off his pads out towards the onside. End of the over. Mitchell Stanley getting that ball to come back in towards Patel on a couple of occasions so far. 12 without loss, 3 overs gone. Good start from Stanley. Could be good competition for him this season. He's played a decent chunk of the blast, but there's been 1 or 2 little problems which he's had to contend with along the way. But I think 3 or 4 weeks of 50 over cricket and regular first team action will perfect for Mitchell Stanley. They've got quite a good squad here. Lancashire, look at the likes of Jack Blatherwick and Paul Coughlin not involved today. He would probably get into the bulk of the teams in this competition this season.
Balderson to continue to Sibley. He just turns that away off his hip. Could go for 4, and it does. Timed it very nicely from the get-go here as Dominic Sibley.
Tom Bailey neither. He's been left out, so they're leaving some quite some pretty decent players out of the 11 for this first game, Lancashire.
Yeah, they've gone 3 seamers, with Ollie Sutton being the 3rd seamer today. You've got plenty of spin options with Bernard, Shettit, and even Harry Singh. Balderson in, much better line and length from Balderson. That one goes straight through to Matthias for no run.
Some counties are scratching around trying to find an 11. Surrey has signed a couple of overseas players to bolster their numbers, and Lancashire are leaving 3 guys out that
would get in most.
Probably would, wouldn't they?
Yeah, would get in and certainly challenge. Balderson in, that one tied over the line this time. Sibley allowing that one through. Yeah, hopefully Van Vuren for Surrey. Hopefully it's just a little bit of a niggle that just needs a bit of physio attention, and it's nothing serious. He bowled very well today. Just a one slip. Oh wait, that one's signalled a wide by Gareth Cross, the ex-Lancashire wicketkeeper batter. Third man and a fine leg. 2 out during the power play. This one again allowed through to Hurst. Sibley not falling into that trap. Balderson just hanging it wide, just trying to get Sibley to drive through the offside. Balderson so used to bowling with the wicketkeeper up. Is into Sibley. That one just shows signs of low bounce as it bounced a couple of times on the way through to Matty Hurst. "17 for none." Last ball of the 4th over. Sibley allows that one through. Good 5 from Balderson after that first delivery that went for 4.
Looking at the last time that these two sides, and in recent meetings in List A cricket, in a couple of years since they played each other in one-day format, game back in 2023 at Guildford. Lancashire had a decent recent record against Surrey. They beat Surrey by 10 wickets in that match at Guildford in 2023. Then that was their first List A meeting for a decade. It was a 40-over competition back in 2013, again at Guildford, which Lancashire won by 5 wickets. Stanley comes in and bowls, playing a miss from Patel. A few of those from Patel. The bowling of Stanley. In fact, it's 3 consecutive List A wins for Lancashire against Surrey. The game prior to that, same season, at Old Trafford, Lancashire winning by 7 wickets. So they've had a little sequence of results of Lancashire against Surrey, albeit a couple of gaps in between. Stanley into Patel down the leg side, called a wide. 18 without loss. In total, this is the 50th List A match between these two sides, and not much in it. 22 wins for Surrey, 25 wins for Lancashire. Stanley to Patel. Cut down to 3rd man where Ollie Sutton fields. Patel moves on to 3. Surrey 19 without loss. Some pretty big individual scores in these fixtures. Some fantastic names and players from the past have all got some big scores in List A cricket between these two sides. Stanley to Sibley, that's eased away into the offside for no run, including centuries for Graham Thorpe, making 145 and 115 in games for Surrey against Lancashire. Alex Stewart with 125 in a List A match against Lancashire in 1990. Thorpe's centuries coming in 94 and 91. And Andrew Flintoff, an unbeaten 135 for Lancashire in 2000. Sibley defends to cover. And again, there's no run. Stephen Moore made 118 in a match for Lancashire against Surrey. I should really mention Lancashire's Director of Cricket Performance, who's also on this little list I've got in front of me. Mark Chilton, 115 for Lancashire against Surrey in the List A game back in 2004. Stanley and then balls again, just guided away to backward point by Sibley, and there's no run.
You got that on the same day as the highest first wicket partnership as well.
Yes, he did.
223.
Yeah.
It's not a bad effort.
With Ian Sutcliffe. That was at Whitgift School in 2004. And that Flintoff century I mentioned. Down the leg side. Called a wide by the umpire. 20 without loss. Flintoff's 135. Came when he was batting with Ganguly at the Oval in 2000. But that was an ugly partnership to watch. Goodness me, that must have been brilliant to watch Ganguly and Flintoff batting.
So that partnership was 190. And Ganguly got 51.
He did. Nice looking shot from Sibley. That's some lovely straight drives in the game today. And there's another one to add to the list. 4 to end the over. Sibley to 17. 24 without loss.
Yeah, that is a serious cricket shot. Against the pace, against the shape as well, shaping away from the right-hander to on-drive it like that. So much control and time it so nicely. It's a sign of a player who's seen it pretty well. And Sibley 17 of 21. There's not much he hasn't timed in this innings so far. Balderson round the wicket to Patel, who defends back towards the bowler. It's not often Sourav Ganguly plays second fiddle, is it?
Well, stood there and largely watched Flintoff batter it around the Oval 26 years ago. That 190 they put on for the second wicket in that game.
Balderson round the wicket, he finds the outside edge of Patel, but it falls just short of Harry Singh. Patel just signalling to Sibley, just shaped away from the left-hander, so
Mentioned Ian Austin, didn't we, in the first half of the match? He's involved in a 7th wicket partnership for Lancashire against Surrey in the one-day cup. But this must have been good fun to watch. Wasim Akram and Ian Austin put on 106 for the 7th wicket at the Oval in 1994.
Balderson again finding the outside edge, this time of Sibley. Avoids the slip cordon and it's well fielded down at third man by Michael Jones. Keeps it down to a single. Just noticing I can't remember, even though it wasn't that long ago, the sponsor of the Cup in 2013. I bet there was some dismay of having that around the grounds at Old Trafford. Balderson. This time Patel runs it down to third man for a single.
Yeah, that was the 40 over competition, wasn't it, back in 2013? Yorkshire Bank 40. Love a bank in this competition. NatWest, Clydesdale,
Yeah.
Yorkshire and Metrobank.
Balderson into Sibley, who strikes him. I think it's just on the inner thigh. Just, thankfully for Dominic Sibley. Just squares him up a little bit, so maybe just a little bit of shape off the pitch and in the air. Balderson in again, squaring Sibley up, who hits the outside half of the bat. It goes down to third man for a single. Yep, that's the end of 6 over, 28 for none. Surrey started well so far. Sibley doing most of the scoring, 19. Patel 5 and a few extras. Lancashire.
Change of bowling at the Evans end, replacing Mitch Stanley, number 22, Ollie Sutton.
So in the end, just a short opening spell from Mitch Stanley, at least for now. He's 3 overs for 14. Comes out of the attack, and Ollie Sutton, his replacement. So Sutton to Sibley. 6 overs gone, 28 without loss. Slip catcher, Harry Singh in place. Third man on the boundary. Deep square leg as well, towards the rope. It's angled across Sibley and left alone. Taken by Matthew Hurst. And there's a short fine leg. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off cover, and backward point as well. Sutton, left arm over, simply off the back foot, taps it down into the leg side for a single. Takes him to 20. Score moves on to 29 with that loss.
Formby lad in the Liverpool camp, Ollie Sutton, been picked up over the last couple of years from Lancashire, with his performances within the Liverpool camp and his second 11 cricket.
And here he is in the sunshine bowling. Onto the pads of Patel.
Kevin Al's on his jet.
Private jet incoming, yeah. 30 without loss. Just sliding down the leg side, that LBW shot. That's a good ball from Sutton. Sneaks past the edge of Sibley's bat. 30 without loss. I didn't see any planes, but I could certainly hear them.
I see him on.
Did you see one?
Yeah, just over to the right. Sounded nowhere near where it was.
Felt like it was on top of my head. 30 without loss. Sutton to Sibley, that's left. Yeah, Sutton's another one that's had just the odd chance here and there, hasn't he? He's not perhaps had too much good fortune. There was a game at Blackpool the other year where he was playing in this format, and I think he got injured in his first over of the game. That was him out for a while, so he just trying to push his way in and around the first team. Balls again to Sibley, tries to work it into the onside. Tidy stuff from Sutton. End of the 7th over, 30 without loss. Sibley 20, Patel on 5. Only Sutton, probably one of a number of players that probably knew that this would be their chance in the first team, just with the odd potential opportunity here and there for injuries, that type of thing. He was drafted up for Lancashire for the game at Bristol as an injury replacement for Ajit Singh Dale back in April, but I think that may well have been his only championship appearance.
I think he was in the second 11 at that time as well, wasn't he?
That's right.
He have to leave the second 11
he
game?
Did, yeah. He got a taxi from Leicester to Bristol. Hope he kept the receipt.
Claimed it on expenses. Balderson round the wicket to tell you. It hits on the far guard, it squirts into the onside, but there's no run. It's an expensive Uber, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It is. Yeah, that was the bizarre game where Tom Bailey wasn't allowed, even though he was on the ground, wasn't allowed to be the replacement for Ajit Singh Dale.
Balderson this time finding the outside edge of Patel, who's not quite got into his rhythm yet. He gets a single down to third man.
It seems to have all settled down, that, hasn't it? It was quite a hot topic in county cricket, wasn't it? The injury replacement for the first couple of months of the season, when players seem to be dropping down like flies. I think it all seems to have settled down a bit.
There's one every day, wasn't it?
It did feel that way, yeah, it did. Well, there was 2 in one game for Lancashire, with Singdale and Luke Wells.
Balderson, back of length, and Sibley defends into the onside. It was the Yarov Shetty one, wasn't it? That was the real.
Oh, yeah, that was a bit of a farce
for Lancashire, wasn't it? When they had to go through the game without a spinner, a frontline spinner.
Yeah, they weren't allowed to use Tom Hartley.
Did they have to bring in? Did they bring in a seamer, didn't they, for Shetty?
I thought they brought in. I think they brought in George Bell.
Oh yeah,
I think they brought Bell in.
Sibley, outside half of the bat, and that was fielded by Josh Bohannon.
So they replaced the off-spinning all-rounder with a wicket-keeper batter, because they weren't allowed to use the left-arm spinner. Yeah, and Tom Hartley was. I think they were perhaps not quite getting that rule right at the start of the season. Seemed a bit daft.
Balderson in full of a length, and that one's tucked away nicely into the onside through wideish mid-on. Joe Moores, who's on for Keaton Jennings at the moment. He stops the boundary, but you still get a 3.
Yeah, Moores and Flintoff arriving this morning, joining up with the squad. They've been away on England duty. Both came wandering across in their England kit this morning.
Sure, it didn't get mentioned in the changing rooms. Balderson round the wicket to Patel. Again, struck on the pad, but it's going way down leg. There's no real appeal, and that's the end of the 8th over, 34 for none. Sibley 23, Patel 6, who's just not really found the middle of the bat just yet.
No, but I suppose one of the benefits, I guess, isn't it, about batting second, is that you can kind of pace where you're at. You've got an idea what the Duckworth Lewis Stern total is, which gives you a bit of a gauge. You know, it's not going to rain, but it gives you perhaps a little bit of an idea where your run chase is. And you know, Lancashire were 30 for 1 after 10, weren't they? So they kind of knew where.
Ahead of that, aren't they, as
absolutely,
well?
So a calm start for the opening batters here. It's a good stop by Jennings. Forced away into the offside to double take. Double take. That's great stop from Jennings. Diving away to his left-hand side.
Not used to seeing him in the ring
Yeah,
this early
what are
on.
you doing there? Single nonetheless. 35 without loss. He's now out on the boundary, keeping Jennings. Oh, he's signing autographs. A couple of young kids have come up.
Diving stop, and look what he's doing already.
Now he's lapping it up, signing autographs.
From Lancashire's best fielder.
35 without loss. That single takes Sibley to 24, brings Patel back on strike. Beats Patel. Through to Hurst. Sun just creeping through again. It's a really nice kind of gentle atmosphere around the ground. There's quite a few kids in it, school holiday time as well, and I've been here every time Lancashire played a game here for the men's side I've been, and I can't recall ever being a poor crowd. There's always a good crowd, and likewise again today. Oh, that gets through Bohannon, but it was hit firmly. Took a horrible bounce in front of Bohannon, and didn't have a great deal of chance with that, I don't think. 4 for Patel down towards the wide third boundary.
Yeah, he's hit that really nice, hasn't he, Patel? First one out of the middle of the bat for Surrey's opener. He'll be hoping that can just tick his innings along. Sibley has looked very settled, as he so often does. Nothing really flusters him.
Sutton to Patel. Takes a single work towards the leg side for 1. And Patel moves on to 11, 40 without loss.
He's really brought his game on as well, Dominic Sibley, in the white ball format. A competition like this gets more exposure into that white ball cricket, and he's made himself. I don't think he's played too much in the Blast this year for Surrey, but he's certainly stepped in over the last few years.
Sutton to Sibley. It's allowed to go through. I mean, it would seem like his game's perfectly built for this format,
Yeah.
for 50 over cricket.
Just bat around him. He's similar to a Keaton Jennings, isn't he, for Lancashire? You just want them to bat 30, 35 overs, let everyone else bat around.
I suppose with the cast list that Surrey have got, there's Sutton's in to Sibley, through to the keeper, end of the over. 40 without loss, 9 gone. It is first class and list day cricket for Sibley. Short of options in the, across the 3 different formats. But yeah, I think he's where he bats. This is in white ball cricket. This is going to be ideal. 50 overs for Sibley.
Set his stall out. Doesn't have to rush at all. I mean, he's on to 24 or 35 by just timing it and stroking it so far. He's allowed the ball to come right under his eye line. Plays it right from the crease. His footwork's moving pretty smooth and efficiently. It certainly looks set. He'll also know that he has to do a lot of the batting with quite an inexperienced batting lineup for Surrey. Mitchell Stanley's going to change end, and he's been meted by a lovely drive through the onside by Ryan Patel. The outfield just looks like it's slowed up a little bit. That's cut off for 2.
It's Charlie Barnard there. He's done well to catch up with that. I was with you. It felt like when he hit it, that was going to run away for 4, but he managed to catch up with it, Barnard.
Got an excellent fielding outfit as well, Lancashire. Got a lot of young lads. Fielders like even like a Josh Bohannon, who, I mean, he's still a young lad. This one's off the 5-pad, I think, down the leg side. It's a brilliant take from Matty Hurst. It's a gentle appeal, but yeah, across. The umpire keeps his finger down.
Was a good take, wasn't it, from Hurst? Peeling away. He's got a lot of ground to make up there down the leg side. Yeah, just brushing the thigh pad.
Stanley's just changing ends where Van Vuren had some success for Surrey. Can Stanley get the same success? This one's in at the pads of Patel, who gets cramped up. It hits his thigh guard and goes away for a leg bite.
It just felt like there was a little bit more bounce from this end when Surrey were bowling. Pace and the bounce and the carry just felt like a little better from this end. From our position, watching it kind of square on it. Quickly, Stanley swapping end, just 3 overs from that Evans end and in from the Powell end pretty early on.
This one's flicked off his hip nicely from Dominic Sibley. Stanley not quite adjusting his line to the right-hander, and Sibley turns that away nicely through the leg side, and there's no chance of the outfield slowing that one up. 47 for none. Surrey, and still 2 balls left of the first power play, so a much better power play than Lancashire's. Stanley in. This one's outside the line of off stump and allowed through to Hurst.
Yeah, I suppose the conditions may just change a little bit, kind of from an 11 o'clock start this morning. Start the innings at 3:30 in the afternoon. It might just not quite be moving around as much as it did, I think, in that first 10 overs for Surrey when they had the bowlers with a new ball from both ends. It was nipping about a bit this morning. And just eased a fraction.
Stanley in, Sibley leaving that one through, and that's the end of the first 10. 47 for none. Surrey, in comparison, I think Lancashire was 30 for 1 with a wicket of Matty Hurst in that second over, so an excellent start for Surrey.
It is, yeah. They're a decent way ahead, aren't they? With Lewis Parr's score is 33 at the end of this over, and already the 47, so it just gives you a little gauge as to where they're at. A solid start by Patel and by Sibley. Lancashire so far. I've used the 3 bowlers, just a couple from Ollie Sutton. He's about to start his 3rd. Balderson 4 overs for 18. Stanley's bowled 4 overs for 20 as well. First 10 overs complete then. Strong, solid start for Surrey with the bat in this run chase. There's Ollie Sutton. Dabbed away into the offside by Patel. Shetty comes up from cover to field. And there's no run. The longest queue during the course of the interval was certainly for the ice cream van. It was lay by lattes that was busy this morning, and that's been replaced with the ice cream van this afternoon. Must have been 50 deep. It's an enormous queue. 47 with that loss. Sutton balls, it's pulled, it's out towards the square leg boundary. Jennings coming up from the rope to field. He's got his sun hat on there, Keaton Jennings. Not see him in the sun hat too much.
Yeah, the floppy hat's on.
Yeah, nice.
Shades are on.
Lovely.
Enjoying his time out there with the spectators.
He's having a chat, isn't he? Signing a few autographs. 48 without loss. A pull shot bringing Patel a single, so he moves to 14. Brings Sibley back on strike. Sibley on the front foot defending. Flecks the ball back to Sutton. There's no addition to the score. Sutton turns and sets off once more. Simply on the drive, trying to force it down the ground. Gathered by Marcus Harris at mid-on. Sends it up towards the keeper. Dom simply has to duck. The ball was heading in his direction from Marcus Harris. He ducks out the way of it through to the keeper. And then Harris just holds up a hand of apology towards Sibley. Single off the first 4 balls, good start to the over for Sutton. Sibley forced to defend again. Up comes Bohannon from cover point to field. Viewers on Lancs TV, you can see behind the sight screen at that end of the ground there, there's quite a bit of spectator movement. There's quite a big area of grass behind the sight screen. And the school building's just beyond that as well. It's a nice spot to have a wander around. Plenty of space to stretch the legs. Pushed away by Sibley, and then it bounced up, and maybe for a second he thought it might just roll back towards the stumps. End of the 11th over. If you've just joined our coverage on Lancs TV or Sports Extra 3 on the BBC, Surrey 48 without loss. We're at Sebba School for this Metrobank One Day Cup fixture between Lancashire and Surrey. 281 is a target for Surrey, who are missing a couple of dozen players, I think, in the end, being drafted up to the 100. And they made a solid start with 2 of their more experienced players in Sibley and Patel. And the team with a couple of teenagers involved in it. These 2 have got off to a solid start. 48 on the board, 11 gone. Target 281.
Yeah, excellent start for Surrey. Just what they would have wanted in a run chase. No early wicket. And the openers, Patel looked a little bit loose early doors, but he's just found the middle of the bat in the last few overs, so he's just starting to settle. Stanley is the man to try and take the wicket for Lancashire. It just falls short of Charlie Bernard at mid-wicket. Patel just turning one into the onside off his legs, and it just fell short of Lancashire's left arm off spinner. Stanley took the new ball. He opened up from the Evans end, now at the Powell end after a spell from the skipper George Balderson. Be a go-to man throughout all formats. Mitchell Stanley with his extra pace, as that one sent down the leg side and signalled a wide.
Yeah, he's certainly got that bit of X factor about him, hasn't he, Mitchell Stanley? Whether he'll play every game, I'm not sure. They've got, we mentioned already some of the lads that are not playing, the likes of Coughlin and Blatherwick and Bailey, for example. So I think they'll all probably get a chance at some stage, and there's a sequence where Lancashire are on the road for a bit in their away game, so they'll rotate their bowlers.
Stanley in again down the leg side, and Hurst takes that above shoulder height, so some good carry still. Mitchell Stanley. This ball is only 6 overs old from this end. Of course, there's a new ball from either end. Stanley again, not quite finding his line. Sibley this time gets bat on it. He gets 4 runs. No chance for the fine leg fielder. Takes the score onto 55, and Sibley into the 30s, 32 or 43.
Yeah, he just struggled a little bit here, hasn't he, for his line to Sibley. couple of leg side wides, and that one he can just glance off his pads down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, it looked a little bit frustrating in his first spell. He constantly looking down at the footholes. I don't know if he was landing how he would like. This one's back of a length, Sibley in behind the defence. Plays it back towards the fast bowler. Sibley at the minute just looks in the world of his own here. Just batting with so much time, so much ease.
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of in his own little bubble, doesn't it? And just happily ticking along and doing his own thing.
Stanley full of a length, Sibley driving towards Marcus Harris at mid-off. Someone who probably feels maybe frustrated that he's never got another go with the international test cricket for England.
Well, he was certainly kind of being talked about this season, wasn't he? Again, when it looked likely that Crawley would get dropped.
Stanley in back of a length, and this one's cut nicely through the offside. It's well fielded from Michael Jones. Kept it down to a single.
Felt like it was a kind of a conversation, which was involving Sibley, Gay, and Hamid.
Yeah.
Plumped for Gay in the end, but kind of did all he could do. Sibley, he's certainly got enough runs in that first month or 2 of the season, on the back of his outstanding year last year as well. So he can't really do much more to try and get back in, I don't think.
Stanley into Patel, who's on the back foot and pushing into the offside for a single, and that one's the end of the 12th over, 57 for none. Stanley just signalled to come straight off.
He's not happy with something, is he?
No, I think he had some tablets run round to him from Joe Moores before. I don't know if he's just suffering with something, but he's certainly going to go off and get some time off his feet.
Yeah, he's not really looked like he's found any kind of rhythm there in either spell. He's tried both ends, but just didn't seem to kind of settle.
Yeah, it looked forced, didn't it? We've seen him this season in the County Championship and across the T20 Blast. He's just looked so smooth, and like I say, pace looked a little bit down as well. He wasn't quite swinging it as much as we have seen.
He's gone off for a reset. I think he bowled 5 overs there, I think. Yeah. So Sutton starts again. It's down the leg side, half an appeal with the umpire stretching out his arms to signal the wide.
Do like the old classic appeal down the leg and just see if the umpire doesn't give the wide.
I mean, it doesn't often work.
No.
From my
Not in
experience.
professional cricket,
No,
certainly.
no. But worth a do nonetheless. That's pulled just a fraction short from Sutton, and Patel rocks back and pulls it out towards Jennings.
Ball's following Keaton.
It is.
Now he's got himself in the mix in all them fielding positions.
He's out by his fan club there on the boundary edge. .59 without loss. Sutton to Sibley. Just deflects down towards the fine leg. And it's fielded by Hurst. Sibley removes his helmet and mops his brow. It is a warm, sticky day, so just having a moment. Reasonably regular drink breaks, albeit it's not as hot as it has been in the last few weeks. The Roses match in the T20 Blast was absolutely baking afternoon and evening in Manchester for that double header. It's off the back foot from Sibley, just guided away to point for 1. Takes him to 34. Score moves on to 60 without loss.
Just starting to see Arav Shetty go through some warm-ups. Lancashire's spinner.
Shetty, Barnard, Singh. Spinning options, as that's square drive from Patel, but as far as Josh Bohannon. And there's no run. Looking forward to watching Charlie Barnard. His opportunities are limited. His left arm spin of Tom Hartley ahead of him in the pecking order at the minute. Tom away with the 100 gives Charlie Barnard an opportunity in this format. Driven on the bounce to Shetty. Takes a stumbling stop at cover. And there's no run. Mentioned how they'll probably rotate Lancashire. They're quicker bowlers. They've got plenty of options to do that, but you expect someone like Shetty and Barnard probably to play the bulk of these one-day games. Short and pulled, and this time Paulie might be caught. Oh, well, in the end he's been put down. It's an awkward chance. I think it's Harry Singh running backwards from mid-wicket, and the pull shot just didn't time it. More of a thick top edge. Arms outstretched. Singh got to it. I think he had it, and I think as he turns and hits the deck, I think in the end, the chance pops out, but almost for Harry Singh. Lifeline for Patel. End of the 13th over, 60 without loss.
Yeah, Singh had it for so long, but like he says, he's just about to land. That's when it pops out. I think it's a good option to Ryan Patel, that short ball. He's took it on every time. One just fell short of Jennings before on the boundary, then he pulled one nicely. And he's just top edged that one, so maybe it's an option that Lancashire can go to. A few full length deliveries and then the short one. Lancashire not desperate for a wicket yet, but they'd certainly like one soon. Well, the crowd would certainly enjoy seeing a wicket as well. A lovely crowd in.
Yeah, it's good viewing spots too, aren't they? The little hill on the far side of the ground, which you can just perch yourself on. You can sit there, viewers on Lancs TV, that little hill, and there's a row of seating, and you can sit on the grass as well. Nice elevated view.
Yeah, we're going to see Arav Shetty for the first time with the ball. That one's punched to Josh Bohannon at mid-wicket. Shetty, the right arm off spinner, he has got a couple of variations as well, so as he gets into his groove and into his spell, we'll see no doubt then variations as Sibley pushes that one to Bohannon again for no run. Shetty this time a little bit slower in the air, gives Sibley time to rock onto the back foot and turn it away into the leg side. Gets a single, left-handed Ryan Patel on strike. Mid-off, out on the boundary, so a bit of long off, a cover point and a deep square. Not quite finding his length to the left-hander. First up, gives Patel enough time to rock back and punch into the offside. 62 for none. Surrey. 35 for Dominic Sibley. 18 for Patel. Fuller of a length this time to Sibley. He traps it down into the ground. 2 off his first 5 deliveries for Shetty here. This one's just turned into the leg side from Sibley, who gets inside the line, tries to get a single into the leg side, but gets it too fine to Ollie Sutton, who does the fielding. 62 for none after 14. Surrey currently going at 4.43 and over. The run rate required is just over 6, but that will not be alarming Surrey.
No.
With 36 overs still to go.
Yeah, even with a relatively inexperienced lineup to follow. Manageable numbers there, aren't they, at the minute? There's Sutton. Control pull shot from Patel down towards fine leg, and in fact it's gone for 4. There is a field of Charlie Barnard. He's at fine leg, but it's gone to his right hand side. Nice shot from Patel, just swivelling onto the back foot, pulling it down towards the boundary. Runs away for 4.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad plan, but Ollie Sutton just needs to hit the pitch probably a little bit harder. It wasn't quite high enough in terms of...
This time he drives through the offside. Jones fields. Patel to 23. So we move on to 67 without loss.
Could have well been control of that pull shot, so you probably want the ball shoulder, head height, where it's harder to control with your hands as a batter.
Sibley waits for Sutton, who's in and bowling. Just drops it into the offside. And there's no run, 67 without loss. It's a 3rd man and a fine leg down by the boundary edge. Jennings looks like he's taken up route on that boundary on the far side. He's not moved as that's through to the keeper. And there's also Jones on the square leg boundary as well. So deep point, deep square, 3rd man, fine leg. Everybody else inside the fielding circle. Mid off and mid on. Mid wicket. Extra cover, backward point. Sutton to Sibley. Looking up for the LBW with a little bit more enthusiasm than some of the previous ones, but still nothing from umpire Simon Widdop. Sibley rehearsing a shot through the leg side. His left arm over. There's enough doubt with that, isn't there? Certainly where the ball's pitching as well, especially.
I think it's pitching outside leg, isn't it?
It probably is. Oh, that bounces a little bit on Sibley. Does well to steer that into the ground. It instantly comes down the pitch. It's the end of the over, but that one certainly had a bit of lift from Ollie Sutton. So through 15 overs. Lancashire searching for their first breakthrough. Sibley 35, Patel 23, so a pretty solid platform here. So we have got themselves with 67 on the board. 281 is the target.
Certainly got that delivery that he can just bend his back a little bit more on Ollie Sutton. I've seen beat Sibley for pace earlier on in his innings, and then, like I say, he's just surprised him a little bit with that shorter length delivery. Shetty round the wicket to Patel, who's 23 off 33. Looks to defend into the offside, doesn't get it square enough, so it's no run. Shetty with his bright red spikes in the Lancashire colours, matching the blue kit as he comes in, bowls, slower through the air again. Patel defending. Patel just caught on the back foot, but he gets it through. Backward point for a single. Arif Shetty, he's played it that late. Arif Shetty was appealing for an LBW at one stage. Don't quite think it struck the pad before the bat, if it struck the pad at all. Shetty into Sibley, who lunges forward and gets inside the line of the spin and turns it away into the leg side for a single. Patel defending back towards Lancashire's all-rounder. Good little cameo from Shetty in that first innings, with Michael Jones to finish up the innings, and that one's drove to Josh Bohannon at extra cover. It's a dot ball to end.
Wanting to make away from the ground.
Shetty 20 not out of 13.
On the road outside the ground here in
He's making himself into a handy little finisher with the bat. Is Arif Shetty. We've seen it last year, and then we've seen it a couple of times at the start of the season before his injury. He's gone just for 4 runs off his 2 overs so far, so
it's Sutton again, muscled out towards the leg side by Sibley. That's going to be 4. Sat on the back foot and hammered away through the onside.
Yeah, very well played from Sibley, especially after the last ball of Sutton's previous over, which just caught Sibley off guard with a little bit of extra pace and bounce. This one's pulled nicely through, straightish mid-wicket for 4.
Sutton to Sibley. Runs their way through the offside for a single. Nicely played, isn't it, from Sibley? Back foot shot, muscled to mid-wicket for 4. And just chomps it away into the offside for a single the next delivery.
Yeah, it's very experienced cricket from Sibley. 4 off the first ball. No need to do anything rash now, especially at 75 for none. Singles and dots are absolutely fine for the rest of this over.
Sutton in too. Patel didn't quite get the cut shot away he was hoping for. He's going to under-edged it, bouncing down towards the keeper. Sutton here into his 6th over. He's bowled all 6 on the spin from the Evans end of the ground.
Yeah, imagine it could be his last over, especially if, well, depending on how Stanley is. Don't want to bowl too many of Sutton's overs when you're going to need to see him to come back later on in the innings.
Halfway through his 6th. Oh, it just gets underneath the body of Bohannon. Jones mopping up, sweeping round the boundary in front of us. Score moves on to 75 without loss. Couple of balls left to the 17th over. Lancashire searching for a breakthrough. Gentle single, just ease into the onside by Sibley. Moves up 42, and the score moves on to 76 without loss. Brings Patel back on strike. What's his bowling change going to be from the Evans end? Well, not seen any of Harry Singh or Charlie Barnard yet, and just the 4 overs from Balderson himself with the new ball at the start of the innings. Sutton in, up and over point, down towards the boundary, and that'll be 4. 4 to end the over, 4 to start it. Good one for Surrey. Guess a tough ask, isn't it, for Sutton? 6 on the spin. And the final one was the most expensive of the lot. End of the over. Mitchell Stanley returns. He's back out there. We've had 17 overs and a very good start. Tom Sibley 42. And Patel's on 29. And Surrey 80 on the board.
Yeah, hindsight's never wrong, is it? But just that 1 over too many for Ollie Sutton in that spell. It's a shame 'cause he bowled pretty well and he created a few chances before that over. He's had the drop catch of Patel. He played a lovely shot to end that over. Uppercutting one over backward point for 4. Charlie Bernard's just going through some warm-ups as Shetty's going to continue full of a length in a block hole, and Sibley turns that away to Josh Bohannon at mid-wicket for no run. Just a couple of field changes to Sibley, who so well at turning the strike into that leg side and rotating the strike. So another mid-wicket comes in from backward point. Sibley finds the gap wherever it is at the moment, tucks that away for a single into the leg side. I think he would be better. Is there 2 mid-wickets, maybe a square leg and a mid-wicket, and have Keaton Jennings splitting both of them. He's turned quite a few of his singles more square instead of straight mid-wicket. Round the wicket to Patel, who drives nicely down the ground for a single. Bit more air from Shetty. Just a little bit of a fumble from Harry Singh at long off. I won't mind seeing Balderson for a couple of overs at the other end. Keeper stood up. So often when he gets his wickets with the keeper up, back of a length, and Sibley punching it back to Bohannon at mid-wicket.
Yeah, we mentioned that when we were watching Patel bowl, weren't we, earlier on, that you're kind of expecting Balderson to fulfil a similar role when Lancashire were bowling.
Shetty quicker and flatter this time, trying to catch Sibley on the crease, who plays with a straight bat back towards the bowler. 2 off this over so far for Shetty, and this one's slower in the air, and Sibley waits for it, pushes through the offside and gets a single. Another good over from Arav Shetty. 3 off that one, 7 off his 3 so far, so I think we are going to see a change yet.
Yeah, Charlie Barnard. He's coming on. Left arm spin for the first time.
I think the first seen Charlie Barnard, Scotland was doing the nighttime shift at Emirates Old Trafford when they went to tour.
Oh, the pre-season tour.
I don't know if it was last winter or the winter before.
I think it was the winter before.
Yeah. Was it Karnataka? Karnataka, I think. And he really impressed me. I thought he was an excellent young spinner. In a couple of opportunities last year as well.
Yeah, he's again, I think he played every game last year in this competition, which is probably something he'll expect to do again. And then around Lancashire's first team, I think in all 3 formats, he's just going to down the pecking order, isn't he, really? And Tom Hartley ahead of him.
Yeah, you got Tom Hartley as well with holding the bat and adding some lower order runs, haven't you?
There he is for the first time in this game. No full toss, which Sibley thumps down the ground. You know, the pre-season friendly games, weren't they? We were commentating from Emirates Old Trafford at about 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Whose idea was that? 84 without loss. Why on earth did we agree to it? Patel's on 30. Barnard to Patel. It's driven back towards him, fielded on the left arm spinner. And there's no run. Pulls up his sleeve. He's got his sunglasses on. And a chance here of a decent ball in this fixture, trying to find a breakthrough. Patel comes towards him. Play back towards him, and there's no addition to the score. Driven again by Patel. Sings it deepish mid off to field. Got his boundary runners at long on. Deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket. Deep point. Forced by Patel on the bounce back to Barnard. There's no run. Just a single coming off the over. Good start. Can he get through this opening over? Balls to Patel. And scooped up by Bahan and an extra cover. Well, that's just an over that Lancashire were hoping for. No wicket, but could just do with a sense of just trying to get a little bit of a stranglehold here if they can. Surrey will be pleased with where they're at. They're ahead of the game, ahead of the run chase, and ahead of where Lancashire were at this stage.
Yeah, good. 2 good overs there for Lancashire. The spin now into the attack at both ends. Arav Shetty from the power end. He's through 3 overs so far. Heavy ball into Sibley, who's on the reverse sweep and plays it really well. Excellent shot from Dominic Sibley for 4, and we spoke about earlier on in the innings how much more open his game is and much more 360 than he was when we've seen him represent England before, and over the past few years he's played a bit of T20 blast for Surrey, more games in the Metro Bank. Excellent from Sibley, and that's his 50 as well. Punches that one down the ground for a single. Again, real experience from Sibley. 4 followed by a single at the start of the over. It's been a fantastic 50. 50 off 69.
Well, he's got a big role to play, hasn't he? If this is Surrey's squad for the competition going forward, then he's got a key role to play at the top with the bat.
This one's played through mid-off for a single where Harry Sings runs in from the boundary. What a player to learn from as well for any youngster in that Surrey changing room, to watch Sibley and how he goes about his batting. You know, he's got a unique technique. I don't think it's as unique as it used to be when he was first playing Test cricket. But the way he goes about scoring his runs, and this one's tucked off his hip for a single, and just how he stays in his own little world, doesn't let anything fluster him. You know, he sticks to the shots that he knows. He's developed a few more shots you wouldn't have seen Dom Sibley 5 or 6 years ago, reversing many balls. This one's flashed through the offside from Patel, but finds Harry Singh.
It's probably like quite a few players. You're actually picked for England when you're perhaps not the player that you will ultimately become.
At
He's
your
probably
best,
a better
yeah.
player now than what he was when he was
Yeah.
selected for England. And there'll be quite a few in that category, I would think. You know, we mentioned Hamid before. He's a better player now than what he was when he picked for England.
Yeah. Shetty in back of a length, and Sibley all the time in the world just to rock back, punch that back towards Harry Singh, and another brilliant over. 4 off the first ball, singles to follow. Surrey making this look like easy work at the moment. 93 for none after 20.
Guess quite a bit of it's about timing, isn't it? If it falls into place for you at the right time, and you get picked at the right time, and you're in the right form at the right time, then you kind of don't look back.
Yeah, and at the time he was probably certainly the right man to get that. I think his test debut was in New Zealand. I do remember watching it, and when I first saw him I thought, you know what, I'm quite excited to see someone with a bit of a different technique who knows his game, but like you say, I think become an even better player. And I mean, his stats and his runs over the last 4 or 5 years for Surrey just tell you all you need to know. And you know, I'm not got the stats to hand, but
There's Barnard to Sibley. That's played back towards him. No wrong.
if you compared his strike rate from the last 4 or 5 years compared to the few years before, and I'm sure there'll be a bit of a difference in that as well.
Barnard to Sibley. Just find a gap through the offside. Just runs it away through. Extra cover for a single. Yes, you're right. His debut came against New Zealand in Mount Maunganui in 2019. Opened the batting with Rory Burns. The back foot as he cleared mid-off. He has Patel. That's going to bounce over the boundary rope. It's going to be 4 towards the long off boundary.
It's a good shot from Patel, hanging back and just slapping his hands through the ball with that mid-off up in the ring as well. Just had to get enough on it to beat him.
Barnard to Patel. Played out to mid-wicket where Bohannon fields. 98 so far put on for this opening wicket. On the sweep. It's worth 1 run. Sutton does well. Clearing up on the boundary. Patel moves to 37. 1 ball left of the over. 1 run away from a century partnership for the opening wicket. It's Barnard to Sibley. That's played to mid-wicket, end of the over. 99 without loss, 21 overs gone. Target 281. It's quite a Surrey-dominated England team, was that Sibley made his debut as. There's Rory Burns and Dom Sibley. I presume Sibley was at Surrey then, not at Warwickshire.
I think he was at Warwickshire.
Was he Warwickshire? Right, okay.
I think so.
There's Ollie Pope and Sam Curran also in that England team as well. Burns, Sibley, Denley, Root, Stokes, Pope, Butler, Sam Curran, Jofra Archer, Jack Leach and Stuart Broad in that England team when Sibley made his debut.
What year was that now? 2019. Shetty to continue. This one's driven nicely from Patel. Wideish mid-off. Harry Singh does well to sweep round and keep it down to just 2 runs. Takes the score onto 101 off 21.1 overs for Surrey, so the 100 up in good time for the opening pair. And Patel's done a very good job. Down to bat at number 3, but Burns. This one's turned into the onside for no run. Rory Burns just, I don't know if he took one on the lip or the nose, but he certainly took one in the face from an opportunity in the field. This one's driven aerially, but mid-off is out on the boundary, so he gets a single. Lancashire just need a little bit of something from someone who's going to put their hand up and be the game changer for Lancashire. Just seems a little bit flat out there. There's not much chatter going on in the ring. Shetty in. Oh, and that one's beaten. Sibley all ends up. He rocks back to try and punch through the offside. Some sharp spin back in towards the Surrey opener. It's taken well by Matty Hurst in the end. So, good signs for Lancashire. This time Sibley rocking back, waiting for the spin, punching through the onside, and he gets a single. Playing spin really well, Sibley. Just most good players of spin play from the back foot mostly, and then once he over pitch, he pounces on that one. As Patel dances down the track a couple of steps, gets a quick single to Mitchell Stanley, who's at mid-on. And that's the end of another good over for Surrey. 104 for none after 22. So find themselves needing 177 more runs.
Yeah, superb start. Just leaving Lancashire with a few questions to try and answer here. Balderson's just starting to warm up, and we saw him bowl 4 overs to begin with. This is Patel. That's a good shot again. A great use of the feet. Oh, blimey, that's been hit into the crowd. Let's hope that that gentleman's okay. Caught that well, skipping down the pitch and hammered it up and over long off. It's gone for 6. I think he's okay, that chap. I think I've seen him.
I think the lad in the red next to him just stuck his foot out and kicked it. While the other guy was taking a tumble.
The poor bloke went flying, didn't he? Goodness. It's gone for 6. It's a really good shot from Patel. Great use of the feet towards the spinner. He's been really positive, hasn't he, Patel, to Barnard, or tried to be. I know he's only early on into his spell, this, for the left-arm spinner. But
yeah, it suits the matchup for Patel as well. Naturally, Barnard trying to spin it back into the left-hander. He's going to change the angle. Now, instead of coming round, he's going over, which still might suit Patel as well.
Turn it to the onside this time. Fielded by Bohannon. And there's no run. I was looking at potential record opening partnerships in List A cricket for Surrey against Lancashire. So the front foot and pushed into the offside for no run. We're not that far away from it. Highest wicket partnership for the first wicket for Surrey against Lancashire. It's within reach, certainly, of these two. Oh, it's muscled away for 4 more, and that'll help it as well. And that brings up a 50 for Patel, so it's a really, really good start this by Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley. Both have got to 50. They've pushed the opening partnership now beyond 100.
50 for Ryan Patel.
Really good start. And some terrific shots being played here by Patel off the back foot on this occasion. She muscles out through the offside for 4. Barnard in to Patel. Play back to Charlie Barnard. 51 coming off 60 deliveries, 5 fours and a 6 for Ryan Patel. Barnard bowls. Patel drives away. Good stop by Balderson. An extra cover. And that is the end of the over. So 10 coming off it, the 6 and the 4. 23 overs gone. So 114 without loss, Sibley on 54 and Patel on 54.
Yeah, it was a fabulous knock from Patel. At the start of the innings, he looked a little bit out of sorts, but he soon got into the gears and got flowing. And all of a sudden, he's found himself 51 off 62. They're just not allowing Lancashire to settle, are they, on any sort of line and lengths, any sort of plans. They're finding the boundaries when they need, and they're rotating the strike consistently, whereas at times Lancashire was often 1 boundary and an over and then 5 dots, and whereas Surrey have built up the overs pretty well in terms of getting them 6s and 7s and sometimes 8s. Balderson into his second spell, back of a length and turned away into the onside for a single. Keeper still stood back. I'd love to see Matty Hurst up to the stumps, trap both batters in the crease, try and be stump to stump, bring the stumps and the LBW into play. Round the wicket to Patel, who just sits back and turns away to Stanley at mid-on.
Okay, Captain Callum. Why? I agree. I just kind of expected that would be the tactic here. So why wouldn't it, do you think?
The only thing I can think of is with it being 4 out in the middle, does he want the comfort of having 3rd man and fine leg back and not just getting Balderson round the wickets? Patel tries to put him over the school, I think, on that one.
He did, didn't he? Yeah. A big shot there, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's the only thing I can really think of.
Right. Okay.
That he wants the comfort of having that 3rd man back, so he doesn't just get run down for boundaries. You feel like with the keeper up to the stumps, you'd then want mid on or mid off back, so then you can go at the stumps a little bit more. As that one's pulled through the onside, I think it's going to split the field as it is. Splits the fielders. It's 4 runs. It's another boundary for Surrey. And again, is he going to bowl that length with the keeper up? I don't think he does, because he traps the Surrey batters on the crease. So I feel like he's desperate for Matty Hurst to come up here and just try and trap these two. He gets a lot of his wickets. LBW bowled, and there's them feathers behind when the keeper's stood up.
He's certainly a player that he uses, and Lancashire uses pretty much all the time when he bowls in the Championship.
This one's defended into the offside for no run. Again, Surrey have found a boundary and another over. They've already got a single as well. Will they get another single to make it another 6-run over? That's just where the difference has been a little bit with Lancashire around the first 20, 25 overs. Patel defends into the offside and finds that single, ends the over well. 6 off it. Just the one bad delivery from Balderson, that back of a length where Patel's plenty of time to pull it for 4, but Lancashire just seem desperate for a wicket here now.
Yeah, they do. They just conjure up a little bit of a magic spell from somewhere. Sibley and Patel look in complete control at the moment. 120 on for the first wicket. And a pretty cool and calm and collected approach by Sibley and by Patel. Barnard to Patel was an interesting tussle. Just the previous over, he was certainly trying to be positive against the left-arm spinner. And down the pitch he comes again. It's hit firmly to Singh, who's inside the circle now at mid-off. One bounce towards Singh.
I think he's going to keep attacking as well, Patel. That first sign, that first ball.
Barnard to Patel. It's rocked back and muscled down the ground. It will be swept up by Marcus Harris on the long-on boundary. So just a single. Patel to 57. 121 without loss.
Good again from Patel, being really positive, dancing down the track. First ball, didn't quite get all of it, but then he gets a drag down the next ball from Charlie Bernard.
Balls, well, that beats Sibley. Left arm spin around the wicket. Just gets Sibley onto the front foot. Goes past the edge of the bat. It's just dropped into the offside for one. Sibley to 56 now. 122 for no wicket. Brings Patel on strike. Field changing, left hand, right hand combination. Got the left hander batting now. And comes Barnard to Patel. Clipped away to Jennings out on that boundary where he's been for the majority, if not all, of this Surrey reply.
He's found his happy place out
there.
He
has, hasn't he? Yeah. Got his little Lancashire sun hat on, and he's going to chat with some of the kids and sign some autographs. Simply on the front foot, that's pushed into the offside. And there's no run. That is the end of the over. So 25 gone. Halfway stage. And Surrey will be thrilled with where they find themselves at. Superb start with Ryan Patel on 58, Dom Sibley on 56. Target of 281.
Sorry, 120.
And they've got themselves 123 of those runs without losing a wicket.
158.
In a very healthy looking position. Maybe drinks might come at a decent time for Lancashire to try and have a little get together and a regroup.
Yeah, that's what Lancashire will be hoping. The old phrase, drinks, always a wicket after drinks. That's what Lancashire need. Surrey have been absolutely excellent. 123 for none. Off these 25 overs. Sibley at first being the main run scorer, but Patel now just shifting through the gears a little bit, trying to be more attacking and putting the Lancashire spinners especially under pressure. So it's running really good from the two experienced duo. So Lancashire just need to try and focus on a certain plan. Let's stick to one plan and let's try and somehow get ourselves back into the game, whether that's bowling stump to stump and your fielders in front of the bat, whether that's going into the pitch with some cutters and try and get a miscue, a false shot out to your square fielders. Just need a little bit of inspiration out there for Lancashire. It just looks a little bit flat, and someone just needs to put their hand up and say, I'm going to change this game for us today.
Elsewhere, as it stands, Northamptonshire against Warwickshire. Warwickshire finishing on 312 for 9 from 50 overs. Northamptonshire in reply are 128 for 2. Ricardo Vasconcelos is 63 not out. That's after 23 overs. And the other game in this group is Notts against Somerset. Somerset finishing on 258 for 9 from 50 overs. And Notts are 150 for 3 after 27. in reply. And there are 3 games in Group B. Derbyshire 2, 5, 6 for 9 from 50 overs. Replying at Durham on 107 for 3. Ben Stokes is 35 not out. And Middlesex 2, that's after 29 overs for Durham. Middlesex 294 for 8 after 50. Essex 127 for 4 after 22. And the Yorkies against Hampshire. Hampshire 320 for 8 from their 50 overs. Yorkshire 162 for 3 after 26.
Balderson after Drinks, and he does. He finds the wicket. Drinks comes at the perfect time for Lancashire. As they so often say, Drinks always brings a wicket, and it certainly has done for Lancashire. It's a little feather through from Patel through to Matty Hurst, but it's a much needed breakthrough for Lancashire. Patel goes for 58, and Surrey find themselves on 123 for 1.
Patel, caught by
Well,
Matty Hurst off the bowling of George Baldwin.
suggesting that maybe
Surrey 123 for 1.
Drinks might come at a good time, and that's exactly what's happened. Patel's
Incoming Surrey batter number 64, Adam Thomas.
absolutely fuming, isn't he? There, we see his reaction. Oh, we can't believe it. Like he was set for a potentially quite a big score, but relief for Lancashire. Boy, did they need that. Superb platform though for Surrey to try and go on and build onto. Still no sign of Rory Burns, so it's going to be Adam Thomas to come out and join Dom Sibley. 123 for 1. I mentioned that highest first wicket partnership for Surrey against Lancashire. It remains safely intact for a game back in 2010 at Whitgift School. I was there for that. Rory Hamilton Brown and Steve Davis put in 133 for the first wicket. That's the highest partnership for Surrey against Lancashire in List A cricket.
Thomas in at number 3, just advances, and Balderson find himself going back of a length. Just defends.
I've got memories of Whitgift School with peacocks being kind of out and around.
Oh.
Yeah, just
Didn't disturb play, did they?
no, they,
No.
They didn't seem to wander out over the. They seemed to respect the rope.
Oh, good.
But I do kind of remember the
Better than some of the
peacocks
spectators.
being there. Quite, yeah.
Balderson in, lovely line and length, and Thomas defends for no run.
I mean, it was 16 years ago, so I may have just dreamt this up as being a memory from Whitgift School, but I'm certain there were peacocks there.
Wasn't any peacocks at my school and all.
No. There didn't seem to be too many appearing at mine neither.
Balderson in, full of length, and Thomas pushing through mid-on.
There's quite a few Pratts at my school, but not many
Yeah.
peacocks. No peacocks at Sedbergh School. If they were, they'd be in uniform.
Balderson in, and Thomas trying to turn that away into the leg side off a straight line, just a few oohs and ahs. Sibley drops his bat just as Balderson was running up at the non-striker's end. You so often see that get given well, the umpire tells the sort of bowler to pull out a dead ball. I think Sibley apologised to his batting partner. Balderson in. He finds the outer half of the bat. Brilliant start from Lancashire's captain after Drinks. He's got himself back in to this contest. They still need a couple of wickets before they start to feel like they can really win this game, but Surrey at the moment well on top, 123 for 1, but they've got a breakthrough and they've got a new batter at the crease.
Yeah, just the lift that they were looking for, that, wasn't it? Much needed for Lancashire. So it will be Barnard to Sibley. Sibley takes a single down the ground, moves to 57, 124 for 1. So it brings Thomas on strike. He's going to face the left arm spin for the first time. Takes guard from umpire Simon Widdop. Captain Balderson in conversation with his young spinner. What's he doing here? He was moving fielders around, so Shetty and Singh look like they're swapping positions. Shetty going to mid-on. They want to slip. Singh has gone to slip. And there's Barnard in to Thomas. Single off the back foot. Steered away through the offside. 125 for 1. Sibley back on strike. It's a beautiful sunny late afternoon in Sebba. Barnard's in to Sibley with a run. Pushed away through point. 126 for 1. Maybe just joining our coverage across Lancs TV or on Sports Extra 3 as well on the BBC. This Metrobank One Day Cup fixture. Lovely sunny scene up in the Cumbrian Fells. That's driven away by Thomas through mid-off for a single. Marcus Harris fields and run off every ball so far. 127 for 1. Barnard to Sibley. Played up to Shetty, and there's no run. Dot ball. Spins the ball from one hand to the other. And Sibley happy to push it away through mid-off for a single, and he keeps the strike as well. End of Barnard's 5th over. 27 gone. Surrey 128 for 1. Sibley on 5, and Thomas, who faced just a handful of deliveries, is unbeaten on 2. Alongside him, Balderson, Lancashire's Metrobank One Day Cup captain. He's going to have another go.
Yeah, I'd still love to see Matty Hurst up to Sibley with the gloves. Still stood back at the moment. In comes Balderson onto the hips of Sibley, who turns that away down to Charlie Bernard. Fine leg for a single.
Well, he's got his full quarter of bowling options out there now, because Stanley's back on the field. I don't think we'll see Stanley anytime soon, particularly. 5 overs left, but Sutton's got 4 left. Shetty and Barnard bowl 5 each.
Slip fielder in now to the new batter Thomas, who defends into the onside.
Does have a 6th bowling option with Harry Singh as well.
Yeah, you'll probably just have to use a couple of overs of Singh just to give him a bit of freedom with the seamers. Balderson in, and this one's tucked away nicely off his legs from Thomas, who scampers back for 2. Good fielding from Charlie Bernard. A deep backward square. Third man, fine leg, deep cover, and a deep square for Dominic Sibley. Sorry, it's Thomas now. Oh, this one's beating him on the outside edge. Just getting caught on the crease. There, Thomas just signalling to Sibley. It's just stayed low and just shot through a little bit.
I suppose he could bring back Stanley, couldn't he, for a little couple of overbursts, and then still have potentially still 2 or 3 for him towards the back end, if that's where they feel like they want to use him. Just to change it up, we've had 5 overs of spin from Barnard.
Oh, Balderson in and beats Thomas on the outside edge. Beautiful delivery.
Yeah, wants a slip in place, doesn't he, as well?
Yeah, he's put the slip in place now.
Take the mid-wicket out, Harry Singh, and put him at first slip.
Which is his positive captaincy. So he's got no mid-wicket now, but he has got a deep square with Keaton Jennings and a mid-on. And it's played through that square leg region. Jennings comes round, cuts it off, just a single, 132 for 1.
The next shuttle
Surrey.
bus will be heading off in approximately 10 minutes, or just under 10 minutes at 5 p.m. from just outside the ground, if you do want to take advantage of that. Bowling change at the Evans end, coming back number 38, Mitch Stanley.
It will be Stanley to come back, actually. I think it will be the end of the Barnard spell. 5 overs for 25 from the Evans end as Stanley returns. And the shuttle bus is due shortly as well. Back to the train station. Oxenholme train station. It's actually probably half an hour away from here.
Oh, really?
Maybe a little bit longer than that, actually. So the shuttle bus going back and forth from the train station. Right, Stanley's back. He seemed like he struggled a little bit in a couple of spells earlier on. Let's see how he gets on here. Thomas is on strike. That's nicely played by Thomas. He's whipped that away through mid-wicket. Runs up the embankment, up towards the pavilion. 4 runs for Thomas. He moves to 9, 136 for 1.
Yes, loosen it from Stanley onto the pads, full of a length. Someone of the class of Thomas. He's not going to miss out on that.
Stanley to Thomas. Bounces a little and he plays that safely and calmly away to the offside for no run. Wandering away towards square leg.
Just need a burst here from the big fast bowler. Does Lancashire.
Yeah, he could do with that, couldn't he? George Balderson's open. He's quick and conjure something up. That's played late and played nicely. Run away down towards third man. You know, he's come back for 2 as well. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. That's good running. A very late cut down towards third man. Brings him 2. He moves to 11. So we move on to 138 for 1.
Yeah, excellent running from Thomas to get back for a 2. It's quite a big pocket in that corner.
Defended this time by Thomas. Up on his toes and just drops it into the offside. Shetty comes up from cover to field. Got that one to push him back a little bit. A little extra bit of bounce from Stanley.
Yeah, a bit of the effort ball, that one, wasn't it? You could just see a couple of miles per hour quicker.
On 38 for 1. Stanley for Lancashire in and balls again. Cut. And I think Bannon's done well to get something on that and just take a little bit of pace off. And Jennings sweeps round to complete the field. They come back for 2 again. Sliced away by Thomas. Bannon almost losing a finger in the process there, trying to stop that. That was hit hard.
You so often see Josh Bohannon like a mid-off or maybe a cover. Don't often see him at point, and I don't think he's going to be back there anytime soon after today, I don't think. It's been following him around, and every time it does, it's been wallops to him.
Unforgiving. Defender by Thomas, straight bat, pushing it back past the bowler. End of the over. Decent one in the end. 8 coming off it. helped by the boundary off the first ball, which was a bit of a gimme, tucked away through the leg side, and they ran a couple of twos. 140 for 1, Sibley on 60. Thomas unbeaten on 13.
Just keeps feeling his back, doesn't Mitchell Stanley? Don't know if he's got a slight niggle or just a bit of stiffness. Still got 4 overs that the skipper could do with him getting through. Balderson to continue. This one's turned into the leg side from the inside half of the bat. Again, Thomas and Sibley just indicating that the ball just staying a little bit low from the Powell end, which George Balderson is operating from. Balderson in, and that one's played nice and late from Thomas, but there's no single. Still the same field for both batters now, with the deep cover, square leg, fine leg and third man out on the boundary. Balderson in, 2 straight, where Thomas comes inside the line, turns it away off his pad, gets a single. 142 for 1. Sibley batting beautifully so far, 61 off 86 deliveries. Thomas 14 off 20. Balderson, in he comes, and Sibley again turning that one away into the onside. Takes his score onto 62. The Wasp, the score predictor, is giving Surrey 77% chance of going on to win this game. 6.79 runs and over required. Thomas tries to punch that one into the onside. He hits it 2 straight. Just 3 off this over so far from Balderson. He's been very economical. 1 for 31 with 1 ball left in his 8th over. So another decision for the Lancashire skipper to make. Does he save himself 2 overs, which I think he will have to. Balderson this time with a short length delivery. Thomas pulls that nicely through the onside for a single. So 4 off that over, and that potentially could be the end of that spell for Balderson. Does he save himself 2, Scott Reed?
I think he probably does, isn't he? He's going to have to probably find some Harry Singh overs or 2, isn't he, to just to help out a little bit. I mean, the 5 he's got, of course, could bowl 10, but he's going to need to, you'd think, just give himself the extra option or 2 by using Harry Singh and using that 6th bowler.
Yeah, you don't want to get to the last 10 overs, do you? And you're then having to use Harry Singh.
Yep.
Do they bring him on pretty soon?
That spell then, 4 over spell, wasn't it? From Balderson, 4 overs, 1 for 14. It's Stanley. And there goes Thomas. He'd like to play it late, doesn't he? He's running it down to 3rd man for a single. He's on to 16, 145 for 1. So if that is the end of the spell from Balderson's 4 overs, 1 for 14. Managed to find a breakthrough, but I need a bit of help from elsewhere. This is Stanley's 7th over. Got Sibley on strike. A boost it would give Lancashire if they can remove Dom Sibley sooner rather than later. 145 for 1. Gets up on Sibley, but he plays it neatly down in towards the leg side. Kind Sends it down to the ground, jogs through for one, moves on to 63. He's completely flustered, isn't he, with the way he bats. Looks like someone who just never really...
Head over to lanxtv.co.uk right now to get full coverage of every live stream, highlights and more.
Even that, it just doesn't fluster him.
146 for one. Single for Thomas. Push to point.
You'll often see with batters when teams just go short to them consistently, you'll get a false shot at some stage, or the weight won't transfer for them fuller length deliveries, whereas no one really sticks out with the short ball planter to Dom Sibley, because everything still moves and he doesn't get flustered.
Stanley to Sibley. Whipped away into the onside for no run.
And there's no signs of premeditation. He just plays every ball as it comes, and that's why he's got the runs that he's got in his career.
And so far, kind of guiding Surrey into a match-winning position here. Odds are in their favour. 147 for one. Just spins him round a little bit. It's a thin edge which squirts away towards the offside. Single takes Sibley to 64. 148 for one.
There's just nothing out there for Lancashire, is there? There's no energy. There's not much chit chat.
No, it's pretty quiet.
Just very flat.
Yeah. Final ball of the over. Stanley in. It's a short ball to Thomas, and he crouches underneath that. Taken by keeper Hurst. End of the over. Shuttle buses have arrived. Viewers on Lancashire TV, I'll just there they are, the shuttle buses. Need a trip back to the station. Get yourself on the bus. 31 overs gone.
And you called it, Scott. You'll see a bit of Harry Singh, which I think has been forced for Balderson. He's forced his hand a little bit of Surrey. Just the 5 bowlers used so far, and Harry Singh being the 6th. You don't want to be bringing him on too late, so try and get him in the game early, and then if someone goes around the park a little bit later on, you've got overs to spare. So can he just try and get a wicket? Right arm off spin from Harry Singh. Can he try and get Lancashire's second? Into Sibley, full of a length, who drives down the ground for a single. $149 for one. Mid-off comes into the ring for Thomas as Singh bowls it into the pitch as Josh Bohannon, excellent in there at mid-wicket, cuts a single off. Long on, deep cover and deep mid-wicket to Thomas, who punches down the ground, gets a single, finds a gap this time. Harry Singh will just bowl flat off spin and a big turner of the ball. Into Sibley, who he bowls him round his legs. He created something. Sibley inside the line of the ball, trying for the real fine sweep, trying to get it behind square, and Harry Singh has clattered the leg stump, and it's a much needed breakthrough for Lancashire.
Tom Sibley bowled by Harry
after
Singh for 65.
a beautiful innings for
50 for 2.
Dominic Sibley, it ends in quite extraordinary fashion, getting bowled round his legs from the off spinner.
Yeah, quite enjoyed the look back as well. Did it really?
He started appealing, did Harry?
Well, Sibley's gone, so some relief for Lancashire, but Burns is coming out, which is good, obviously, because that means that he's okay. And a little bit of time off the field, been hit on the mush with a ball that bounced off the turf. But you know, replacing Sibley with Burns.
There's no signs of any strapping or anything like that. I wonder if it's maybe just a development thing and Burns is slotting in the middle order.
Rather than kind of being related to the fact he had time,
yeah,
up in the dressing room, yeah. It's a bit of a luxury for Surrey to have, isn't it? I mean, in a young and inexperienced team, they've got the chance that they can bring in Burns at 4. So it does just perhaps give them that little extra bit of depth in their batting lineup, if it is to be a kind of a longer term plan for this competition.
Sing around the wickets at left-handed Burns, who punches that to mid-on.
I mean, it could just be a case he's had to have a little bit of time in the dressing room because he got struck in the face.
Sing round the wicket, Burns punching through the offside. Good start for Harry Singh. He's got the big wicket of Sibley. Yep. 1 for 2 off that first over, so an inspired change from the captain. George Balderson's first time captaining Lancashire in a first-class game. Going to stick with Stanley as well. One more over, I'm sure it will save him 2.
Lancashire hoping to drag that a little bit level, aren't they? That progress from Surrey. Wickets will do that. If they can chip out another 1 or 2 in this next little phase. There is Mitchell Stanley then, striding back in. Thomas defends.
Yeah, the Wasp now down to just shy of 50%. Run rate required 7.35, so it only takes 10 minutes for the game to flip on its head a little bit. If Lancashire can get that run rate up to 8 in the next 3 or 4 overs.
Stanley to Thomas. Right back and clipping the ball away to deep backward square leg. Michael Jones fields. Cricketers and batters these days, they don't really get flustered, do they, until it gets to sort of 12, 13 and over. But of course there's some youth and some inexperienced players in the Surrey changing room, so it'll be a good challenge for them, chasing this total down. Yeah, Lancashire feel that one more wicket and they're into that kind of bit of inexperience, aren't they? There is Stanley bowls. Up to its way down the leg side, of course. Josh Blake is told to come. He's been in pretty good form for Surrey's second team this season in particular. Mentioned his runs and contributions last season in this format, played every game last season in this format. 260 runs, best score of 72, so he's had a good year last year, did Josh Blake. It's a thin edge down towards the third boundary where Sutton fields. He's guided away actually by Burns for a single. Gets off the mark. 152 for 2. He wouldn't rule out players still able to come and make some good contributions. Play relatively inexperienced in terms of games, not in terms of age. He's 27. Oh, that goes through nicely. Just drops his hands there, does Adam Thomas, and through to keeper Hurst, but that bounced a bit from Mitchell Stanley.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a smile on his way back to his run up. I think one of them them sort of trackers that they wear in the
GPS
vest.
things,
Yeah,
yeah.
them GPS things. I think that might have just fallen out as well.
Kick that away. Ignore that. 152 for 2. Final ball of the over. Oh, it's a good stop by Harry Singh. That's really good work at mid-wicket. Low down to his right, because it was nicely clipped off the pads by Thomas and would have run away for runs. Had Singh not gone down right, down to his right-hand side. End of the over. Little moments like that will help, I'm sure, Lancashire. Nice little piece of fielding. Trying to keep their hopes upbeat. 33 gone, 152 for 2. Thomas 19, Burns. He's unbeaten on 1.
Yeah, really good from Harry Singh in that final delivery. That one whistled past Thomas, that short ball delivery, and then Harry Singh following it up with some good fielding, so he couldn't get that single. Just squeezes the pressure a little bit. Harry Singh as well will be starting against Burns, a new batter, the left-hander as well. Try and get it spinning away from him, just short of a length. Burns cuts that away into the offside for a single. But Keaton Jennings is still manning the boundary.
He's not really moved from there, has
He hasn't, no.
He's quite happy where he is.
He might want to give his GPS tracker to someone else.
Yes. he's short of a few
Otherwise he might
miles.
be doing a few sprints tomorrow.
Yeah.
Long off. Push back to Thomas, who Singh beats him with a quicker and flatter one. Beating on the outside edge. Thomas just looking to punch that into the offside. Singh again, attacking the stumps. Quick into the pitch. Another dot ball. This one's a little bit slower in the air. Thomas just trying to turn that down the ground. 4 or 5 dot balls in a row now to Thomas. He turns that one away nicely for a single. Gets off strike.
What does he do at the other end? Mitchell Stanley's got 2 left, so he's now bowled 8. Go back to Sutton. He's bowled 6 overs. Still got Shetty and Barnard as well.
Singh in Rory Burns on the reverse sweep. Another excellent over from Harry Singh, 2 off it. Good from the Lancashire all-rounder.
Yeah, top work from Singh. Super little spell this for Lancashire. There's a bit of a meeting here, the meeting of minds. Or they may well be looking at the ball. Yeah, 2 umpires have got together. Captain and Shetty have got together, or maybe it must be Shetty coming on then. Yep, he's in conversation with Rav Shetty, is George Balderson, so it will be Stanley out of the attack. Shetty comes back, he's bowled 5 overs for 21. I feel like Lancashire have got themselves back into this game with that wicket of Sibley, and then the way that they've bowled in this little passage of play, the way that Singh's bowled in particular. Just got a sniff again, haven't they, Lancashire, you feel?
Yeah, just putting a bit of a squeeze on Thomas as well, aren't they? The set batter. a bit of a unfamiliar role for Burns as well, coming in at this stage of the game where the ball's a little bit softer and he's having to score from the off. So Lancashire probably just saying out there, the next half an hour is massive. Let's try and get right back into this game and turn the scoreboard into our favour.
Right, Shetty has Thomas on strike. He's 20 not out. Shetty returns here with some boxer tricks. Bowling to Thomas. That's played down the ground for a single. Thomas to 21, 155 for 2. Brings Burns on strike. Shetty to Burns. That's punched through the bowler's fingertips and they scamper through for a single. There's a pick up and throw at the stumps. Maybe a half a chance with a direct hit.
Yeah, it would have been tight. Harry Singh right in the action again.
Thomas back on strike. Off the front foot back towards Shetty, who's low down to his right to field. Quickly back to his mark. Gets through the overs pretty quickly, Shetty. He's bouncing back to his mark and then he's bouncing back in, and it's Thomas off the back foot. Down to Bell on the long on boundary. Thomas to 22. Surrey 157 for 2. Comes around the wicket to the left-hander Burns, who sweeps well. Jennings got quite a lot of grass to get across to his left-hand side on that leg side boundary, but he's got his steps back up again there as Keaton Jennings. Couple for Burns. He moves on to 5, 159 for 2. One ball left of the over. Burns taps the bat. Shetty in. Goes on the reverse, and he's got the LBW decision as well. Thuds into the pad. He fancied it straight away. The reverse sweep missed by Burns. And Shetty gets one that sneaks through, hits him on the pad, and the Surrey captain's gone LBW for 5, and potentially a big moment in the match here. Burns departs, and then Surrey lose their third wicket, 159 for 3.
Yeah, Rory Burns didn't look happy. Not too sure how far across he's got, and may have just been clipping the off stump in terms of, I thought if he thinks it's slipping down a little bit, but he looks pretty much in front of the wickets. And it's a massive wicket for Lancashire, isn't it? Yep. The major experience in this Surrey team is now back in the shed, and of course they've got some plenty of talent still to come. Blake and Thomas in now, but he's still a little bit of inexperience chasing a total which is already around the 8 runs and over. So Lancashire feel they've just got a period here where they can squeeze and again try and get that up to 8.5, 9s.
You feel if it was hitting, it was clipping,
yeah,
with a very fine, thin clip.
Burns feels like should it have been in my favour.
Well, it brings out Blake. I mentioned his success and his decent form in seconds for Surrey this season, and his very good competition in the Metrobank One Day Cup last year for Surrey, who, little like Lancashire, had their struggles in this format last season, but Blake had a good year, so Good memories of that for him.
Singh continuing. This one's punched down the ground for a single from Thomas. We're going to see Blake for the first time with bat in hand, the left-hander. So left hand, right hand combination still, which is good for Surrey if they can keep that combination going for a few overs. Try and put the spinners off the lines of lengths a little bit. It's always nice to have a left hand right hand combination when you're chasing a total down. Singh round the wicket to the left-hander, who punches into the offside, drives nicely through the covers, gets a single.
Mentioned this little passage, how well Lancashire have done. I mean, I think it was the Balderson spell backed up by this spell from Singh, then Shetty, the tail end of the Stanley little spell. They've kind of muscled their way back into it here.
Singh slower in the air this time, and it's punched through the offside where Michael Jones does the fielding.
Just tried to tighten the screw, haven't they, and just slow things down. They've done that successfully with Thomas. Obviously helped with Sibley and Burns' wickets, I know, but the way that they've kind of fought back in this middle passage.
Singh, aerial from Blake, who punches the one that just a little bit slower in the air, maybe sticks in the pitch a little bit. I think just stopping them boundary balls have been massive. Off the top of my head, I might get made to look silly here, but I can't remember the last time when the boundary was. This one's punched down the ground for a single.
The last boundary came off the first ball of the 29th over.
Yeah, so 6 overs with no boundary, which is really good from Lancashire.
And that was the first boundary since the halfway stage of the 24th over. So 2 boundaries in since the end of the 22nd.
Blake on the reverse sweep straight away. Oh, no avail. Another good over from Harry Singh. He's doing a pretty tidy job for Lancashire. How long will Balderson stick with him for, or will he try and bring one of his seamers back on and just try and get one more wicket, get this breakthrough, and maybe try and squeeze from there, or will he stick with Harry Singh? You don't want to give him one too many and regret it, but at this moment in time, he's bowling with really good control for Lancashire.
Yeah, 2 boundaries in 13 overs.
That's excellent from Lancashire in the middle period. Really dragged it back into Lancashire's favour a little bit.
Shetty to Thomas. Push and go. Jennings on the charge away to his right, scoops the ball up, sends it in towards the bowler's end. Sharp work from Keaton Jennings. 2 run 2, Thomas on to 27 now. 166 for 3. Now Shetty into Thomas, hit back over the bowler's head, out towards the leg side. It's in the air for a while. There's 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Along on, there's a deep mid wicket, and both kind of shimming away to see if they could get into position to take a catch, but it just lands in between them. Blake, correction, Thomas adds 2 more, so he's on to 29 now. 168 for 3. With change of line here for Shetty. Going to come over the wicket instead to Thomas. And then balls off the back foot, hit firmly down the ground. Can Harris get around and cut it off? He can. That's good work from Harris, pushing the ball back from the boundary rope, and then it's picked up by Singh, who sends the ball in. Again, they were on 2, so 6 off the first 3 deliveries. 170 for 3. Singh to Thomas. Fiddle that away down towards long on for 1. 171 for 3. brings Blake on strike. They might just change things around here with the new batter. Right in the middle. They bring Stanley up, are they? No, was it?
Yeah, he played that reverse sweep, didn't he, in the previous over from Harry Singh. So I don't know if they'll look to just try and bring this boundary fielder on the offside square. Yeah, Michael Jones just coming round a little bit. And then first 3 deliveries that he faced, he was trying to be pretty busy, was Blake.
Point up, short third, cover. And then Jones on the point boundary. There's a long off and the long on. Just runs that into the onside as Blake up towards where mid-on would be. Gets a single, moves on to 3. 172 for 3. And they've scored off every ball in the over. 2 coming off the first, each of the first 3 deliveries, and a single from the following 2. And a dot ball to end it, just a little bit quicker from Shetty, which the reaction was that it maybe almost sneaked through, but here's the end of the over. So 37 overs gone. 1-7-2 for 3. Final call for the shuttle bus.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5-minute warning.
5 minutes, get across quick. Good end to the over for Shetty, that dot ball. 8 off it though for Surrey, which is a good over for them. Just rotating the strike, 3 twos, 2 singles, so Singh is going to continue 1 for 9 off his 3 so far. He's going to come round the wicket to Josh Blake. Quick, flat and full. As Blake punches that down the ground to Mitchell Stanley for a single. Few changes to the field as the right-hander is on strike. This one's down the leg side from Harry Singh, and it's going to go for 4 runs. There's a little bit of bat on it from Thomas. It's the first boundary in, was it 14 overs, did we say?
Yeah, yes, but yeah. But it's a third boundary at 14 overs, but their first since. Hang on, bear with me.
I think we said the 29th, end of the 29th, didn't we?
The first ball of the 29th over was their last
so
previous boundary.
That would be a relief for Surrey.
Just got the line wrong there, didn't he, Harry Singh? But it's been an outstanding spell, this.
Yeah, it's been excellent. 1 for 14. Drag Lancashire back into the game. It's going to come round the wicket to the right-hander. That one's punched down the ground for a single. Thomas was just getting squeezed a little bit about 5 or 6 overs ago, but now he's just starting to motor again. 37 off 48. He's battled through that little period of pressure from Lancashire. Slower from Harry Singh. Oh. He gets a slug sweep from Josh Blake, who hits Matthias. Pads, Blake leaves the crease. Hurst struggles to get the ball, and Blake finds himself crawling along the floor to get back into the crease. Singh in, full of length, and Blake this time punching down the ground for a single. Blake certainly trying to be busy. Seen a couple of attempted sweep shots and reverse sweeps against the spin so far. So he's going to look to be aggressive and positive, which of course the game needs. 102 off 73. Singh round the wicket, and that one's punched nicely through the offside. It's a beautiful shot from Thomas. It's a little bit slower in the air from Harry Singh, but he's not quite got his length right. That allows Thomas to get his hands through the ball, punching it into the extra cover region, into the media tent for 4 runs, and it takes Surrey onto 183 for 3, and it takes runs required into double figures, 98 now from 72.
It's a good shot, wasn't it? It's good over that. Thomas has just tried to take the kind of the attack back to Lancashire a little bit there. Mentioned that period where runs and certainly boundaries had dried up. Just trying to be a little bit positive and put some pressure back on the bowling side. Good from Thomas. 183 for 3. I guess with wickets in hand, you want to be in the Surrey's camp in this position, but I don't know. Just if you look at the scoreboard, it looks that way, but feeling it out in the middle doesn't quite have that same confidence. I don't think. You know, being here, I don't. If you just see the score on the screen, you think, well, Surrey's game to lose from this position. It probably is, isn't it? But it just doesn't have that feel to it, I don't think.
No, it just has a bit of a tentative feel, doesn't it, for Surrey?
Shetty balls, that's helped around the corner. It's going to just run away, but the Lancashire fielder, only Sutton does catch up with it, and they come back for a couple.
I'd like to see Sutton just split them 4 overs up. He's got 4 overs left. Bring a bit of pace on, but also variations into the pitch. With these two, it just seemed a little bit same paced at this stage.
So rather than save him for 4 on the spin, you'd bring him back for 2 and 2.
Something like that, yeah.
Shetty to Blake, who's down on 1 knee, trying to paddle the ball round the corner. Just feel like it's a thin line here. They're kind of in the game just about, Lancashire, but it wouldn't take probably more than a couple of overs of runs and batting to push it away from them again. Chipped over an extra cover and scooped up by Jones for a single.
It's really the balance in it, because if you go bang bang for Lancashire, you go, is it Lancashire's game then? Surrey 5 down.
186 for 3. Driven by Thomas. Tumbling stop by Harry Singh. Touched on this before, Callum. Lancashire's, well, to be fair, Surrey were the same, weren't they? I mean, the fielding's been really good.
Yeah.
Top level fielding from both sides, and Lancashire have been excellent in trying to defend a score which might be not enough, but they're working hard to try and make it as competitive a score as they can. Here's Shetty to Blake. And single jab through mid-on. Blake moves on to 9. 188 for 3. Thomas back on strike. Shetty balls. Oh, that's off the back foot. That's hammered away through the offside. That'll be 4. See where the margins are slim for Lancashire. They've not got a great deal to work with. Thomas here trying to push it firmly back in Surrey's favour. Nice shot, rattled away through extra cover for 4 runs. And he's edging his way towards 50 as well. He's 46 not out. 192 for 3. 39 overs gone. 89 still required to win from 11 overs.
Yeah, Shetty's last 2 overs just going for 17. Maybe, like you say, maybe a change at that end. We've still got 8 overs of seam left for Balderson to work with. Singh into Blake, and that one's through the hands of the skipper. Gets a single. Just feels like it needs a bit of a change of pace. Seamers bowling, the variations, Yorkers, cutters into the pitch. Just one hit away from the half century, 46 off 51. Just a change in the field. So deep square comes up to short fine leg, and deep mid wicket goes round. Harry Singh goes full and straight with long on, long off back, and Thomas gets a single.
Yeah, excellent from Thomas. It's been a really good responses, hasn't it? They just kind of frustrated him a little bit. They got him tied down and he found scoring hard to come by, but he's found a way to change that.
Singh in, Blake punching down the ground for another easy single. Yeah, he's battled through that little pressure period, hasn't he? And he's found a boundary or two in the last few overs, rotating the strike nicely. As again, rotates the strike down the ground for another single, taking himself onto 48. So 85 required now of 62. 7 wickets in hand for Surrey. Blake on the slog sweep, and he picks it up beautifully. Excellent shot from Blake. Full of a length from Harry Singh. He's missed out on a couple of sweeps and reverse sweeps in this short innings so far, but he doesn't miss out that time. He puts it into the pavilion here at Sedbergh School, and it's a much welcomed boundary for Surrey. Singh, what's his response? Full of a length, and Blake already got the boundary and just takes another single. Another good over for Surrey, 11 coming off it.
Yeah, they've kind of bounced off each other too, haven't they, Blake and Thomas? They've kind of put on together now for this fourth wicket. 44 they've put on now from just 30 deliveries, so they've kind of responded, I think, to each other's approach. Blake's gone up better than a run of ball. Thomas is now better than a run of ball.
Coming on, number 5, Charlie Barnard.
Then 44 in 5 overs. Basically, just turned the game back into Surrey's favour, hasn't it? We said it was very much in the balance.
It definitely felt that way with the Burns dismissal. But they have found a little partnership here, and a quick fire one. Let's put pressure back on Lancashire. 44 off 30 these two have put on now, yeah. And keep the same tempo. It's going to be spin again. Shetty's spell ends, and Charlie Barnard comes back in.
Be a nice, interesting battle this. Blake, the left-hander, Charlie Barnard, naturally spinning into, so he's hitting with the spin.
And here is Barnard to Blake, who turns it into the onside. 3 for 1, moves to 19, 204 for 3.
Again, he gave the indication of wanting to sweep that ball, but a little bit slower, so he decided against it. But I think it could be an option that Blake goes to against the left arm off spin.
Barnard to Thomas. Force it out through the offside, but gathered by Captain Balderson at cover. No run. It's cut. Jennings will do well to get across and stop it, and he can't. It's a good effort. He went charging after it, but it is sliced away for 4, and that's a really good 50 by Adam Thomas.
From 55 balls.
Cut through the offside. Nice way to get there. Beautifully timed. It's an innings which has pushed the game back in towards the favour of Surrey. 52 off 55 deliveries. 5 fours. He's found a way to get himself out of felt like a little bit of a stranglehold that Lancashire had on him. That's played towards Bohannon on the long on boundary for 1. 209 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a really mature innings from Thomas. There was a pressure squeeze for 20 or so minutes on him, where Lancashire were just starting to dot him up and runs were hard to come by, but he's battled through that. He now finds himself 53 off just 56 deliveries.
There's the Blake sweep across that front pad out towards Ollie Sutton. Through for a single. Lancashire will be feeling a little desperate now about trying to find a wicket, and probably two of them in quick succession, and just try and stem this flow of runs driven by Thomas through the offside. Again, there's work to do here, which Singh does effectively. Again, they've run two. 212 for three. That's the end of the over. 41 gone. 9 overs remaining. 69 needed to win. But 7 wickets in hand is the thing that stares out to you there, that they've got, even with some experience still to, in this Surrey side. That's a lot of wickets they've got to keep chipping away at to keep themselves in the match, you would think. Interesting little passage of play. They just brought up the 50 partnership as well in the middle of all that. 53 off 36, these two. And that has pushed the feeling of the game back into the favour of Surrey.
Yeah, it just felt like it's got a little bit too easy for Surrey at the moment. Now into our last power play. 1 over into that, so now allowed 5 out of the ring. Mid on and mid off, up in the circle, cover and point are the 4 fielders in the ring. Sutton, full Yorker length, brave from the left arm fast bowler, with mid on mid off and extra cover up. He executes well. It's a dot ball. So 69 off 53. So Surrey well in control, especially only 3 wickets down. All it takes is a wicket or 2 for Lancashire and some tight overs, and then they'll be right back in the game. That one again, full of a length. It's actually a full toss in the end that Blake opens the face on, gets a single. 21 off 19. Now for the Surrey man. Same field to Thomas. Sutton round the wicket. Just trying to tighten that angle up. It goes through to Hurst for no run. Just Thomas indicating that just ran the fingers down the side of that one to his batting partner Blake. Lancashire could do with a wicket. They're going to do well to get one from that. So wide over the head out from Sutton. Matty is just about taking it as well.
Yeah, he's certainly stretching for that, wasn't he?
Josh Bohannon just running an idea or a word of advice to George Balderson at mid-off. Sutton in onto the pad of Thomas. They don't get through for a single. That's what they'll certainly need. A little bit of guidance and advice. Give him some options. He'll certainly have ideas of his own, George Balderson, but trying to see how a game like this. 67, the opposition. You're trying to get back into the game. Do you stick or twist?
Yeah, well, he's not played a lot, hasn't Ollie Sutton?
Left arm in. Good short delivery, just down the leg side, sadly. Good pace. Is signalled a wide from the umpire, Gareth Cross.
It's only his 5th List A match, this. He's only played 6 professional games before today. So again, he's into situations that he's not experienced too much at professional cricket level.
So 3 off this over, 2 wides. That one's turned off the legs from Thomas for a single. Can he get out this over? Ollie Sutton to the final delivery to left-handed Blake. He'll come back over the wicket. A field will disperse on this left-hand side. This leg side. Deep square, deep fine leg. Deep mid-wicket. It's full over length again. Full toss in the end. Blake gets back on that. He goes down to 3rd man for a single. So 3 off the bat, 2 extras in wide. So 5 off the over. 64 off 8 overs for Surrey. Only 3 down. 2 set batters. Blake 22 off 20 and Thomas 56 off 60. Who's your money on, Scott Reed?
Well, your money would be on Surrey.
Yeah.
But, as you say, a couple of wickets and it can change, can't it? And pressure cranks up and play on the batting side's mind, but would much rather be in Surrey's camp. This partnership has made that, I think, for me, the case. Prior to that, probably almost said Lancashire was favourites. The Burns Smith was on the back end of a wonderful little passage of play where spells from Balderson, Singh, Shetty really dragged Lancashire back. The runs that were drying up, so that the boundaries were. Reverse sweep attempted by Blake. But a partnership of 58 off 42 balls by Blake and Thomas got Surrey back into a very strong position. Barnard to Blake. Single down the ground. Singh excellent as ever in the field. 218 for 3 now.
He's got lots of energy all the time, hasn't he, Harry Singh? Sets his standards really high in the field. Been some good fielding across the whole day, both squads.
Barnard to Thomas, driven down back towards the spinner who fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. A couple of tight overs here, a couple of overs where boundaries are difficult. Could change the feel of it again. There's a single which had clipped up towards mid-on. Blake to 23. 218 for 3. Sorry, 219 for 3. Thomas to 57. Brings Blake back on strike. Good use of the feet from Blake. Plays Barnard's delivery through mid-on for a single.
Massive delivery, isn't it? 3 or 5.
Yeah.
Can he get out the over?
Barnard to Thomas. That's slashed out towards the leg side, but it will only be 1. That's the end of Barnard's over. 4 coming off it, and that's enjoyed by the Lancashire supporters. So 221 for 3, 43 overs gone, 7 to go, 60 runs required. Blake and Thomas.
Next shuttle bus run will be
Got Surrey into a good position here, but
at 6 o'clock.
be hoping Lancashire they can create a few nerves.
Excellent over from Charlie Bernard. Not easy bowling spin in these overs when you know the batters are going to come hard and you're trying to defend the total. Ollie Sutton to continue round the wicket to Thomas. Back of a length delivery. He slaps that one to Mitchell Stanley at mid-on. It's a dot ball. .60 of 41 needed for Surrey. Lancashire, how they could do with just a wicket.
Be handy, that wouldn't
Over.
it?
Yeah. Just get a new batter in. Sutton in again, back of a length. I think it just gets. Oh no, just signalled a wide. I feel like that was harsh.
Yeah, feels harsh, doesn't it? I agree. Feels harsh.
Yeah, over the head, signalled by the square leg umpire.
Don't think the Lancashire supporters agree with that decision.
Sutton in. I don't think they have to argue about that one.
No,
That's
they
down
don't.
leg. It's another wide. It could, for Lancashire now, wides could be into double figures. There's been a few wides today. I think that could have made it 10.
Yep, 10.
So you got 10 wide and 10 extra deliveries, which doesn't help. Sutton in. That's pulled nicely. And it splits the two fielders. It's an excellent shot from Thomas, who was sat back waiting for that delivery. He had plenty of time to play it. And he's found another boundary. So with them two wides and that boundary, it takes it 6 off 2 deliveries, which shows how sometimes the extras can kill you. 54 off 40 for Surrey. That one's back of a length turned into the onside, but there's no run.
I mean, his first ball was a terrific delivery, wasn't it? And then I think he felt like he bowled a good short ball, but it was called a wide, and he just next ball down the leg side. The following ball was short and there to be pulled, and can quickly turn, can't it, in a delivery or two. Start well, you feel confident, feel like you bowled 2 good balls, and then you've gone for 6 off 2 in the end.
Yeah. In he comes, the left armour, and I think that'll be wide as well. And it is. That one's a little bit easier to decide on, I feel.
That looked all right, didn't it? That's a wide. It's the 3rd in the over, though.
Yeah, he's not quite got the length right on them short balls, as he? The one that he got hit for 4 wasn't short enough, and the 2 wides have been too short. Full up onto the legs. Harry Singh again, keeping it down to a single. So 52 now for Surrey off 38. 8 coming off this over so far. So 4 deliveries, have been 3 wides. So we're into the extra deliveries of the over now. Already conceded 1 off that extra one.
Oh.
And that one's been hit down the ground. It might plug. As that's been pulled back. They get 3 in the end. So saved 1 run there, Stanley.
He's still got 1 to bowl yet, hasn't he?
Yeah, 1 to bowl. He's right. In the changing rooms after games, you speak about extras and how valuable they are. Sutton in, and this one's tucked off his hip. It could run away for 4. And Jennings will get round. Keeps it down to 2. So it's a costly over for Lancashire and for Ollie Sutton. 47 runs required from 6 overs. Blake 27 of 24 and Thomas 65.
75 run partnership between these two. It's been really impressive. It might well be enough to win the game. This partnership set up by Sibley and Patel, of course, but the way that these two have battered when it looked like Lancashire were just dragging themselves back into it, might in the end be enough. Feel for Sutton in that over there. I think he's probably on the wrong end of a close wide decision with that second ball. If that goes in his favour, he's back-to-back dot balls. You're into your over, aren't you? But he gets called wide. The second one gets called wide down the leg side. The third one is short and bald, and then it kind of is a bit messy, isn't it, after that? Tough over that. Here's Barnard to Blake. Down the pitch he comes. Has he got enough to clear the Lancashire fielders? He has, with 3 scampering after it. Kind of landed in between them all. Come back for 2.
I feel like he's got to have Stanley on next over.
Barnard to Blake, getting down the pitch. Now this is in the air and Jennings is underneath it. Drops it. Oh, I said chance put down. I think it carried. We're at ground level a long way away, but replay will help us here. In the air.
Such a simple catch as well. I just don't think he quite judged it, did he?
And that's back over the bowler's head, and that's in the air, and this will either be out or 6, and it's 6. 6 for Thomas. And Surrey are on the charge here. 243 for 3. It's pretty much a run of ball to win it from here.
How often do you see it in cricket? A drop catch followed by a boundary in the next ball. Just kills Lancashire.
Barnard to Thomas. That's driven down the ground for 1. Well, there is an element of it being a little bit untidy, isn't it? Got some sympathy for Sutton, because it could have been a very different over if he gets on the right end of a wide call, but he's then pulling it back, and then you've got the chance that has been dropped, and now Surrey confidently striking the ball again down towards Bohannon, who does well to stop it. 245 for 3, 36 to win, 31 balls left.
Such a big opportunity that Lancashire could have just got back in the game. I think Jennings expected the ball to travel to him a little bit better.
Again, thumped down the ground, that'll be 4. And that completes the over. And maybe just a little 2-over spell here that might just seal the deal for Surrey in terms of their victory. 6 and the 4 and the drop chance, and on the back of the 3 wides in the previous over. Maybe this little passage is enough to make sure that Surrey will run out winners, and certainly this partnership on the back of the way it was set up by Sibley and Patel, but this partnership with Surrey just a little bit on the ropes, having lost Sibley and Burns as pretty impressively. Quite a lot of kind of control and authority have pushed it right back into Surrey's control. 32 to win, 30 balls left, 7 wickets in hand, and Blake and Thomas, it would appear, sending Surrey to victory.
Yeah, Surrey cruising now, 32 off 30. As a professional cricketer, you should do this 99 times out of 100. George Balderson, the skipper, back into the attack, and that's a beautiful shot from Blake. It's back of a length, just on the right shoulder of Blake, who plays like a pull scoop over fine leg for 6. And we spoke about inexperience of this Surrey side. Well, might be inexperience, but certainly no fear. That's often what you get with youth cricketers and the generation of today. Some fantastic cricket. This one's slashed, and that's going to be back-to-back boundaries, 6 and a 4. Slashed over the backward point region. Blake showing why he was the leading run scorer last year for Surrey in this competition. He's putting his foot down now, and he's not just going to cruise home, he's going to try and get home with a few overs to spare from the looks of things. 22 now required of 28. Balderson round the wicket. Again, over that left shoulder, that right shoulder, sorry. It's a slog sweep, down on one knee. He's using his angles brilliantly here, and Balderson bowling it into that leg stump line. He comes inside of it. Slog sweeps him way behind square. And it's 3 boundaries in a row, 14 off 3 in this over. Blake all of a sudden 45 off 30 deliveries. Balderson here just wondering what to do in terms of the field. He's actually brought the deep square fielder up and long off out, so he's got to go wide outside off stump and really full, you would think. That's what he's tried. Blake inside edges into the onside. He gets a single, takes himself on to 46.
Partnership's gone past 100 in this over as well, and have a chance, I think, of equalling the highest 4th wicket. Partnership be on here. Oh, 5th. Aren't we on here? Oh yeah, we've gone past that. Yeah, this is the highest 5th wicket partnership for Surrey against Lancashire in List A cricket. Previous was 90 between Graham Thorpe and Adam Hollyoak in 1994.
Balderson into Thomas, who steps inside the line and tucks it away into the leg side, and Jennings keeps it down to a single. Excellent partnership.
4th wicket highest partnership, 122. Adam Hollyoak and Ian Ward. That was in 1998. And
Balderson full of a length Yorker, and it's driven down the ground for a single. That's the end of a very good over for Surrey, and barring a miracle from Lancashire, you would think that is virtually the game for Surrey.
yeah, and they've got a chance to equal that 4th wicket partnership, haven't they? Adam Hollyoak and Ian Ward, 122 for the 4th wicket in 1998.
Yeah, they do it tactically and get to down to 1 to win in a 6.
I think they can do it. Yeah, I think they could do it.
Yeah,
just about.
If they need 1 to win and get a boundary,
Yeah.
I think they do it.
Yeah. Well, it's been a fantastic partnership, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's off. Was it just sneaked into 70 deliveries, I think?
Well, at the minute it's 107 runs off 66.
66 deliveries, yeah.
Deliveries.
107 runs in 11 overs. It's outstanding from these two.
It'll be Mitchell Stanley. Blake's got a chance to get to 50 here as well. 47 not out. Right, 15 to win. Blake drives it on the bounce back to Stanley, and there's no run. Partnerships in this match for Surrey. 1st wicket partnership of 123. The whole run chase set up by Sibley and Patel, and then 27 for the 2nd wicket, 9 for the 3rd wicket. You're thinking maybe there's a bit of jeopardy, the game's in the balance, but these two have been superb. Appealing for an LBW there. He's gone down to sweep it, but Blake buys the call. Yeah, so enormous credit Thomas and Blake. It certainly was a bit of pressure that they had to absorb. It felt that Lancashire were starting just to drag things back, and there's 2 boundaries in 13 overs, and felt like probably one more wicket away from it maybe being in Lancashire's favour, but Blake and Thomas had other ideas, and within 14 runs now of victory. Oh, that's a swing and a thick edge down towards third man. Has it gone for 4? Yes, it has. It attempt to stop it from Barnard. Swung at that, did Thomas. Has gone for 4. He moves to 81, 10 more required to win. Quite where he was aiming, but he'll take it nonetheless.
Yeah, it's flew down to third man, hasn't it?
Ten more needed. Gets through Thomas. He just deflects off some part of his body and down towards the boundary for a leg by.
Oh, I think I felt that one as well.
Oh, he's rubbing it, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's rubbing it. Inside of his.
Not quite sure what he tried to do, to be honest. I just think he got beaten all ends up.
All right, Blake has a chance here to get to 50. It'd be an excellent 50. It'd be well deserved 50, and probably right that these two are there on to see it through for Surrey, because this partnership. There's Stanley balls to Blake, shovelled away towards the leg side. Takes him on to 48. 8 to win.
Yeah, Blake 2 runs short of a half century. Thomas 81. Been fantastic from both of them. Played shots all around the ground. Battled through some pressure as well.
Stanley in, play and a miss from Thomas, and through to the keeper. End of the over. 273 for 3. They need 8 more runs to win. 8 more runs in this partnership will equal a record set by Adam Hollyoak and Ian Ward for the 4th wicket for Surrey against Lancashire. Complete a pretty good day up at Sedbergh School for Surrey. Difficult to judge at the halfway stage. I didn't really encounter anybody who didn't think that 280 wasn't going to be pretty competitive, but I guess when you get off to such a good start as Sibley and Patel did, it just kind of takes away all that sense of jeopardy, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think the start was massive for both teams. Balderson going to continue, and that's driven nicely down the ground. I think it splits both. It does, and that's going to bring Blake his half century. First one in the first game of the Metro Bank in 2026, and a fabulous knock. Come in with a fair bit of pressure. Lancashire probably just on top when he entered the crease, and he's batted beautifully with Thomas. It's been an excellent partnership, and it's been a very well deserved 50. That one's cut away for a single. Yeah, when Lancashire got that Burns wicket, the scoreboard wasn't exactly fully in Lancashire's favour. You still thought runs wise, you know, Surrey will still fancy themselves. It was around 7.5, 8, but you just felt momentum wise, it was probably in Lancashire's corner. Three to win off 16 now, so Josh Bohannon just having a chat with Balderson, the captain. Plenty of experience for Balderson to delve into. Bohannon, Harris and Jennings in the side. Balderson in. Thomas flicks that away nicely into the leg side. Gets a single, so 2 to win now for Surrey. Be an excellent start for Surrey in the Metro Bank. 17 players lost to the 100 and injuries as well. Someone like a Ben Folkes still injured. Balderson into Blake. Ah, it's another beautiful shot. It's a full toss, and he's just slog swept it over fine leg for 6. The highlights package of that innings from Blake will be pretty spectacular. Some beautiful shots, and Thomas at the other end, 82 off 76 deliveries. It's been an absolute brilliant partnership for Surrey, and they get over the line in this first game of the Metro Bank competition. Lancashire probably just fell short in terms of the opening power play with the bat. 30 for 1 after 10. They just couldn't quite get going earlier on this morning, and Surrey had a great start in their batting power play, around 45 for none after their 10. So games often decided by little moments, and a couple of drop catches for Lancashire. Patel dropped by Harry Singh, and then later on Jennings just dropping Blake, which, if they was held, Lancashire may have just got back into the game, but other than that, it's a fabulous chase from Surrey, and they take the points from this first fixture.
Yeah, it was superb from Blake and Thomas, and that is indeed a new 4th wicket partnership for Surrey against Lancashire in List A cricket. So Josh Blake and Adam Thomas finishing the partnership unbeaten on 126. So that's better. Adam Hollyoaks and Ian Ward's 4th wicket partnership of 122 back in 1998. But yeah, an impressive performance by Surrey, and elements in that game I'm sure that Lancashire will be pleased with. But a bit of work to do as well. So it all looks with the bowling figures for Lancashire. Just 3 wickets in there for Balderson, for Shetty, for Singh. Those 3 in that little period between them, just dragging Lancashire back in it. But in the end, Surrey running out winners. Thomas on 82, Blake on 59. The whole thing set up by Sibley and Patel. And an excellent 7-wicket victory for Surrey here at Sebert School. Right, your next cricket on Lancs TV will be a week today. It's me and you again, I think, isn't it?
Yep.
At Farrington, at the new ground at Farrington, so I'm looking forward to that. And Lancashire begins Kent in that fixture a week today. Congratulations to Surrey on their 7-wicket win. We'll catch you soon.